Hey everyone, welcome back. Quick thanks to the patrons who keep this channel alive. Your requests are what I narrate next. If you want to join them, you can try Patreon free for 7 days, then it's starting with just $3 a month. Links in the description. Now, let's get into the story.
Demon summoning spell, teleportation, shattering, thunderous explosion, guardian spell. Raven's only weakness is his magic power. Everything else, even his magical combat skills, surpass those of an average adult wizard. This exceptional combat ability is evident in how Raven can combine non-offensive spells to create surprisingly effective results. The summoning spell summons a trash can that directly stuns the opponent, knocking them into a large crater. The crater is then quickly repaired using a repair spell. Raven quickly subdued the group of dark wizards, while Raven himself was merely a little pale. He waved his wand gently. All the wands obtained from the dark wizard floated into Raven's hands. Tusk, 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 pathetic fellows, you've let your wands gather dust. Raven seemed to feel both pity for them, using these wands to cast dark magic, and pity for these dark wizards, whose spellcasting skills were truly terrible. With another wave of his wand, the white and blue knight, as tall as a person, slowly disappeared from behind Raven. This is the final form of the summoning spell. Although the summoned monster is much smaller than before, it is more agile, stronger, and easier to control. Pushing open the door and returning to the store, Raven nodded to the slightly dazed clerk, then looked at the woman in the black robe. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Raven's Vincent Grindelwald. You can call me Ravens." The woman, who had been momentarily stunned, finally came to her senses. She looked at Raven's outstretched hand, hesitated for only a moment, and then reached out and grasped it. She used her other hand to remove her black hood, revealing her delicate face. It was an unrealistically beautiful face. Her skin was as white as snow under the moonlight, her eyes were slightly upturned at the corners, carrying a hint of arrogance, her lips were full and red, and her eyes were as blue as the Mediterranean Sea. "Hibiscus, hibiscus de lacquer, you are even more outstanding than I imagined." Oh, it was her, Raven suddenly understood. One of the 4 warriors of the Goblet of Fire, the most beautiful woman in the original story, with 1/4 Vila blood. "It's a pleasure to meet you. You have a very high level of appreciation for perfumes." Raven smiled, then let go of his hand and went to the counter. He figured the Aurors were coming soon, so he needed to hurry and buy the perfume he needed. "I need your recommendations for 2 women's perfumes for my mother and sister. One prefers the scent of lavender, and the other prefers the aroma of pear." The shop assistant, who had been somewhat dazed upon seeing Furong's face, quickly snapped out of it. Oh yes, yes, lavender and pear, let me think. In terms of looks, Raven's appearance is comparable to Fleur's. But Raven doesn't have Vila blood, so people who see him won't experience a similar bewitching effect. Meanwhile, Furong looked at her hands with some surprise. This was the first time a male wizard had made physical contact with her without behaving rudely. How did he do it? Had he already undergone training at the age of 11? Or had he already found his true love? She didn't come to her senses until Raven was about to leave with the perfume he had bought. An interesting young man. She had only happened to see Raven on her way to buy perfume. This young wizard, who was always in the newspapers and hailed as the reincarnation of Merlin, made her, who was proud, very resentful. Upon getting closer, she discovered that Raven exuded an aura that made her unable to resist getting closer. This has never happened before. As soon as Raven arrived outside the perfume shop, he was immediately targeted by the Aurors present with their wands. Raven raised his hand indifferently. "I hope your Ministry of Magic won't waste too much of my time. I'm very hungry." As it turns out, the French Ministry of Magic learned very little from its past mistakes. They checked Raven's crossbody bag repeatedly, but they couldn't find any of his tricks. With a muggle's trickery and a little alchemical manipulation, they would never be able to find out that the crossbody bag had been enchanted with a traceless extension spell. However, they still wasted a lot of time verifying Raven's statement and warned the young wizard Raven not to use magic outside of school. Raven felt that the Auror opposite him was about to lose his temper when he warned him not to use magic outside of school. "Dark wizards are all gathered around and you're telling them not to use spells. Are you crazy?" As Raven left, he smiled and said to the Frenchman in Russian, "You bunch of rude cowards. No wonder those dark wizards dared to commit violence in the streets." Unfortunately, none of the Aurors present spoke Russian. Back in his room, Raven washed up, lay down on the bed, and let out a long sigh. French sorcerers were freer than he had imagined. He hadn't thought they would commit murder in the streets. If it weren't for Hibiscus's reminder, he might have gotten into a fight with those guys in the perfume shop. That would be a bit much. Raven actually quite liked that perfume shop. Tusk, now that things have come to this, I forgot to ask them if they offer international ordering services. He won't have time to go tomorrow either. He has to visit Nicholas Flamel tomorrow. Well, at least I managed to buy the perfume first. I'll ask about it again when I have the chance. Raven took out his notebook from his bag and began reviewing the day's battle. His notebooks kept piling up because he was always in the habit of taking notes, so different types of notebooks were always accumulating in his bag. As for Furong, she was also written about in Raven's notebook. Raven believes the reason he wasn't swayed by love is because he has his own unique understanding of it. He recalled reading in a book that Vila's allure had little effect on people who had already developed a complete view of love and found the love of their lives. Although Raven had not found the love of his life, he had already established his own view of love. Therefore, he did not feel overly attracted to Fleur, who was only 1/4 Vila. Of course, he had to admit that Fleur, who possessed 1/4 Vila blood, was indeed unrealistically beautiful. Putting away his laptop, Raven felt that he probably wouldn't have a moment's peace for the next 2 months. On his very first day in France, he fought at least 7 dark wizards in the street and also encountered Fleur, who had 1/4 Vila blood. He felt this might be some kind of omen, symbolizing that he would likely encounter many things in the next 2 months. Before going to sleep, Raven recalled the questions he wanted to ask Nicholas Flamel the next day and then slowly drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, Fleur returned home and told her mother, Apollindracker, what she had seen and heard. Her description surprised even her mother. She was also a mixed-race Vila, so she knew all too well how difficult it was to become immune to their influence. Then she heard Fleur describe how Raven had the upper hand against 7 dark wizards. During this time, Hibiscus even tried to help, but Raven stopped her with a look. He seemed unwilling to have his attack rhythm disrupted. What an exaggerated little wizard. Is he even good-looking? It's all right, her white hair is like snow and her eyes look like an eagle's. Mom, why are you asking this? Apollon gave a mysterious smile. Nothing's wrong, go and rest. Didn't Mrs. Maxim say she wanted to take you to visit the alchemist Nicholas Flamel tomorrow? Don't stay up too late. You need to show Master Flamel the utmost respect, okay? Watching Furong's retreating figure as she went upstairs, Apollon narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly. Sitting next to her, Guillaume de Lacquer frowned slightly. Guillaume was also a very handsome man. Fu felt a comfortable aura emanating from that child. Does that mean? Apollon also pursed her lips slightly. It's a bit too early. Still early, Fu will be in 5th grade when school starts, and wizards her age are all dating. Apollon rolled her eyes. I'm talking about that child. He'll only be in 2nd grade this semester. Actually, the age difference isn't that big. Fufu's birthday is a bit later, they're only about 2.5 years apart. Vila can determine the most suitable male for them by scent, and mixed-race Vila have inherited this ability, albeit in a weakened form. They, as mixed-race Vevas, can only sense the aura emanating from the opposite S*X who is most compatible with them. They have difficulty sensing the auras of others. The couple discussed it for a long time but couldn't come up with a solution, so they could only let things take their course for now. Leave it to fate. Those who did not receive an invitation could not find Nicholas Flamel's house. Raven arrived outside Nicholas Flamel's house and watched as people passed by, seemingly oblivious to the place. He became curious about the spell cast there. He had read about it in a book. This curse was very powerful. As long as the owner of the house and the person keeping the secret did not reveal the house's location, even if others stuck their fingers to the windows, they would not be able to find the house. A profound spell. Raven gently pressed the doorbell. A sound came from behind the door very quickly. Wait a moment, it's coming. The voice sounded old and weak. Soon, a trotting sound came from behind the door. About 5 minutes later, the sound of jogging gradually approached. The door slowly opened, and an old man with a full head of white hair and extremely thin skin stood behind it. Upon seeing Raven, he immediately beamed with joy. Oh, we were just wondering when you'd be arriving. Hello, Mr. Ravens, I'm Nicholas Flamel. Raven carefully took Nico's hand and gently shook it. Hello, Mr. Lemater, my name is Ravens Vincent Grindelwald. It's an honor to be invited by you. Oh, the power of youth. I can feel the power of youth in your hands. Come in, child, come in and have a cup of tea. Let's have a good chat. Even though I've been so careful, can you still sense the energy of youth? Raven said with a smile. You look as young as Professor Dumbledore. Older people like to be told they look young. Nicole, as expected, waved her hand dismissively after being praised. I can't compare to Albus, he's still so young. Raven's lips twitched slightly. Why is this conversation so strange? But honestly, it's a miracle in itself that a man over 600 years old hasn't been put in a wheelchair. How many people are already in wheelchairs or bedridden by the age of 60? For a man over 600 years old, the fact that he only suffers from muscle atrophy and osteoporosis is already a miracle. Mr. Nico, why don't you just use magic to fly? That shouldn't be difficult for you, right? Raven looked at the old man who had to jog to barely move at a snail's pace and was somewhat puzzled. Phew, oh, this is for exercise, for Paranol and me, exercise is very important, my goodness, your French is so good. Phew. Raven quickly shut up. He feared that if he asked any more questions, Nicholas Flamel might die suddenly there. Having finally reached the living room, Raven saw that Nicholas Flamel wanted to make him tea, so he immediately stood up and offered to do it. All Nicholas Flamel needed to do was tell him where the tea was. But this was refused by an old woman who slowly walked out of the room. Paranol said she hadn't reached her target workout level for the day and then went to make tea. Raven's lips twitched. This old couple is really something. No wonder they can still stand up today. They could probably live to a ripe old age even without the Philosopher's Stone. Albus told me the Philosopher's Stone is with you now. Yes, Mr. Nico, should I return it to you? I used it. Oh, don't tell me what you did with it, and you don't need to return it. In fact, even now, I could easily make another Philosopher's Stone, but I won't make this one. Raven licked his dry lips. Are you really tired? I mean, with your knowledge and abilities, you could easily keep yourself and your wife completely away from death. Nick looked at Raven and smiled. How did you know I had this ability? I've studied the Philosopher's Stone, Mr. Nico. Its profound alchemical and magical attainments suggest that you are entirely capable of truly preventing death, and this Philosopher's Stone is merely a creation of yours from 100 years ago. Nick laughed happily. Yes, your guess is correct. And you are. Because what we've never wanted is immortality, child. Paranol brought out tea from the kitchen. She used magic to serve the tea. The weight of the teacup and tea was a bit too heavy for her. Immortality is not something worth pursuing. Paranol also sat down at the table. People always like to pursue eternal life, but is eternal life really worth pursuing? Nicholas Flamel used magic to make the teacup float. Life without an end is like a storybook without a conclusion. Do you understand what I mean, child? After a moment's thought, Raven understood what Nicholas Flamel and Paranol were trying to say. They sought longevity, not immortality. They pursue a longer life to see more beautiful and new things, not out of fear of death. But even the most enthusiastic person has moments when they can't accept new things. When enthusiasm is inevitably worn down by time, a longer life only brings more suffering. So isn't it better to greet the end with a smile before your enthusiasm is completely extinguished? Raven, may I call you that? Of course, Mr. Nico. Nico nodded and took a sip of tea. Actually, Raven, when I was young, I also liked to pursue things that are eternal. I was very lucky to have found one, and she's still by my side now. What more could I ask for? I was suddenly forced to eat a mouthful of dog food, a Huxia slang term for witnessing public displays of affection. Thank you for your veil spell, Raven. Paranol and I have finally confirmed that death truly is the beginning of another great adventure. A grand adventure. Raven wasn't sure about whether they were great or not. He only knew that for immortals like Nicholas Flamel and Paranol, the other side of the veil might indeed offer a more novel life. Okay, I understand what you're thinking. So why did you invite me here? Nicholas Flamel flicked his wand. A heavy book flew onto the bookshelf beside them. Its leather cover was blank. Are you willing to inherit my knowledge, Raven? I know that thanks to the veil curse, much ancient and lost knowledge can now be revived. But I still hope to pass on the knowledge I possess while I'm still on this side of the veil. Raven's eyes widened. He truly hadn't expected this. But I don't know if my alchemical talent is any good. The most noteworthy thing I've done since I started learning alchemy is adding a little trick to my crossbody bag. Nicholas Flamel, however, smiled and said, That's enough. The little tricks you're talking about seem to me like something an alchemist who's seriously studied alchemy for a whole year could pull off. And you, Raven, you've only studied for less than 2 months and you're self-taught. Your talent far exceeds your own imagination. Raven genuinely had no idea how good his alchemical talent was. Even now, he has only taught himself some very basic alchemy and made some very basic alchemical products. For example, a fishing rod that never catches a fish. Aside from its ability to automatically extend and retract based on the injected magic, Raven felt it was no different from a regular fishing rod. Of all his works to date, he considers the most noteworthy to be the alchemical tricks he added to the backpack. However, he is not the kind of person who would let an opportunity slip away just because he is unsure of his talent. If Nicholas Flamel said it was okay, then he certainly has no objections. You can take a look at this book first. It contains a lot of alchemy knowledge and the learning difficulty isn't too high. Raven opened the huge book and was quickly drawn into the words on it. After you finish reading this book, I'll begin to formally teach you some alchemical techniques. I believe it won't take too long. Albus told me you read very quickly. Although Dumbledore gave Nicholas Flamel a heads up beforehand, given Flamel's advanced age, if he hadn't been warned and had been startled by Raven's talent, he might have been scared away before he could even finish making his final arrangements. Even after being warned, Nicholas Flamel was still frightened by Raven. His learning speed was so fast that it didn't seem like he was studying at all, but rather like he was flipping through a book and playing. Nicholas Flamel originally intended for Raven to spend a week reading the book, but now it seems that Raven can finish it in about half a day. Nicholas Flamel initially thought Raven was joking, but when he saw Raven begin writing notes in his notebook using the levitation charm, he knew the boy really was that fast. Raven even used 2 quill pens to take notes simultaneously. Nicholas Flamel asked Raven why he didn't buy a shorthand quill pen. Although it takes a while to warm up at first, once it's properly warmed up, the shorthand quill pen can easily help Raven take notes. Raven's reasoning was that this allowed him to practice distraction control while studying, which was more efficient. This led even Nicholas Flamel, often described as an incomprehensible alchemical genius, to exclaim to Raven, "Are you even humans? Is it possible for humans to divide their energy into 3 parts simultaneously?" No wonder Dumbledore told him to be mentally prepared beforehand. This terrifying learning ability is absolutely frightening. In no time at all, Raven had already finished a quarter of the book. Excellent concentration, exceptional learning talent. Nico was very satisfied with Raven. Prepare your appearance carefully, for you are about to meet the world's greatest alchemist, Nicholas Flamel. Your etiquette must be impeccable. Yes, Mrs. Maxim. At 9:30 a.m., a tall woman led Fleur to Nicholas Flamel's house. Madame Maxime considered this time to be a suitable time to visit Nicholas Flamel. It would neither disturb Nicholas Flamel's rest nor appear overly disrespectful. But she forgot that Nicholas Flamel was a very old man, and old people rarely sleep in. Mrs. Maxim was a tall, mixed-race giant, but she never liked to admit it. She had olive skin and large, dark, watery eyes. She looked beautiful and had an elegant demeanor. She wore a black dress adorned with many luxurious opals. Muggles were completely unaware of their presence as they passed by her and Fleur. Madame Maxime rang the doorbell, and Nicholas Flamel's voice came through shortly afterward. "Coming, please wait a moment." The voice sounded quite cheerful, which surprised Mrs. Maxim. "Has some great new song been released recently? It's really baffling." "Ah, Orem, it's a pleasure to meet you. This must be Fleur, right?" "What a beautiful little wizard." "Hello, Mr. Nicholas Flamel." He led Fleur and Mrs. Maxim into the living room, where the 2 women discovered Raven already there. "Who is this?" "I assure you've heard his name before, Raven's Vincent Grindelwald. I invited him to learn some alchemy, and I used a born sound on him, so he won't hear what happens next." However, Nicholas Flamel clearly underestimated Raven's sixth sense. Even though his attention was focused on the book in front of him, and even though he was under a spell and couldn't hear anything from the outside world, he quickly noticed that several more eyes were now fixed on him. "Oh, Miss Delacour, it's a pleasure to see you again." Raven took the bookmark Harry had given him from his satchel and clipped it to where he was currently studying. "It's a pleasure to see you again, Mr. Ravens. Your sixth sense is very sharp, Raven. This is Mrs. Maxim, the current headmistress of Beauxbatons." Raven gave Madame Maxim a standard French aristocratic greeting. "I've heard so much about you, Mrs. Maxim. Headmaster Dumbledore always speaks of you to me." Mrs. Maxim was very pleased with the elegant and standard etiquette. She really liked the polite and well-mannered little wizard. "It's a pleasure to see you too, Mr. Ravens. You've been making quite a splash in the newspapers lately." "I'm just doing what I can, madams." Raven had originally planned to leave and study elsewhere, but both Madame Maxime and Nicholas Flamel said that Raven could continue his studies here. Raven, of course, didn't care. It doesn't matter where you learn, right? Then Raven's learning ability astonished Mrs. Maxim and Fleur. Is he really not just flipping through the book for fun? Furong's pride was dealt another blow. No, his learning efficiency is terrifyingly high. He can almost memorize the words in a book after just one glance, and his comprehension ability almost perfectly matches his memory. People outside still underestimate Raven. With such an almost superhuman learning ability, even if Raven didn't have magical talent, he would still be the most dazzling genius of this era. This is simply, Dumbledore has recruited a great student. Mrs. Maxim looked at Raven and couldn't help but say, Their students at Beauxbatons were also quite good. In Mrs. Maxim's eyes, they possessed all the qualities that Mrs. Maxim lacked. Manners, courage, and intelligence. But none of them were as outstanding as Raven, who possessed courage, wisdom, manners, and talent, and excelled in all of these areas. There must be something he's not good at, right? I mean, he's become so perfect he's almost unreal. Fleur felt uncomfortable. She felt her pride was always being ruthlessly shattered in front of this young wizard. Madame Maxime was somewhat displeased by this, but Nicolas Flamel said it was nothing. Actually, he said he didn't seem to be good at fishing. He said he fished at Hogwarts for a month but didn't catch a single fish. I never expected you to receive an invitation from Mr. Nicole. It's because of your surname, something you can't envy. You seem quite proud to have a relative who's a Dark Lord. First of all, our family has virtually no direct connection to that legendary Dark Lord. Our branch moved to England a long time ago. Secondly, if we disregard the fact that he was a Dark Lord, he undeniably accomplished something that ordinary people couldn't. Furong's behavior was somewhat harsh. But to be honest, Raven didn't really care. He was reviewing his notes. You have a strong learning ability. Thank you, it's a talent. Are you sure it's talent? Do you suspect I've cast a spell? It's not impossible. Raven smiled and shook his head, saying nothing. Furong felt that when she was with Raven, her attacks always seemed to hit cotton. What did they ask you after you were taken to the Ministry of Magic yesterday? I don't understand why you're staring at me like that, Miss Delacour. Let's get straight to the point. Furong pursed her lips. You were immune to my charm yesterday and I'd like to know why. Raven raised an eyebrow. Didn't your parents tell you about this? Of course I know how to become immune to Avila's charm under normal circumstances, but you obviously couldn't have been trained. As she spoke, Furong curled the corners of her mouth. Or have you already found your true love? Raven chuckled softly. Why can't I train faster, or have I already found true love? Okay, you're right. I haven't been trained and I haven't found true love, but do you know what immunity training against Vila Allure is essentially about? Furong didn't speak and Raven closed his notebook. The training to resist Vila's allure is essentially about helping wizards find their own understanding of love. When a wizard has a clear understanding of love, Vila's allure becomes much less effective against them. You mean you've developed your own understanding of love? Are you serious, you 11-year-old cowboy? Raven didn't reply, but his eyes said it all. Furong paused. I'm waiting for your explanation, and I don't want to explain this to you. I'm sorry, Miss Delacour, this is a very personal matter. I only answer this to my close friends and family. I think that, having only met twice today, our relationship isn't close enough. It's already very kind of you to answer so much, but Raven can't tell everyone everything. He and Furong had only met twice today. Their relationship was at most that of acquaintances who were more familiar than strangers. Raven clearly shouldn't have shared his views on love like that. Raven put his notebook away, then got up and left. This had a significant impact on Furong. No man has ever rejected her since she was a child. Which male wizard of her age wouldn't fawn over her and shower her with affection? The current situation is a bit cliché, but to put it simply, it's the kind of scenario where, man, you've piqued my interest. Raven was unaware that he had been drawn into a cliché plot. He told Nicolas Flamel that he needed to go back and digest the information, and after receiving confirmation from Flamel, he left. In fact, Raven had already digested the knowledge. His purpose in returning to the hotel was actually for the experiment. See if you can actually apply the alchemical knowledge you learned today. Let me think. Should I try a shorthand quill pen first? Or a two-way mirrors? After thinking about it, Raven decided to try making a two-way mirror first. Shorthand quills and two-way mirrors. The raw materials needed for these alchemical creations weren't hard to find, but Raven ultimately chose the two-way mirror, which was currently more useful. Raven went shopping again and asked the perfume shop if they offered international ordering. The clerk said no, but they had a branch in Diagon Alley that offered the same service. The selection of perfumes there wasn't as complete as at the store, but the perfumes Raven bought yesterday were still in stock. Raven felt he needed to take a proper stroll through Diagon Alley later. Carrying 10 small mirrors, some alchemical materials such as mercury, and a wine daily, Raven returned to his hotel room. Upon opening the newspaper, I was as expected. The front page headline has already taken on his form. Grindelwald returns to France, capturing 7 dark wizards on his first day. Aren't these reporters being a bit too arrogant these days? Openly linking him to that person like that, what if it causes some serious consequences? They'd be in deep trouble. No one can guarantee that this boy, who looks almost exactly like that person, is truly unrelated to him. Dumbledore may have kept him by his side for better surveillance. France has its own Rita Skeeter. Raven's opinion on these reports was similar to Dumbledore's. It's just for fun. Speaking of which, isn't it a violation of my portrait rights for them to use my photos without permission? That's really clear. Looking at the moving photo in the newspaper, Raven remarked that the image quality was surprisingly good. He didn't even realize he was being photographed during the fight. This is probably the first newspaper to have a clear frontal photo of him. After finishing reading the newspaper, Raven took out a mirror and prepared to begin the refining process. Let me think, Mercury Gold mirrors. This thing is said to be quite difficult to make, and Raven felt he should be a little lenient with himself. If even 1 out of 10 mirrors shows signs of success, then today's learning wasn't in vain. Meanwhile, Dumbledore, who was preparing to depart from Hogwarts, chuckled a few times as he looked at the newspaper in his hand. Haha, never a moment's peace wherever you go. Youth is truly wonderful. Dumbledore thought Raven had done nothing wrong. As for the conspiracy theories in the newspapers, he should just take them with a grain of salt. People always overestimate his abilities, but forget that he is now a man over 100 years old. Quirrell only discovered and confirmed that he had brought Voldemort into the school after Halloween. To find out how Voldemort survived, we need the help of Raven, an 11-year-old boy. He has no way of monitoring Raven. Based on the talent Raven has shown so far, he will have grown to an extremely terrifying level by the time he is in 5th grade. Surveillance is completely pointless. Rather than risk offending Raven by spying on him, it's better to nurture him properly. Dumbledore put the newspaper into his pocket where he already had many different newspapers. In the cold Alps, a solitary castle stands tall. It's cold here year-round. Even in summer, it's not much warmer. Flames appeared out of thin air and an elderly man with white hair wearing a well-fitting trench coat emerged from the flames. The Phoenix's flames seemed to bring a touch of warmth to the place, but only a touch. Nurmengard, Dumbledore had almost forgotten when he last came here. Stepping inside the castle, although it appeared somewhat desolate, it clearly did not resemble a prison. Look who's come to visit my cell. Albus Dumbledore, I thought you'd be so heartless as to let me die here alone. Dumbledore knew that voice all too well, even though it sounded so much older than he remembered. That was indeed my plan before. But now you've come, I didn't come here for our business. How cruel. An explosion rang out, and a smartly dressed old man appeared before Dumbledore. He looked so capable, as if he knew in advance that there would be an important reunion today. You're getting old, Albus. Time is fair to everyone, Grindelwald laughed. Yes, I think you're right. Come on, have some tea the usual. I've recently come to prefer some Huxia teas. My friends in Daxia have given me quite a few. When Dumbledore and Grindelwald had their touching reunion, Raven showed Nicholas Flamel his 5 pairs of two-way mirrors. Nicholas Flamel felt he should say something, but when he opened his mouth, he found himself unable to utter a single word. I discovered yesterday that while crafting two-way mirrors is initially quite complex, it becomes much simpler and easier once you get used to it. I think it's probably because the two-way mirrors I crafted were of inferior quality. Raven continued to talk at length about his feelings. He believed he definitely had some talent for alchemy, so he relaxed a little in front of Nicholas Flamel. As for whether this talent is strong or not, Raven had no clear reference point, and he dared not make a definitive statement. He only knew that he should be somewhat stronger than the Weasley twins. No, Raven, your two-way mirror is outstanding. In fact, I can't even tell which one you made first. Raven said he felt a bit rusty when he was making the first pair of two-way mirrors, and the two-way mirrors he made might not be very good. However, based on Nicholas Flamel's observations, these two-way mirrors were actually very well made. For Merlin's sake, can this level still be called genius? Nicholas Flamel considered himself a genius in alchemy, but he did not succeed in creating a two-way mirror on his first attempt after learning how to do so. They even refined 5 pairs in one night. This talent, that's blatant cheating. Others need to go through a lot of time and failures to learn, understand, and then master the skill, but how come Raven seems to have skipped all that time and failure? Raven, tell me seriously, are you really Merlin reincarnated? In Nicholas Flamel's view, perhaps only Merlin, who returned to the wizarding world with his memories intact, could possess such a terrifying talent. Of course not. Does this mean your alchemical talent is truly exceptional? That's great. Raven plans to open a factory in the wizarding world to produce brand new wizarding toys. To hell with those wizard chess games where just looking at the rules gives you a headache. Let's make some simpler, more fun wizard toys. It will definitely be a huge hit. If the eldest sister and second brother fail to transition to other professions, they can find work directly in the wizarding world. You always manage to scare me, Raven. Your talent far exceeds my expectations. I think I'm going to be very busy this month. The book Raven read yesterday was about intermediate alchemy. Since Raven could quickly memorize, understand, and reproduce the knowledge in this book, he could begin to teach Raven advanced alchemy and what he had truly learned in his life. His original plan was that Raven would need at least a month to master intermediate alchemy, which he thought was already an overestimation of Raven's talent. He told Raven to go home early today because he needed to adjust his plans. As soon as Raven left Nicholas Flamel's house, he ran into a silver-haired girl on the street. "Miss Delacour, I don't believe you came here today at Mr. Nicholas Flamel's invitation." "You're right, I came here to see you." Raven raised an eyebrow. "So direct, so what do you need me for?" "I want to be your best friend, not just a regular friend. Sincerity is always the ultimate weapon. My esteemed Miss Fleur Delacour, why did you choose me as your friend? I believe that if the people vying to be your friend lined up, they could circle the globe." Furong's lips curled up, her expression somewhat mocking. "But they were all just a mob that couldn't control themselves because they saw my face. You're different and you're prettier than them, aren't you?" Raven was genuinely surprised. Is this woman really that blunt, proud, arrogant, and sharp-tongued but surprisingly direct? Raven felt he had discovered a small shining point in Hibiscus. This brilliance amused Raven, an arrogant, proud, and sarcastic person but also outspoken. "Judging from your previous behavior, you didn't seem to like me very much. I admit, I initially thought some of the claims in the newspapers were exaggerated, and I suspected you might be another Lockhart. But you've proven yourself with your abilities. I didn't intentionally try to prove anything to you. I know, but the talent you unintentionally displayed truly proves that you're not a fool like Lockhart, who only knows how to create hype." Although Raven didn't like Fleur's initial attitude, her current attitude. Well, Raven did find it quite amusing. Having a French friend like that seems pretty nice. Raven chuckled and then extended his hand. "Raven's Vincent Grindelwald, it is an honor to be your friend, your majesty." Furong's lips curled up even higher, and she inadvertently revealed her relatively sharp teeth. "Hibiscus Delacour, it's an honor to have a friend like you, little cowboy." She also reached out her slender, long hand and took Raven's hand in hers. A cry came from afar, and a silver-gray owl flew over menacingly. "Zinkai, thank you for coming back, you've worked so hard." Starlight landed on Raven's shoulder, handed him the letter from her mouth, and then looked at Hibiscus with her arrogant eyes. "You're a funny little thing. Your owner and I are friends." Furong also looked at Zinkai with arrogant eyes. Zinkai turned her head to one side. "Friends or not, I don't know them, I don't care." Raven glanced at Zinkai, then at Furong, and suddenly found it somewhat amusing. "You two look alike, haven't you noticed? If you think I resemble this round-faced, chubby Scottish rooster, then I really have to question your eyesight, little cowboy." "Cool. So what did you come to see me for today? It couldn't be just to catch a glimpse of your poor old flame, could it? How long has it been since you've heard anything from the outside world, Gellert?" Grindelwald leaned back in his chair, pretending to think for a moment. More or less. I haven't received any outside news since I returned here." Dumbledore took a folded newspaper from his trench coat pocket, placed it on the table, and pushed it toward Grindelwald. "A lot has happened lately, and I think you need to know about it even if you only have the greater good in mind." Grindelwald chuckled softly. "I bet you think a dark wizard could never fall in love with anyone. Well, let me see what you want me to know." Grindelwald flicked the newspaper, and then his expression quickly changed. "Oh, interesting, very interesting, another Grindelwald, whispers among the masses, the summoning of demons." "Impressive." Grindelwald initially didn't care much about Raven, even though Raven had shown amazing abilities in the newspapers. Let alone the Grindelwald family of England, to whom he has no blood relation, he wouldn't care much about the Grindelwald family, even if they were related to him by blood. But the moment he saw the veil curse, his relaxed expression froze. He raised his hand and used his fingers to write the incantation for the veil spell directly in the air. Nowhere can confine a powerful wizard, especially one as skilled as Grindelwald, who is also a master of wandless spellcasting. Even without a wand, he can do many things with magic. Impressive, absolutely impressive, truly dazzling talent. The veil curse completely piqued Grindelwald's interest. This kind of epic-making magic is not something that ordinary geniuses could create. Later, when he saw the clear frontal photo of Raven taken in France, even Grindelwald couldn't help but be overcome with nostalgia. This face looks so much like his. However, Raven's features seem softer and more defined. "Albus, he really doesn't have much to do with you. Are you saying this is a coincidence?" "That's what I think." Grindelwald put down his newspaper and looked at Dumbledore, hoping to glean something from Dumbledore's face. However, he failed. Don't look at me like that. He's completely different from you. I've been observing him for a whole year and I'm very certain of that. Raven values his family and cherishes his friends. He is gentle and friendly and does things entirely out of interest. He doesn't resemble Grindelwald much, it's just that his face happens to be part of it. You're spying on him. No, I'm nurturing him. Surveillance is a pointless and foolish thing to do. You're worried that the wizarding world will see another Dark Lord. No, I'm never worried about Raven's choices. Nothing can drag him down into darkness. Grindelwald narrowed his eyes. That's hard to say. He placed the wine daily on the table, his withered fingers tapping lightly on Raven's photograph. You're getting old, Albus. Take a close look at this photo. I'm sure you'll recognize many of the faces. Dumbledore frowned, picked up the newspaper, and examined the photograph closely. He got the answer a moment later. Death Eaters, do you think they'll target Raven? I knew they'd be eyeing this young cowboy, even though they fled to France to survive. But they could also send themselves to jail just to test the young cowboy's strength. You also believe they planned this. There aren't many young wizards in this world born with white hair and such a striking face. He was quite the sensation in every country with a ministry of magic. Although there are no photos, descriptions of him must be everywhere. There shouldn't be so many wizards who don't know his identity. Your thinking hasn't regressed. Dumbledore tapped his fingers lightly on the table. Grindelwald's speculations also partially coincide with his own. Although Dumbledore had previously overlooked the former Death Eaters in the photograph, he deduced that the 7 dark wizards had premeditated an attack on Raven. Then their purpose becomes obvious. Blindly believing their master is not dead, arrogantly wanting to eliminate any threats to their master and ensure everything goes smoothly when their master returns. Dumbledore looked at Grindelwald. I'll be protecting that child's family next. Do you have any other constructive suggestions? Grindelwald shrugged. Why not protect this child? That's one of the things that makes him different from you, Gellert. He'll always worry more about his family than his own safety. Are you worried that something bad will happen to his family and he'll fall into darkness? No. Dumbledore hesitated for a moment before denying it. He wasn't sure if Raven would succumb to darkness because of his family's injuries. However, he didn't need to gamble at all. As long as he protected Raven's family, it wouldn't be a difficult task for him. Grindelwald smiled, then abruptly stood up. A very interesting gift, Albus. You've successfully rekindled my passion. I'm going to see that child. You know I won't let you influence him. Oh no, Albus, you've misunderstood me again. I won't affect him. In fact, I won't even meet with him. I just want to take a gamble with you. What are we betting on? Grindelwald conjured up a well-tailored suit and a black hat for himself. Since the Death Eaters will definitely continue their attacks, let's bet on what he'll do when he realizes his family is in danger. I bet he'll use all 3 unforgivable curses, and considering his talents, I think he'll also use some extracurricular curses and dark magic. Dumbledore chuckled and shook his head. You know too little about that child. He would never use dark magic out of a loss of control. Very well, this is another bet we've had in so many years. What do you want to bet? I can bet my favorite box of candy I've been eating lately. It's a rather stingy bet, but Grindelwald seems quite interested. I accept the bet. If I lose, I will teach him all the knowledge I have until he has fully mastered it. The child will love this gift. An explosion rang out and Grindelwald vanished from the spot. Dumbledore narrowed his eyes slightly. He has achieved his goal. Raven needs to learn dark magic. A great wizard can live without dark magic, but he cannot be without it. But on the path of dark magic, Grindelwald and Voldemort possessed far more knowledge than Dumbledore. So Dumbledore came and released an old dragon to raise the young dragons. The old dragon would definitely want to raise the young dragon to resemble its former self, to complete the task it had left unfinished. Unfortunately, Dumbledore had complete confidence in the young dragon. To be honest, Grindelwald rarely paid much attention to any particular wizard. Even if someone looks like him, and they are probably from the same ancestor several generations back, he doesn't care about any of that. He thought none of these things mattered. His exceptional talent and intelligence were the real reasons he focused his attention on Raven. Dumbledore wanted him to mentor Raven, and Grindelwald could certainly see that. At first, he didn't understand where Dumbledore's confidence came from, believing that even under his tutelage, a 3rd Dark Lord would not be born. However, after observing Raven's life for half a month, he seemed to understand a little. Raven has absolutely no ambition. Or rather, he didn't have any grand ambitions. Grindelwald once wanted to wage war against the Muggle world and have wizards rule over Muggles. Voldemort wanted to transcend death and achieve immortality. He, Raven, only wanted to spend a happy and fulfilling life with his family and friends. Yet this very little wizard possessed a talent that none of them had. It's not just a terrifying talent in magic or alchemy. Grindelwald knew very well what Raven's most terrifying talent was: social skills. Yes, compared to Raven's magical or alchemical talents, Raven's social skills are the most terrifying. He became an intimate member of the Rue Claudel in France in less than 15 days. Now, whenever Raven appears on the street, many people greet him, whereas just 15 days ago, their knowledge of Raven was limited to newspaper descriptions. Why is this talent considered terrifying? Because once Raven's network of connections is fully established, any trouble he encounters will not be a real problem. He will always have friends who can help him. The idea of fighting alone will never exist for him. In fact, Grindelwald and Voldemort also possessed similar abilities, but their abilities were far less exaggerated than Raven's. What an enviable little guy. Raven, who was admiring the Eiffel Tower with Furong, turned around in confusion. What's wrong? Raven shook his head. Lately, I keep feeling like someone is watching me, but every time I look in that direction, there's no one there. Have you forgotten the disillusionment charm and the invisibility cloak? No, it's not those things. I checked, there's nothing there. Furong also felt something was strange. This is not a good sign. I suggest you be careful, little cowboy. A wizard's senses don't work out of thin air. Raven nodded slightly. Great, come here now, I'll take a picture of you. Your look is very unique. Raven was holding a guitar and dressed like a cowboy, an outfit that Furong found quite novel. If saying Raven resembled a cowboy was a bit of a stretch before, now saying he's a little cowboy should be a more plausible explanation. Raven had no objection to this. He took his guitar and found a seat under the Eiffel Tower. Hibiscus took a picture of Raven with a large, old-fashioned camera. I guarantee that if I were to sell this photo, Wine Daily would pay a hefty price for it. Raven rolled his eyes. Then tomorrow's Wine Daily's front page headline will be, "The infamous Grindelwald attempts to use music to corrupt muggles." Then I think I should keep it as leverage against you, always keeping it in my own hands. If you ever offend me, I'll sell it to the Wine Daily and cause you some trouble. As she spoke, Furong carefully put the film into her shirt pocket, repeatedly checking with her fingers to make sure it was in place and wouldn't fall out. My goodness, Your Majesty is truly terrifying. It's good that you're scared now. What are you waiting for? Or are you saying that busking is just sitting here with a guitar? Yes, Raven wants to try busking today. He saw a street performer yesterday which piqued his interest, so he decided to try it out today. With a gentle strum of his guitar strings, Raven's excellent voice and handsome face quickly attracted the attention of passers-by. He sings country music, which has relatively simple melodies but is very cheerful and has a strong narrative quality. Hibiscus enjoys watching Raven sing. Firstly, Raven's singing is really good. Secondly, the aura Raven exudes while singing makes Furong feel even more pleased. She asked her mother several times why she always preferred the aura around Raven, while she could hardly sense the aura of others. But her mother always avoided talking about it. Regardless, Raven is definitely special. Raven's busking was a great success. During his performances, many aurors sneaked over, and Raven guessed they were worried that he might actually use magic to bewitch muggles. Unfortunately, he was just busking, simply busking. Even the guitar they used was a regular guitar. I truly feel sorry for you. You failed to catch Raven again, do you know that? I'm curious if something serious had happened while you were watching Raven and you hadn't gotten there in time. How much responsibility would you have taken? Hibiscus's fighting power is incredibly exaggerated. Even the aurors were driven away by her sarcasm. Hibiscus's fighting power is terrifying, extremely terrifying. What, even our cute little cowboy got scared? Just a slight sigh if you. Wait, something's not right. Raven frowned halfway through his sentence. They were now back at the entrance of the Drunken Rat Bar, where they could usually hear the noise coming from inside, but now it was eerily quiet. Moreover, there were no pedestrians near the bar. Wizards, muggles, not a single one. This is wrong. Raven gently pulled on Fleur's wrist, trying to back away, but suddenly some black-robed figures emerged from the black smoke and stood behind Raven and his companions. Black smoke, Death Eaters. Raven quickly identified the people behind him. What to do? Apparate away, but the wand is on his belt and it takes at least a second to draw it. Raven can't apparate without his wand yet. Will the Death Eaters be able to react in that second? Before Raven could come up with an answer, the door to the Drunken Rat Bar opened by itself. Behind the door stood at least 10 Death Eaters. They all pointed their wands at Raven and Fleur. A tall, thin man with black hair and an almost stern expression sat in a chair facing the door, controlling old Antoine with his wand. Old Anton was suspended stiffly in the air, unable to move. Raven's Vincent Grindelwald, come in, kid. My friends and I want to have a good talk with you. Poor old Anton, he was clearly terrified, but he still shook his head slightly, signaling Raven not to come in. But clearly, Raven is not allowed to make any other choice at this moment. The most talented young wizard in history, creating 4 amazing spells and recreating a potion from Merlin's time in his first year. You are almost a perfect person, except for your pitiful birth. I have a different opinion on this matter. Raven's words caused the Death Eaters around him to burst into laughter. Raven then gave Hibiscus a wink. Innocent child. You will soon discover that wizards are superior to muggles, and your muggle origins will limit you. Actually, your tainted bloodline doesn't meet our requirements for joining, but considering your exceptional talent, I can give you the opportunity to join us and serve our Lord together. Kill that repulsive half-feet beside you, then watch us erase your only stain. If you can do this, we'll allow you to join the glorious and great Death Eaters and allow you to follow our great master. The gloomy-faced man threw a dagger on the ground. He couldn't possibly give Raven the chance to pull out his wand. Looking at you, are you going to erase my only stain? The man waved his wand, and a screen of light appeared out of thin air. On the screen, Cesare and the others were having dinner, chatting and laughing at the table. They were unaware that numerous Death Eaters were slowly surrounding their house. These guys are insane. Furong clenched her fists. Now pick up the dagger and prove yours. The man didn't finish his sentence because he saw that Raven's face was terribly grim. His once handsome face was now as gloomy as a demon. Blood slowly flowed down his high, straight nose, and even the corners of his eyes began to bleed. His dark eyes slowly turned red. You guys have guts. Then a tremendous force surged out from Raven's body. The immense force instantly sent the surrounding Death Eaters flying, giving old Anton a chance to escape. Torn apart. Hibiscus quickly drew her wand and entered battle mode, but he soon realized that this was unnecessary. Because of the frantic explosions all around, Raven actually learned to use apparition without a staff in a very short time. His apparition speed was so fast that no one could react in time. He kept dragging away the Death Eaters around him, and when they reappeared, broken arms and legs were considered minor injuries. Many Death Eaters' bodies were cleaved in two and scattered throughout the bar. Amazing combat power. Grindelwald had to admit that Raven's fighting ability was far superior to his own when he was younger. Apparition is an extremely unstable spell. If anything goes wrong, the caster could be instantly fatally wounded. But Raven actually used apparition repeatedly at high speed without a staff in a short period of time. While ensuring his own safety, he used the instability of apparition to inflict a fatal wound on the Death Eaters. Soon, all the Death Eaters in the bar were rendered unable to resist. Anton and Fleur also learned just how terrifying Raven could be when he went berserk. Raven approached the gloomy man from before. The man's limbs had been completely twisted and broken by Raven, but his mean and vicious face still mocked Raven. Raven flicked his finger and the man floated up from the ground. Rodolphus Lestrange. Excellent legilimency, you certainly have a lot of talent, but you can't save them. Long live the Dark Lord. Rodolphus thought he could provoke Raven, but Raven quickly laughed. Oh, Rodolphus, you'll regret planning this operation, I guarantee you will, the soul-binding curse. The light in Rodolphus's eyes gradually faded. His soul had now been pulled into the illusion that Raven feared most. Not only him, but all the other Death Eaters present were also pulled in. The Soul Phantom Curse is a dream hell created by Raven based on the Veil Curse. Raven's face grew even paler, but he still intended to leave immediately. Hibiscus grasped Raven's wrist. Take me with you, I can help you. Good. With that, Raven apparated again, taking Hibiscus with him and leaving the spot. Now is not the time to waste, he must make the most of every second. The French Ministry of Magic quickly discovered that someone had used the portkey illegally. The US Ministry of Magic reacted swiftly, but was immediately attacked, with at least 10 Aurors being taken down by various means within a short period. Some were stuck in the wall and unable to move, while others were slammed against the wall by the force and lost consciousness. Although their attackers moved very quickly, they still managed to provide key details. One had silver hair, the other white hair, a man and a woman. The man's face was covered in blood and he looked terrifying. Seeing Raven already in America, Dumbledore was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected Raven to arrive so quickly. He tried to stop Raven, but Raven didn't give him the chance. Apparition, summoning a demon, apparition, for Merlin's sake. This kid used apparition hundreds of times in a minute. On average, a Death Eater is torn apart by apparition more than 10 times. This is a huge mess. The few Death Eaters who escaped Raven's control continued their relentless attacks on Sire Ron and his companions, with Fleur standing in their way, doing everything in her power to stop them. She also looked pale, and at only 5th grade she clearly didn't have much magic power. At first, Sire Ron and his men were stunned, but after they realized what was happening, each grabbed a gun and opened fire on the Death Eaters. Dumbledore called out to Raven to no avail, and unable to immediately spot Raven, he went to Fleur's side. With a flick of his wand, the Elder Demon blocked the incoming dark magic, then with another wave, instantly knocked the Death Eaters unconscious. Miss Delacour, do you have a way to make Raven stop? Fleur knew who Dumbledore was just by looking at him, and she quickly shook her head. I have no way, shouldn't you have a way? You're the greatest white wizard in the world. Dumbledore certainly had a way, but he needed to capture Raven first. Raven was so fast that even Dumbledore had difficulty keeping up with him for a while. But Raven had to be stopped quickly. If this continues, Dumbledore is really afraid that Raven will completely ruin him. Fortunately, Dumbledore was also an apparition master. Finally, after a period of calm and quick observation, Dumbledore figured out Raven's attack route, and the instant Raven appeared, imprisoned him in midair. Calm down, child, I'm here, I'm always here. Don't panic. Raven's face was as white as his hair, and his dark circles looked like he hadn't slept for 7 days. His face was covered in blood, and even Dumbledore could feel Raven's rapidly failing organs. Raven, who had been forcibly stopped, quickly regained some of his senses. Please, Professor, next time you could let me know in advance if you have any plans. After saying that, Raven fainted. There's only one possibility that Dumbledore arrived so quickly, he was just nearby. Raven really wanted to curse at that moment. That old bee didn't say anything beforehand. You should have said you were there sooner. If you had told me, would I have risked my life to come here? I'm truly exasperated with you riddle makers. It's one thing to not speak clearly, but to not even explain your important plans clearly. Raven successfully got himself admitted to St. Mungo's Hospital. Neither Dumbledore nor Grindelwald expected Raven's rampage to go this far. They thought Raven's worst move was using the 3 unforgivable curses. Who would have thought that Raven, driven to desperation, would directly comprehend staffless spellcasting, and could even perform apparition without a staff, and even perform apparition repeatedly? Dumbledore was caught completely off guard. If he had known Raven would go berserk like this, he would have stopped the Death Eaters the moment they appeared. Don't ask, the only answer is regret. I absolutely cannot do this again. Thessalonians were furious, especially after learning that Dumbledore could have stopped it much sooner. She almost shot Dumbledore a few times. Zane was the same. His aura as a former mob godfather instantly rivaled that of Dumbledore. He stated that he would definitely get Raven expelled from school. Going to the wizarding world was to give Raven more options for the future, not to kill him. His attitude was firm. Dumbledore had no respect for him. The argument that Dumbledore didn't orchestrate the whole thing, that he was just a little late in taking action, might convince most rational people, but it wouldn't convince Zane. As a school principal, knowing in advance that my son would encounter danger and go on a rampage, your plan wasn't to prevent the danger or his rampage, but rather to let him face the danger and let him go on a rampage. Grindelwald suggested simply casting a forgetting spell, but Zane quickly demonstrated his wisdom. They had already told 5 people about this. These 5 people were masked and dressed in black robes. Even Zane and his men didn't know who these 5 people were or what they looked like. These 5 people would contact them every 2 hours, and if the contact was lost or they sensed that something was wrong with Zane, they would immediately spread the word. Soon the wizarding world will be exposed to the Muggles. The Imperious Curse could solve this problem, but Dumbledore clearly wouldn't let Grindelwald do it. Left with no other option, Dumbledore revealed his plan to Zane. His intention to make Raven his successor, and his failure to stop it beforehand, was all to gain Grindelwald's help and ensure Raven received Grindelwald's guidance. Zane didn't understand why Dumbledore wanted Grindelwald to teach Raven. Dumbledore explained that Raven needed not only knowledge of normal magic, but also a greater understanding of dark magic and curses. He could do without them, but he couldn't be ignorant of them. Grindelwald is currently the 2nd most professional person in this field. However, even after learning all this, Zane still did not approve of Dumbledore's actions. He doesn't care how successful his child will be in the future. He only cares about whether his child can grow up safely and happily. Ultimately, it wasn't Dumbledore or Grindelwald who convinced Zane to agree, but Fleur. Zane was young once too, and he knew how Cesarly had acted when he first fell for him. Furong's reaction was too obvious. Wouldn't it be bad to forcibly separate the two for safety reasons? Cesar and Zane had a serious talk with Fleur's parents, Apolline and Guillaume. In the end, they couldn't bring themselves to separate the two. However, Zane stated that the choice of whether to leave the wizarding world must remain in Raven's hands. He wanted Raven to be able to leave whenever he wanted, and no one could stop him. Furthermore, Zane also secured a seat on the Hogwarts board of directors. He wanted his family to be able to come and go to Hogwarts to visit Raven freely. This was clearly against the rules, but unfortunately Dumbledore couldn't refuse Zane's request. Thus, Hogwarts, a highly inclusive school, finally welcomed its first Muggle board member. The French and American Ministries of Magic initially wanted to hold Raven and Fleur accountable, given that they had infiltrated both ministries and attacked the Aurors. However, as soon as this decision was made, the wizards of the three countries were unhappy. Shopkeepers on Claudel Street in France protested the Ministry of Magic's decision, and their voices swayed other French wizards, who in turn rallied American wizards who were eager for a good show. News of this quickly reached Britain. British wizards are furious. Our genius was attacked by Death Eaters on your turf, and instead of apologizing, you actually want to hold him responsible. The Weasleys, one of the pure-blooded holy races, strongly supported Raven, as did the Diggory family. Then the matter escalated, and even the Merlin Order, which was reviewing the spells, came forward to explicitly support Raven. Under pressure, the French and American Ministries of Magic had no choice but to drop the matter and abandon their pursuit of Raven's responsibility. However, that wasn't enough. The wizards even demanded that the Ministry of Magic compensate Raven, because it was the ministry's incompetence that allowed the Death Eaters to run rampant. Raven's 4 spells have helped so many people, so naturally many people are willing to speak up for him now. Fudge couldn't stop smiling. So you all laughed at me before, now the boomerang has been thrown. Serves you right, watch me kick you while you're down. Rita Skeeter has been having an absolute blast lately. She could mock and maliciously speculate about the French and American Ministries of Magic according to her own habits, not only avoiding being held accountable by both Ministries of Magic, but also receiving double the money. The Daily Prophet sold like hotcakes, and Fudge also secretly gave her a considerable sum of money. In fact, her reputation among wizards has recently improved. This led Rita Skeeter to discover the secret to wealth. Things about Raven plus a biased perspective on Raven equals making a fortune. Rita tried again, and it was another win-win situation. She won twice. This opened Pandora's box for her. For the next week, she would mention Raven almost every now and then, and also take a jab at the Death Eaters and the American Ministry of Magic. Raven awoke 2 weeks later. It's not that he can't wake up, but that the healers at St. Mungo's won't let him wake up. The therapist said that if he were to use 10 more apparitions, even Merlin himself couldn't save Raven, even if it were St. Mungo's hospital a year ago, they wouldn't have been able to cure Raven because Raven had overdrawn his magical energy and was on the verge of death. You could say Raven saved himself. His near-death medication was truly effective. After taking it, it really brought him back to life. If this medicine fails to restore his health, or if the restoration is only moderately effective, he is very likely to die. However, although the near-death treatment saved Raven, the therapist still let him sleep for a few more days as a precaution. The healers expressed their heartache, saying that Raven was a treasure of the wizarding world. With him around, perhaps many of these potent potions could be restored. If the Death Eaters really do kill this child, it will be a loss for the entire wizarding world. They asked Dumbledore to protect him as if he were a priceless treasure. Open-mouthed little cowboys. I think I can eat it myself, Furong. You'd better behave. The newspapers are all saying I'm your girlfriend. A girlfriend taking care of her boyfriend only to be rejected. How heartbreaking is that? Raven could barely suppress his eye roll. Are you serious, or do you really want to be my girlfriend? So what do you mean? Raven stared wide-eyed at Fleur only to find that Fleur wasn't joking. Are you serious? We've only known each other for a month, and I was unconscious for half of that month. Of course I'm serious. You have excellent character, exceptional talent, and your looks are almost comparable to mine. The age difference between us isn't that great, and you're even more mature than most people your age. I always believe in striking first, lest someone else snatch you away later. Perhaps their feelings for each other haven't reached the point of mutual affection yet, but Furong has always believed in taking the initiative in relationships. If you find something that seems like a good opportunity, act quickly and secure it now to avoid any unforeseen complications. It's just that no one had ever appeared before who could meet her requirements. Raven's lips twitched slightly. I feel like I'm an object. You're not much better than an object now. Looking forward to your reply, little cowboy. I need to go home with the portkey now. Someone from the Ministry of Magic is coming this afternoon to check on things. They wanted to talk to you, but the healers at St. Mungo's are no pushovers. Hibiscus cut a pear into pieces and put them into Raven's mouth, then got up and left. Raven chewed on the pear in his mouth, his mind a jumbled mess. Furong is very direct, something Raven already knew. She's the type of person who always goes after what she wants and expresses her dislikes without hesitation. She's straightforward, which means she's absolutely serious, but he hadn't figured out what to do. Raven was unsure whether he liked Hibiscus. He genuinely found Hibiscus's personality interesting. She had a lovely voice, was very pretty, and occasionally showed a cute side, such as having a relatively large appetite. Hiss, could it be that I'm a little bit too? Raven felt a mess, so he threw himself back onto the bed. Shouldn't the man take the initiative in these kinds of situations? Before Raven could think any further, a knock on the door outside the ward pulled him back to reality. Please come in. The ward door opened. Good morning, Raven. Grandma and I heard you were awake, so we came to see you. A chubby boy and an old woman appeared at the door. Navy, thank you for coming. Please come in and have a seat. What? Neville and his grandmother Augusta Longbottom are mainly here today to visit Neville's parents. Alice Longbottom and Frank Longbottom were also at St. Mungo's Hospital. There's all the talk about you right now. They say you deserve a Merlin first-class medal, which I think is why the Order of Merlin hasn't come to award you the medal yet. By the way, Raven, what did you do to those Death Eaters in France? The French Ministry of Magic said they're still alive, but like they've lost their souls. Naveen, what did I tell you before? I'm sorry, Grandma. Neville's grandmother was a dignified old lady with a strong presence, and it was clear that she was very strict with Neville. No, it's all right, Grandma Augusta. Neville is my friend. Those Death Eaters have certainly lost their minds. The French Ministry of Magic does have some tricks up its sleeve. Neville's eyes widened. Did you really steal their souls? It's not exactly drawing them away, it's just pulling them into an illusionary space I created. This is a small branch of the Veil spell, please don't tell anyone, okay? I don't really want to reveal this spell. Neville swallowed hard and nodded vigorously, but why did you do that? Sometimes I think simply executing a dark wizard or putting them in jail isn't enough punishment for them. Do you understand what I mean, Neville? I don't mean to scare you, but those Dementors, I always feel they're too gentle. Raven picked up a piece of pear from the plate in front of him and cut it into chunks. His black pupils have now turned completely blood red, the only aftereffect of this rampage. Their actions deserve the most severe punishment. They should kneel at the victim's feet in repentance and beg for their lives. This time not only Neville was frightened, but Augusta was also startled. Child, what have you done? Raven gave a smile. For your sweet dreams tonight, I'm sorry, Grandma Augusta, I can't tell you anything more. Through Raven's crimson eyes, Augusta seemed to see something. She seemed to see a purgatory and people struggling within it. Hufflepuff simply doesn't want to do evil, not that she lacks the ability to do so. The illusionary soul curse based on Raven's dream creates a stable prison. Here, every soul is trapped in its own room and can only leave by harming itself or giving up its second most cherished possession. As for why I left the room, because Raven would put their most cherished possessions in danger and he would tell them about it. Those who have seen Saw One should already understand. Yes, it's the same formula as Saw One. However, what Raven was offering them was a false hope. All that awaited them were countless false hopes and boundless pain and torment. The Cruciatus Curse. How can physical pain compare to the torment inflicted on the mind? Even when fear completely takes over their minds and death becomes their only salvation, Raven still won't let them go. Because at this point they will begin to attempt suicide. At this point, Raven will make them realize that they have no way to escape, and that suicide will only start an even more brutal cycle. They would torture themselves repeatedly in Raven's hallucinations until they could no longer even go insane, at which point Raven would release them back. But by then, both their souls and bodies would be nothing more than pathetic walking corpses. People must always bear the consequences of their actions. The moment they attacked Raven's family, their fate was sealed. All right, let's not talk about that anymore, Neville. May I go with you to see your parents? Maybe I can be of some help. But they are nows. Yes, Navi, I know, I just wanted to see the war heroes and, in case I could help them. Augusta snapped out of her daze, looked at Raven as if she wanted to say something but hesitated, and finally could only purse her lips tightly. Take him to see them, Navi. I've always told you should be proud of them, okay? Neville nodded vigorously again. Okay, can you get out of bed, Raven? Dr. Hyler said I'd be fine as long as I didn't leave St. Mungo's Hospital. They looked very quiet. It's not always like that. My dad has banged his head against the wall before. Neville seemed used to it. His tone was very calm, but Raven could still hear the sadness hidden beneath it. The woman, who had been sitting quietly, smiled and waved to Neville when she saw him arrive. She slipped a colorful candy wrapper into Neville's hand, then returned to her seated position. My mom always liked to give me these candy wrappers. I don't know what it meant, but it was her only way of communicating with me. I have a little tin box specifically for storing these candy wrappers. Grandma Augusta wanted to have a private chat with her son and daughter-in-law, so Raven and Neville left the ward. Looking into the ward from outside is a very strange experience. Even though the two places are only separated by a door, the people on either side seem to be very far apart. Grandma always says I should be proud of them. But I always find it hard to be proud of them. I guess it's because I haven't inherited the Longbottom family's nobility. Neville looked at the small window in the door and said, I rarely even cry for them. Sometimes I resent them, sometimes I even wonder if their souls have gone to the other side of the curtain, but most of the time I just feel a tightness in my chest, like something is stuck in my throat. Please don't tell Grandma, okay? I don't want her to be disappointed in me. Neville felt he had gone too far, but Raven didn't think so. He gently patted Neville on the shoulder. Crying is the end of grief, Neville. You love your family more than you realize. Neville wasn't without pride for the Longbottoms, but more than fleeting honors and pride, he longed for his parents who could be there for him and watch him grow up. Let's not talk about that. I really want to know what my mom meant by giving me all these bubble gum wrappers. I've never understood it. Raven, you're much smarter than me. Can you figure it out? Raven took the bubble gum wrapper. What is the significance? From what we can see now, this is simply a mother's instinct. Even though she had gone mad and could no longer recognize her own son, her maternal instincts still compelled her to give her child the best of everything. The ever-sparkling bubble gum wrapper was, in Alice's opinion, the best thing under these circumstances. Raven opened his mouth as if to say something and comfort Neville, but a sudden flash of inspiration made him pause. Instinct. Bound by blood, even if their souls are damaged and they forget their children, the instincts hidden within their bloodline still continue to function. Bloodline, instinct, damaged soul. Oh my God, Naveen, I might really be a genius. Raven had another inspiration. Raven is busy again. Even when hospitalized, things don't calm down at all. He carried his notebook and ran around St. Mungo's hospital every day. Ask around, ask around. Fleur was there most of the time, and she would push Raven in his wheelchair, which made Raven feel like he was disabled. But Fleur seemed to enjoy it, so Raven didn't say much. Raven has already given Hibiscus his reply to that informal confession. He didn't have much experience with this kind of thing, but if Furong was willing to give it a try, then he was willing to try it with Furong. I need a spell that can see into souls. Raven frowned slightly as he looked at the laptop. Just ask Dumbledore. He's the greatest white wizard in the world. He should have a spell that can read souls right. Raven shook his head, rejecting Fleur's idea. Professor Dumbledore taught me all his knowledge about souls when he made the veil charm, but it's still not enough. It's almost there. Exactly where is it lacking? Oh, curses. Who is it? Raven and Fleur simultaneously drew their wands. Ever since their experience of being surrounded by Death Eaters, they had developed the habit of drawing their wands at the first sign of trouble. Turning around, they saw a smartly dressed old man standing behind them. The old man's features even bore a resemblance to Raven's. Who are you? Gellert Grindelwald. Raven's crimson eyes narrowed, and he was just about to unleash an exorcism weapon on him without a second thought when Grindelwald snapped his fingers and sent his wand flying. Elderberry the Strahl tail feathers 15 inches, a powerful wand. Disarm you. Grindelwald raised a finger and Hibiscus's spell was blocked. This is the oppressive aura of a legendary wizard. It seems that no spell poses a threat to him. Here you go, though it's powerful, it's surprisingly loyal. Unlike the Elder Wand, if the Elder Wand's wielder was struck by the exorcist's wrath, the Elder Wand has now changed hands. Raven's wand is more selective in its wielder, but it is also more loyal. Raven took the wand with some confusion. What brings you here? I promised some old man I'd teach you something. You mentioned wanting to create a spell that can see into souls, but you're lacking knowledge, specifically knowledge related to curses. The old guy Grindelwald was referring to was Dumbledore. Dumbledore wanted him to learn dark magic and curses. Didn't they say before that they were grooming him as their successor? So this so-called training just involved bringing Grindelwald to teach him dark magic and curses. Grindelwald narrowed his eyes slightly, and seeing the somewhat nervous Raven, he was immediately seized by a mischievous impulse. So, you're Dumbledore's favorite student right now. Raven gasped in shock and grabbed Fleur, preparing to teleport away. History repeats itself so often. The last Hufflepuff senior was said that. And now he's being said it again. Are Grindelwald and Hufflepuff inherently at odds? Has Dumbledore really gone senile? How could he send such a dangerous guy like that to him? Seeing Raven's tense expression, Grindelwald smiled. All right, relax, kid. If I wanted to do something to you and your girlfriend, you wouldn't even have time to react. Now sit here and I'll tell you about your problem. Hopefully, your talent for curses is as good as your talent for other things. Raven and Fleur exchanged a glance, both seeing confusion and surprise in each other's eyes. The first Dark Lord was actually so easy to talk to. Isn't that wrong? However, what he said makes sense. If he wanted to make a move, Raven and Fleur wouldn't have even had a chance to draw their wands. Putting everything else aside, Grindelwald certainly knew a great deal about curses and dark magic. The knowledge Raven lacked before was indeed related to curses. Over the next few days, Raven intensively studied curses and dark magic under Grindelwald's tutelage. However, the amount of knowledge was so vast that Raven couldn't possibly learn it all in just a few days. This means that after being discharged from the hospital, Raven will not only have to learn alchemy every day, but also curses and black magic. Furthermore, the International Junior Wizarding Championships have started, and Raven and Fleur are planning to go check it out. Before I knew it, my schedule was full. St. Mungo is in England, you need a key to get back. Although it was quite fast, using the door key was really uncomfortable. Upon returning to the Drunken Rat Bar in France, old Anton immediately waived Raven's room fee. This pleased Raven greatly. Back in his room, Raven first wrote back to his family to let them know that he had returned to France and was doing well. He then wrote back to Harry, Lane, and Cedric. Because St. Mungo's wouldn't allow them to send letters to the hospital, they sent all their letters to the Drunken Rat Bar. Harry shouldn't have been able to send or receive letters at all this summer. After all, even if Raven could intimidate the Dursleys, Dobby the house, Elf certainly wouldn't have allowed Harry to successfully send or receive letters. But for some reason, Harry's letter somehow managed to reach Raven. In his letter, he expressed how sad he was that neither Ron nor Hermione had written to him, and how he felt he would go crazy if Raven didn't reply either. In the letter, he also stated that Raven's incident was almost common knowledge in the Muggle community. Television reports said that he bravely and alone defeated a group of gangsters in the United States. Uncle Fungnan said that the Grindelwald family members were all born bad seeds, and this incident must be another gang conflict. Raven replied that Ron and Hermione also said they couldn't reach him, so there must be some other reason why their communication had been interrupted. As for the attack on him, Raven said that he was attacked not only in the United States, but also in France, and that the attackers were Death Eaters. Harry would easily find out about these things when he saw the newspapers after school started, so there was no need to hide it. He also sent letters to Hermione and Ron, assuring them that he and Harry were both well. Cedric also wrote a long letter, in which he inquired about Raven's health and expressed a repressed yet still very strong interest in Raven's love life. Raven was speechless at the handsome man's gossipy nature and confirmed the newspaper's speculation. After replying to dozens of emails, Raven's hands were aching. Fortunately, the delivery of international letters was arranged by the Ministry of Magic. Otherwise, Starlight would have been flying around in all directions and died suddenly. Have you replied to the email yet? Raven smiled, packed up the dozens of letters, and handed them to a Ministry of Magic staff member standing nearby. He needed to recover from his injuries before, but now that he's been discharged from the hospital, he should go to the Ministry of Magic to give a statement. I hope the Ministry of Magic will provide food this time. This time, the French Ministry of Magic learned its lesson. They quickly recorded Raven's statement and released him. They dare not cause any more trouble. To prevent Raven from causing trouble, they even applied for an apparition license for him in advance. With that matter resolved, Raven and Fleur met up downstairs at the Drunken Rat Bar and then went together to the International Junior Wizarding Tournament. The competition was held inside a domed building in Paris. The building is not far from the Drunken Rat Bar. It seems to be a stadium in the Muggle world. After entering, you have to go through the staff entrance and keep going until you reach the door at the very end of the staff entrance. Once you push open the door, you'll see the competition venue. There are 2 people checking tickets here. They will prevent Muggles from accidentally entering or people without tickets from sneaking in. Mrs. Maxim wants me to participate in a dueling tournament in 7th grade, but I think that's unnecessary. Yeah, it would be really hurtful if we didn't get first place. Hibiscus raised her slender hand and pinched Raven's face hard. I mean, I'm sure I can get first place, so there's no need for the competition. Blind confidence is nothing but arrogance. My confidence is based on pure ability. If I participated too, you'd be in big trouble. When I was in 7th grade, you were only in 4th. You can't bridge the gap in magic power. I can easily beat any adult Death Eaters now. That's the result of your outburst, and I guarantee that if you dare to misbehave again, Aunt Cesar will give you a good spanking. Raven and Fleur found seats and sat down. Their seats were coincidentally next to each other. The venue was bustling with activity. Some people were selling snacks in the aisles, while others were taking photos with their cameras. Raven also took out his notebook to jot down the lessons he learned from the game. This action seemed completely unnecessary to Furong. You don't think you can learn anything from their fight, do you? Raven seemed very serious. Professor Flitwick said I could learn something from the game. He wouldn't make such a claim without reason. Flitwick, I had no idea your practical combat talent was so amazing. Sure enough, Raven put down his notebook shortly after the duel began. Why did the little cowboy stop taking notes? Taking notes? What kind of notes? The spells he used were ones he already knew, and the duel was even turn-based. The only thing he could learn from them was their dueling etiquette, but Raven could learn all of that with just one glance. It's definitely because this is a competition for the younger age groups. It's different for the older age groups. Raven is right. The older age group is indeed slightly better than the younger age group. Their turn-based system is faster. After watching the dueling matches with Fleur for 3 consecutive days, Raven made up his mind to quickly develop the new wizarding game. Holy crap, these wizards are actually getting all excited about this stuff. You say these kids don't know advanced magic like apparition, but they should at least know how to move around right. The result was that the movement was either posing or rolling around on the ground. The International Adult Wizard Duel Tournament is much more exciting. The Junior Wizard Duel Tournament is just like that. Seeing Raven's constipated expression, Furong suddenly felt like laughing. That would be for the best. Otherwise, I really have to worry about whether the wizarding world has a future. The little wizards' battle really did seem like child's play, so Raven and Fleur decided not to watch any further. In Raven's words, it would be better to spend the time catching up with Grindelwald. At least he'd learned enough to create useful spells to help Neville's family and others like him. The knowledge of curses and black magic is vast, and the possibilities are far greater than those of ordinary spells. It's unrealistic to expect to learn everything in a short period of time. Raven should focus on learning the key and fundamental parts for now, and then he can learn the rest after school starts. That's what Grindelwald said. Raven also felt that this was the most appropriate way to do it. However, the basics that Raven learned during this period are not entirely considered basics, in the context of dark magic and curses. Grindelwald experienced firsthand just how fast delayed learning could go without ever truly grasping the concept. If he continues learning like this, Raven will probably have mastered 6 or 7/10 of his knowledge before the start of the semester. Since what he was teaching Raven was sufficient for him, Grindelwald decided to temporarily suspend his instruction. Even though he was mentally prepared, Grindelwald had to admit that he was quite shocked. In front of this child, it seems that there is no such thing as genius or not, because none of them are as talented as him. That's outrageous. If Raven knew about this, he would definitely say, "You haven't seen anything even more outrageous yet. Have you ever seen someone's words become law or their wishes come true? Genius. What talent can compare to his sister Jez? It was their peak right from the start, okay, that's about it." Raven was looking at his laptop in the room. He should have made all the preparations. Are you leaving after you've finished the incantation? Raven's vacation is almost 50 days over, and he still has to work as a shop assistant for Madame Malkin in Diagon Alley for the last month. After casting the Soul Eye Charm, he'll definitely have to make a few more trips to St. Mungo's hospital, so he's about to leave France. But don't you have the 2-way mirrors I made? 3 sets in total, and didn't we also secretly make a pair of door keys? Furong gently stroked the small earring hanging from her earlobe. It was a silver swan earring. Don't let its small size fool you. This thing was created by Raven using all the alchemical knowledge he had acquired. The materials used include mithril, a small amount of gold, mercury, and even the blood of some magical creatures. It includes functions such as automatic alertness, automatic danger detection, and automatic damage mitigation. Most importantly, it's also a portable fixed-anchor door key. It's a pair with the silver swan bracelet on Raven's wrist. Whenever Fleur wants, she can simply inject magic into the earring to activate the portkey function and instantly appear beside Raven. If you wish to leave later, you can inject magic to return to the spot you just left. Don't be arrogant, I'm just a little curious. Okay, anyway, if you miss me, just use the 2-way mirror, okay? It'll be convenient for me to come find you or for you to come find me. Raven gently squeezed Hibiscus's hand, then open the notebook and draw the characters from it. Magic involving the soul is never easy to construct, let alone this one which involves a curse. In Raven's hands, the wand acts like a conductor's baton, linking one character and idea after another. He was looking at the spell, and she was looking at him. Furong admitted that she was initially attracted by Raven's exaggerated talent and the comfortable aura he exuded. But after spending so many days together, she found that her attention had completely drifted away from Raven's talent. Raven has so many shining qualities, his talent is just the most dazzling one. Furong knew that she often appeared arrogant and even somewhat harsh, a result of her past experiences, and her mother had repeatedly reminded her to change. Raven is the only person so far who knows her well, yet has never told her anything about changing her. Raven doesn't need her to change. His personality allows him to be tolerant of most people around him, and none of this is something he does intentionally. Personality, talent, speech, and manners. Almost everything about him became a shining point. Raven was unaware that Hibiscus was about to have his eyes completely filled with him. His attention was highly focused, and he quickly completed the first version of the Soul Eye spell. With a wave of the wand, a long and profound spell slowly coalesced in the air. Phew, I hope this achieves my goal and doesn't cripple me. Raven pointed his wand at his eyes and recited the complex spell floating in the air with perfect accuracy. A pale blue, liquid-like substance burst from the tip of the wand, then slowly wrapped around and covered Raven's eyes. The liquid flowed over Raven's eyes like an eye mask. A very interesting look, little cowboy, what do you think?
What can you see?
Raven looked at Hibiscus, then smiled. I can see the most beautiful swans in the world. Perhaps Hibiscus's animagus form is a swan. From now on, I can call you the Swan Queen.
Then I'll call you Cowboy Prince. How can a cowboy have a prince? Americans are going to be furious.
Raven spent a few more days with Fleur in France before leaving to return to England. God knows how happy the French Ministry of Magic was when they sent Raven away. This plague god has been in France for less than 2 months, yet he's already made headlines twice. The first time was fighting a dark wizard in the street, and the second time was forcibly infiltrating the Ministry of Magic. They later analyzed repeatedly why Raven was able to successfully infiltrate the Ministry of Magic in such a short time. But after a long time of analysis, they still had no clue. God knows why he could apparate on the Ministry of Magic's turf. The anti-apparate charm was practically useless against him. They were too embarrassed to ask Raven how he did it. In any case, they were extremely happy to be able to get rid of Raven. Raven was the first member of his family to return to England. After settling in, he first tidied up the house and then visited the Dursleys. The moment Fu Nang saw Raven, his large face turned almost green. Oh dear, Mr. Vernon, you look terrible, I hope you're all right. Seeing Raven's smiling face, Vernon almost instinctively stepped in front of Penny and Dolly. We didn't mistreat that little monster, the little wizard. Raven lowered his gaze slightly. Well, Vernon wasn't entirely without his merits. At least for Dolly, he was a good father. For Penny, he was a good husband. Don't be so nervous, Mr. Dursley. Didn't you hear? Our family is going to do serious business again. Of course, we haven't been anything shady before. Our family would never associate with people like you. Who do that kind of business. We're all good people. Yes, you are all good people. Well, we can't expect everyone in the world to be fearless of us, can we? I'm looking for Harry, where is he? Oh, by the way, thank you for taking care of my friend all this time. This is a gift for you. Don't worry, there's nothing fishy about it. It's a little souvenir I bought on the Champs-Élysées in Paris, and it even comes with the receipt. For Merlin's sake, I really don't know what's going on with this vacation. I've almost completely lost contact with the wizarding world, and you're the only one still in touch with me. It's so strange. My uncle and aunt rarely let me let Hedwig go out, so I could only secretly send her to deliver messages to you. I think I know what happened to you. Raven entered Harry's small room. He moved in last summer. This used to be Dolly's toy house. Really? Please tell me, Raven, I'm going crazy. By the way, why did you waste money sending gifts to your aunt and uncle? I bet they'll cremate them right away. Raven smiled. No, they won't. The invoices are all inside. If you want to check, you can just make a phone call. As for the reason, you have to use both the stick and the sweetener, don't you? Raven glanced around Harry's room, then fixed his gaze on Harry's wardrobe. Not bad, Harry, you even have a small wardrobe. I thought they'd be lucky to get a small mattress. Harry shrugged. I lied to them and said that if they didn't buy me a small bed and a wardrobe, I would conjure one up with magic. They were terrified, and that's why they bought me these second-hand pieces of furniture. But even though they're second-hand, they're not bad, are they? Raven nodded, ignoring the cracks and paint chips on the wardrobe. It was indeed a pretty good wardrobe. He flung open the wardrobe door and a small object fell out of Harry's wardrobe. Harry was startled, because that creature had a pair of large green eyes and a pair of enormous bat ears. It looked small, like a dwarf. House elves are only kept by very noble families in the magical world. They help their masters with household chores. Raven sat down in the only chair in Harry's room. Hello. To everyone's surprise, the house elf got excited when Harry greeted him. Greetings, Harry Potter actually greeted Dobby. Oh. He was so excited he almost cried. He did indeed cry. In her crying spree, she even blew her nose with her tattered clothes. Harry and Raven immediately wore complicated expressions. Oh my God, why are you wearing this? This is disgusting. This is a symbol of a house elf slave. Dobby is only free when his master gives him clothes. Dobby, your name is Dobby, right? Nice to meet you. Harry reached out his hand to Dobby. A handshake. The great Harry Potter actually wants to shake hands with Dobby. Hello? Harry was completely at a loss. Why is this house elf so sensitive? He looked at Raven, who shrugged. Some house elves are excessively abused and you're getting ahead of yourself. I suggest you ask him why he can only communicate with me for the entire summer. Harry's eyes widened in anger. You mean Dobby intercepted my letter, and he's the one who prevented it from being delivered? But why would you do that? I don't remember ever bothering a house elf. Hearing this, Dobby lowered his head somewhat guiltily and took out a stack of neatly arranged letters from his pocket. Harry immediately recognized that the letter at the top was Ron's. Harry Potter has to stay here this year. He can't go back to Hogwarts. Hogwarts will be very dangerous this year. Dobby thinks that Harry Potter will be disappointed in Hogwarts if he doesn't receive letters from his friends. Harry was almost laughing in exasperation. Hogwarts is in danger. Why don't you just tell me what the danger is or tell Dumbledore directly? He can definitely stop it. Because this involves Dobby's owner and house elves cannot betray their owners, stopping you is the most he can do. Raven propped his head up and looked at Dobby. I'm curious, why didn't you stop my mail? Dobby sobbed weakly and cautiously, glancing at Raven a few times. Because the great Harry Potter's friend is also a great person, he might be able to protect Harry Potter. Raven raised an eyebrow. Isn't that a contradiction? Intercepting only Ron's and their letters while allowing Harry and me to communicate makes no sense, does it? Yes, but a month ago Harry Potter's other friends stopped writing to him, and Dobby was planning to return the letters to Harry Potter today. A month ago? That's because I told them they didn't need to keep writing to Harry. I'd just convey what they wanted to tell him directly. The whole thing turned out to be a blunder. Dobby initially wanted to prevent Harry from going to school, so he kept intercepting Harry's letters. However, after reading in the newspaper that Raven had defeated the Death Eaters, he felt that with Raven around, the dangers might not be worth mentioning, so he stopped intercepting the letters. This is why Harry's letter was able to reach Raven. Coincidentally, Raven replied to Ron and the others, telling them they didn't need to send Harry any more letters. They could just send him whatever they wanted to ask or say. He could receive Harry's letters and also send them to Harry. And so, even after Dobby stopped the mail, Harry still didn't receive any mail from anyone else. After figuring out what had happened, Harry was both annoyed and amused. All right, give me back the letter. Please don't help me like this again. By the way, is Hogwarts in danger? Raven, can you guess what? Raven rolled his eyes. I'm not a god and I probably don't have any prophetic blood, so how would I know what dangers might arise? Anyway, playing it safe is always the right thing to do. By the way, Dobby, thank you for telling us this. I'm always ready to serve you and Mr. Harry Potter, sir, always. Raven actually quite likes Dobby. Yes, I'll pass on this to you too, Dobby. Remember to come to us for help whenever you need it. We'll help in any way we can. Harry Potter's great friend actually said. Hello? All right, if you keep crying, you might cause Harry some trouble. Harry, pack your things and come stay at my house for a few days. Ron invited you to visit them in 4 days. Stay at my house for those 4 days, and they'll come to pick you up afterwards. Really? That's great, thank you, Raven. I don't want to stay here another day. Harry was so happy he almost jumped up. Harry left the Dursleys, and heaven knows how happy Vernon and the others were. Anyway, when Harry left the Vernons with his luggage, the Vernons cheered. However, this little incident did not affect Harry's mood, and he was happy to leave the Dursleys. I bet they've been fed up with me for ages. In fact, right at the beginning of summer vacation, before your dad even visited your aunt and uncle, they were even thinking of locking up Hedwig and my wand. I don't know how they could be so heartless to this little bird who longs for freedom. Harry skipped and hopped around happily, looking just like a little deer. Speaking of Hedwig, I also bought an owl named Harry, and I named her Starlight. Raven unlocked the door and pushed it open. A clean and tidy house came into view. Make yourself at home, Harry. My family isn't getting back from America until tomorrow. With a wave of his right hand, Raven opened the cage holding Hedwig. Hedwig jumped out of the cage, shook her wings a few times, and then flew to the owl perch next to her. Zinkai was also standing there. She glanced at Hedwig with her haughty eyes, making the little guy shrink back. Zinkai, please don't bully her, okay? Zinkai proudly raised her head. Raven smiled and shook his head, while Harry's eyes widened in disbelief. Oh my God, Raven, didn't the Ministry of Magic say we're not allowed to use magic outside of school? Actually, Raven took off his coat and hung it by the door. The Ministry of Magic detects whether we're casting spells off-campus using swirls. But I learned from Nicholas Flamel this summer that the Ministry's swirls are only activated when we cast spells in front of muggles. So Harry, use them whenever you want when there aren't any muggles around. With that, he flicked his finger and the magnificent white wand appeared in Raven's hand. What would you like to eat? I haven't eaten anything since I got back. Oh, I see, I thought. Oh, you're going to use magic to conjure food. But Professor McGonagall said you can't use transfiguration to create food, right? Raven raised an eyebrow at Harry. When did I say I was going to use transfiguration to turn food into something? There are many other cooking spells that can be used to cook food. Magic is still very convenient in everyday life, Harry. Let me think. I haven't had hot pot in a long time. How about trying some? I can teach you how to use chopsticks, but we might need to go to the supermarket to buy some groceries. Harry didn't know what hot pot was. The poor kid, the food he ate at Hogwarts was the best he'd ever had. Harry always has the courage to try new things. Seeing Harry nod, Raven grabbed Harry's wrist, flicked his wand, and with a bang, an explosion rang out. The next moment, the two of them appeared behind the nearest supermarket. When Harry first teleported, he immediately felt a churning in his stomach. It feels strange, doesn't it? I wasn't used to it at first either, but after using apparition hundreds of times in a short period, I got used to it. Later, Fleur and I often went to Claudel Street this way. It's convenient and fast. Hundreds of times. Does he have to go through this feeling hundreds of times before he gets used to it? Harry was worried about whether he could handle the spell, but he soon felt relieved. After buying the vegetables and meat, Raven still apparated him back home, and this time he would have to adjust much more. Is this hot pot, Raven? Yes, get used to the way you hold chopsticks. Oh, what you're holding is cutlery, not a dagger. You can't grip it like that. Although it was just Harry and Raven at dinner time, they still enjoyed their meal very much. Harry learned to hold chopsticks, and although his movements were still stiff like a corpse, he was still very proud of himself. He loves hot pot and said this was the first time in his life he had ever eaten something so delicious. At the dinner table, Harry kept telling Raven about his experiences during the summer. He's had such a frustrating 2 months. Before receiving Raven's reply, he had even started to resent Ron and the others because he always felt that he had been abandoned by his friends. Uncle Vernon and his family always teased him about this, saying he didn't have any friends at school. Although he would pretend to chant spells to scare them, he actually had no confidence at all. Harry longed to leave Uncle Vernon's house and live anywhere, but his parents and Professor Dumbledore told him he couldn't. He couldn't be away from the Dursleys for too long, or it would be very dangerous for him. Raven said that since they said it, they must have their reasons. Anyway, their two houses weren't far apart, and if they really couldn't stand it, they could come to their house as guests. I'd like to, but you said you'd be in France for the first 2 months of this summer. Raven shrugged. I am indeed in France. Don't you subscribe to the Daily Prophet? Yes, although I've only subscribed intermittently, I've seen all your messages. Speaking of which, Raven, are you really dating that pretty girl? Raven nodded. Yes, her name is Furong. She's 2.5 years older than me, and she's very cute, isn't she? Cute. Harry thought about her relentless sarcasm in the interview, and his lips twitched involuntarily. I feel like her personality is a beautified version of Snape. Sorry, Raven. A beautified version of Snape. Raven thought about it carefully. It's different, Harry. If Fleur were a teacher, she would only be a strict teacher, not a bullying scumbag. Actually, I feel that if Snape could have been more restrained, he would probably have just been a strict teacher. Okay, so that's how the movie version of Stalin came about. His personality has become much more restrained and improved. He has become a strict teacher who, although he usually spews venom, will still instinctively protect his students when facing werewolves. Okay, anyway, at least I can accept her current personality. And when my family was in danger, she followed me without hesitation and fought alongside me. I saw it. An auror from the Ministry of Magic said she was very good at using hypnotic spells. With a little more practice, her hypnotic spells will soon be able to hypnotize dragons. Harry poked at the meat in the bowls. I really wish I could go on adventures with you instead of always being trapped in this home, where neither of us likes the other. Raven thought for a moment. Perhaps I can look into why Dumbledore and the others insist you stay at the Dursleys every holiday and how much time you absolutely have to stay. I'll see if I can help you shorten that time. Or, finding a precise standard duration would be quite helpful, wouldn't it? No need, it's really not a big deal. Raven waved his hand. If all goes well, I should be able to finish the first version of this spell before the start of the semester. Your matter won't be resolved until after the semester begins, so it's nothing to worry about. My poor son, let your mother see how you're recovering. This must be Harry, make yourself at home. Cesar, Zane, and Saya returned home the following morning. They first carefully examined Raven's physical condition, and only after confirming that he had indeed recovered very well did they feel completely relieved. But when Raven suggested that he and Harry were going to St. Mungo's again, their hearts tightened. Why do we have to go to the hospital again? Is there something you haven't recovered from? It's not my mom, it's that I want to help a friend. Zane frowned slightly and pulled Raven aside. Do you approve of him? We haven't reached the point of recognition yet, but he's very kind and talented in certain areas. Zane nodded slightly. Their family no longer makes friends with ulterior motives, but they still look at the quality of the friends they make. What are you going to do to help him? I can't say much about this right now, but it's a big deal for him, though it's nothing to me and I don't need to contribute anything. Yes, I trust your judgment, child. According to you, he'll soon gain your approval, right? Yes, but I need to take a closer look. It's always good to be cautious. Raven asked Neville beforehand if he would like Harry to meet his parents, and Neville had no objection. Although he often found it difficult to feel proud of what his parents had done, he never felt that his parents were shameful. Arrived at St. Mungo's Hospital, Neville and his grandmother were already waiting here. You must be that young Potter, Neville always talks about you to me. Augusta spoke a few words to Harry, then turned her attention back to Raven. Are you sure Raven is okay? What if this requires you to pay any price? Don't worry, Grandma Augusta, it's just a soul eye curse, there won't be any problems. At most, it'll just consume a little more magic power. The first version of the soul eye spell looked like this. Later simplifications might reduce its consumption. Hibiscus took Raven's soul eye spell improvement quest. She wanted to try it too. Raven didn't care as long as he had a working first version. Standing in front of the ward, Neville's parents inside remained quiet, though their hair was disheveled and they looked somewhat messy. They almost hurt themselves again just now, but thankfully the therapist stopped them in time. Navi said. Raven nodded slightly. In fact, he could observe no matter what the situation was, but it was always better to keep things quiet. He pulled out his wand and pointed it at his eyes. Blue-white liquid, accompanied by complex incantations, slowly emanated from the tip of the wand and then covered Raven's eyes. Let me see. Raven looked towards Neville's parents inside the room. It was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Their souls were far too damaged. Raven couldn't help but twitch his lips. My God, these damn Death Eaters. Neville's father's soul was almost completely shattered. Only one eye and half an ear remained on his head, and only his heart remained on his body. It would be a miracle if a soul like that didn't go insane. He's practically on the verge of his soul being scattered. Neville's mother was in slightly better condition, but not by much. A fragment remains on her forehead, and half an eye and a mouth are still intact on her face. But overall, they were not in good condition. I need to go in and take a look. Raven pushed open the door and entered the room. Standing beside Neville's mother, he carefully examined the fragments of her soul, hoping to find what he was looking for among these ruins. 30 minutes later, Raven finally dispelled the soul eye curse and breathed a sigh of relief. Call. How's Raven? Raven gave Neville a bright smile. Things haven't gotten much worse, Neville, there's still hope. Neville's first reaction upon hearing this was to freeze, and then he felt a tightness in his chest. He couldn't say a word, but Augusta stood up first. Are you telling the truth, child? Is there any hope for Alice and the others? Raven nodded. Yes, I wasn't wrong. Mrs. Longbottom still retains a trace of complex instincts, which means that the most precious part of her soul hasn't been completely lost. That's indeed the case, so the next step is the matter of the spell. In comparison, Mr. Longbottom's condition is much worse, but I think treatment can still be attempted. Even Augusta, who had seen many storms, couldn't help but tremble with emotion. This usually serious old man was now somewhat out of sorts. The spell to heal them ... Can you really make it, child? Raven nodded. Actually, I've already finished developing the first section, and I should be able to finish the second section before the start of the semester. The soul is somewhat like a jigsaw puzzle, and the Longbottom's souls are now like puzzle pieces that have lost most of their fragments. Normally, the soul can repair itself, but in the case of the Longbottoms, key areas of their souls were missing or damaged. This prevents their souls from repairing themselves, requiring external assistance. Raven's plan was to first cultivate several soul fragments using Neville's soul and dreams. This would be somewhat painful for Neville, but it wouldn't cause him any harm. The soul fragments produced by Navi are like clay. They can be placed anywhere on a soul, but they have no image on them and will not provide any real help. Now comes the crucial step. Raven will use Neville to stimulate Alice's mother, Alice. Under this stimulation, the last remaining instincts in Alice's soul will erupt, seeping into the clay and ultimately reshaping it into her former form. In Raven's vision, doing so would repair key areas of Alice's soul, allowing her to remember her family while also restoring her soul's self-repairing abilities. As for Neville's father, Frank, his soul was severely damaged, but Raven believed it was not incurable. He just needs more soul clay. Moreover, in the final step, he would need his son Neville, his wife Alice, his mother Augusta, and all his family members to stimulate him so that his instincts could be awakened. This treatment will be divided into two parts. The first part requires producing soul clay through Neville's dreams and soul. This may be somewhat painful for Neville, as he will have nightmares every night during which his soul will feel as if it is being struck.
I have no problem with ravens. Neville answered almost instantly.
Augusta paused for a moment, then a relieved smile appeared on her face. Very well, then I'll cast a spell on you in a bit. There's still about a month left in summer vacation, that should be enough time.
I never knew Neville's parents were like this. Damn Voldemort.
Harry followed Raven home, cursing Voldemort the whole way. That damn lunatic. God knows how many more people like Neville's parents exist, tortured to death or driven insane by the Death Eaters. Back at Raven's house, Raven discovered that there were guests at his house. Zane is receiving the other party. Raven nodded politely to the man and then led Harry upstairs. Raven, who is that?
Your father's friend. He probably doesn't, but based on what he said next, he could be.
Raven cast a spell on the floor of the room. Suddenly, the sounds from downstairs became crystal clear in the room.
If you're interested, you can listen to it. It will help you understand the work our family used to do.
Please, Mr. Grindelwald, the law can't help us. You're the only one who can help us now. Zane lowered his eyes and gently stroked Zinkai, who was standing in his arms. He lowered his eyes so the man opposite him couldn't see his gaze at all. What do you want me to do, Ultron?
The man opposite me sobbed a few times.
Those damn bastards, those despicable beasts. They bullied my daughter, whistled at her, and even stalked her after school. My son, my poor son, just wanted to stand up for his sister, and he got beaten so badly he ended up in the hospital, lost several teeth, and they even smashed our shop to pieces.
Zane didn't speak, he just stared at the person in front of him with his dark eyes.
I want them to receive the punishment they deserve. I don't want them to just go to that damned juvenile detention center, spend a few months there, and then come out to continue causing trouble for my family. Raven, who was upstairs, listened to the sound, and his eyes gradually darkened. Oh, Ultron, what did I do wrong to make you disrespect me like this? Zane was very unhappy and his tone was extremely cold. When your dessert shop opened, I brought my whole family and gifts to congratulate you. We always patronized your business whenever we needed anything. I thought we were friends. Ultron quickly said, we're friends. Is that so, Ultron? Is that what you think? You've never asked me for a drink or a chat. Your wife was even a schoolmate of Cesar, yet she always avoids my wife. Zane placed Zinkai back on the owl perch beside him, and Zinkai's haughty eyes now stared coldly at Ultron. Let's be frank, Ultron. You've never considered us friends. I understand, you're always careful not to get involved with troublesome people like us. But why are you coming to me now? What do you take us for?
Thugs. What do you want?
Raven on the second floor frowned deeply. If it were him, he would already be kicking people out right now, but Zane just shook his head in disappointment. Oh, Ultron, what did I do wrong to make you disrespect me like this? If you had visited me today as a friend, I guarantee those scoundrels and their families would have their limbs broken the next day, kneeling miserably at your feet begging for forgiveness. But instead, you've brought your money and repeatedly humiliated me. For God's sake, I don't need your money. The atmosphere was silent. Zane poured himself a glass of wine, then calmly stared at the man in front of him with his dark eyes. The Grindelwald family will always be the best friends of the Ultron family. Finally, he gave the correct answer. Zane finally smiled, extending his hand to allow Ultron to kiss the back of his hand as a sign of respect. Go back and rest, my friend. I assure you, by this time tomorrow you'll be thinking about whether or not to forgive them. Harry stared at Raven in astonishment, barely able to speak.
Raven, is your family involved in a gang? Well, we prefer to call it a family business, helping people solve problems, making friends. Actually, we haven't been doing those things lately, but the people around here still keep up the old habits. Ultron left and Raven slowly descended the stairs. Did you hear that? If it were me, I would definitely kick him out. Zane smiled. He raised his hand and gently ruffled Raven's soft white hair. So you still have a lot to learn, little cowboy. The first lesson of becoming a man is to control your emotions and always let your reason prevail. Don't let his rudeness cloud your judgment. If you can't do that, you're still just a boy. But I don't think someone who sells desserts can help us in any way. Raven felt there was absolutely no need to tolerate a pastry chef's rudeness. Well, this involves two other points. First, people have unlimited potential. Can you guarantee that 3 years from now he'll still be a dessert seller instead of a strong candidate running for US president? Second, you can't always just see himself. He also has an older brother who works for the US government. Okay, I see. Zane sent a fax to some of his family's forces still in England, asking them to take action that night. Harry was deeply shocked. In his mind, gangs should be bad and they should be people who fight each other with guns, but Raven's work shocked him. Raven, are you really just collecting protection money and then solving their problems? Harry was conflicted. He and Raven were good friends, but he really didn't want his best friend to be a big bad guy. Yes, after all, you know this era isn't exactly safe. People need people who can solve their problems and provide them with shelter. After Raven explained it that way, Harry found it much easier to accept. After all, this era is indeed unsafe. There are still many gangs and mafia in the Muggle world. If no one keeps them in check or deters them, they will definitely jump out and harm ordinary people. Your house is so cool. It's like a night in the dark. It's not that noble. After all, we also collect protection money. My dad always says we're just not completely shameless. But that's cool too. Raven didn't think there was anything cool about it. It was just a product of its time. Not long after, in 5 years, their approach will no longer work. That's why their family is now undergoing a transformation. Harry didn't quite understand why Raven said that their family wouldn't be able to do this kind of work soon, but since Raven said it, there must be a reason. On the third day of Harry's stay at Raven's house, they went to Diagon Alley together to pick up Orange the cat. After a long separation, Zia and Juicy were inseparable, practically glued together. Raven told Mrs. Malkin that he would be back at work in 2 or 3 days, and Mrs. Malkin was extremely excited. She thought Raven had forgotten or didn't care about his previous promise. After all, Raven was now the most popular young wizard. But Raven said she was overthinking it. The Grindelwald family is a family of men. They never break their promises without a reason. On the 4th day, Ron's family drove to Raven's house with gifts to pick up Harry. Ron and Harry were very excited. They hadn't seen each other all summer. The Weasley twins greeted Raven with a standard aristocratic bow upon seeing him. Ron's father, Arthur, clearly preferred talking to Zane. For Merlin's sake, kid, we saw what you did during the summer vacation. It was incredibly dangerous. Those Death Eaters, they should all be locked up in Azkaban. Ron's mother, Molly, first expressed her sympathy for Harry and welcomed him to the burrow, then chatted with Raven and Thessalonians. Don't worry, Mrs. Weasley, I've escaped safely, haven't I? Oh, you didn't escape safely. George suddenly appeared to Raven's left. You utterly thrashed them all. Fred suddenly appeared to Raven's right. Zia was amused by the twins' amusing way of speaking and kept giggling. We bet you'll gain a huge following of new female fans after school starts, George said. However, we all agree that you don't need it. Fred said, after all, His Highness has found his princess in France. They spoke together. If you keep doing this, I won't give you my alchemy notes. That won't do. Your Highness, you are our little fairy who makes dreams come true. With that, they chattered and dragged Raven away. Zia found it interesting, so she grabbed the oranges and chased after them. Cesar looked at the twins and immediately found it very amusing. Molly gave an awkward laugh. I'm sorry, Mrs. Grindelwald, they always do that. No, Mrs. Weasley, actually, I like them very much. They are all very interesting children and you have raised them very well. I can see that they have grown up in a loving environment. Molly was very pleased with these words and was genuinely happy. This is the best we can give them. Actually, this is the best thing any parent can give their child. Come on, show me what you've got. Reese said your canned beef sandwich is the best he's ever had and I have to learn how to make it. Oh my god, is that really what he said? My cooking skills are actually really just so-so, ha. The Weasleys had a great experience at the Raven's house. The Raven family was very hospitable. Arthur learned a lot about landlines from Zane and he felt he had gained a great deal.
Molly found it very interesting to cook without her wand for the first time. The twins gained some alchemy experience from Raven, and as for the notebook, Raven planned to give it to them at Christmas. Ron and Harry chatted about their summer experiences. Ron mentioned that his younger sister Ginny was also starting school this year, but she talked most about Harry and Raven rather than Hogwarts this summer. Goodbye, Raven.
See you in Diagon Alley in a week. Bye-bye. What an interesting family, aren't they?
Zane and Cesarly really like the Weasleys because they're really funny. I think we can invite them over to our home occasionally.
But they can't use magic here, can they?
I'm worried they'll find it a bit troublesome. Raven said that solving this problem is simple. All he needs to do is remove the threads from the little wizard's wands, and that will be fine. This wouldn't be difficult for him, but he had to do it at Hogwarts. Otherwise, it would easily trigger the automatic protection mechanism of the threads. Furthermore, whether retrieving the threads from the twin wands is a good idea remains to be seen. Raven finally arrived at Madame Malkin's robe shop to begin his last month of summer work. To be honest, the work here is very easy. How many wizards are there in total? They also wear other clothes normally. Adult wizards wear robes only on more important occasions, while young wizards wear robes only when attending school. So Raven often slacked off. Let's work on how to do the second part of the spell and chat with Hibiscus. But this period of slacking off didn't last long. The star power brought by Raven is taking effect. This is terrible. How could I possibly sign someone's robe like that?
I'm not some celebrity.
You're definitely not a star. You're way more glamorous than any star right now. Raven rolled his eyes. If I could, I really wouldn't need to be in this limelight. It's awful. I have a feeling Lockhart is the one who brought this attention to me. He's having a book signing at the bookstore in a few days. That writer who only knows how to promote himself. I feel a little sorry for you, little cowboy. If others heard you say that, you'd probably be condemned, and the next day you'd be subjected to a second round of fierce ridicule in the newspapers. He's not worthy of my full force.
He's just a pathetic slave to fame.
Hibiscus had originally planned to visit Raven these past few days, since having the swan earrings made it easy for her to come and go. However, Mrs. Maxim asked her to study hard in the last month, and she still listened to Mrs. Maxim. I really don't understand. How is your brain structured? Did you dig Merlin's brain out and install it on yourself? How could you possibly finish all these lessons in just 2 months over a summer vacation? The 5th grade material at Furong Optics is driving my head crazy. Just imagine, Raven actually learned all the material from grades 1 to 5 in 2 months. That's simply unbelievable. Well, I personally prefer that our Hogwarts coursework be a bit easier.
That's nonsense. The coursework at Hogwarts is anything but easy.
As for me, I'm more inclined to believe my little cowboy is an unprecedented genius. I'm not going to say anything more now. I need to focus on learning this spell.
We can talk later, okay?
Of course, I'm always at your service, my queen. After the two-way mirror communication ended, Raven quickly returned to his work. No, I won't sign your robe. I'm sorry, but I'm not a celebrity. Thank you for your attention, but perhaps you could also check out the Flourish and Blots event in a few days. The great author Lockhart is coming for a book signing, and he might be happy to sign your robe.
Why not continue teaching him? He learns too fast. This is not a reasonable excuse.
Don't you understand, Albus? If this continues, he'll soon be exposed to innate magic. Do you want him to reach that level in his 3rd year? Dumbledore tapped his fingers lightly on the table.
I don't think it's a bad thing.
Aren't you afraid he'll lose control and become disoriented? Dumbledore laughed. His white beard trembled slightly. Yes, I'm not afraid of him losing control or going astray. Others might need to worry, but you don't need to worry about Raven at all. Diagon Alley is more bustling than I imagined. I originally thought it would be rather dilapidated and backward.
Why would you think that? Stereotypes.
Raven and Fleur are shopping in Diagon Alley. Because the swan earrings Raven made for Fleur have the function of suppressing Vila's seductive abilities, Fleur is not wearing a black hood today. Today was also the day he had arranged to visit Diagon Alley with Harley Ryan and the others. Furong wanted to see what Raven's friends were like, so she came along too. The two first met up with Ryan and the others. At first, Ryan and the others were very curious about Fleur, but they were quickly rendered speechless by her arrogant attitude. She is indeed very beautiful and charming, but she is also incredibly mean. They mocked them as children and called them childish shortly after meeting them. What's wrong with being a kid? We're only 12, we should be kids, we should be naive, okay? Besides, Raven is only 12 years old. Just because he's taller, has a better physique, and behaves more elegantly doesn't mean he's not 12 or immature. Grakeland and the others unanimously agreed that only Raven could truly tolerate Fleur's personality. When I arrived at Flourish and Blott's bookstore, it was already packed with people. For Merlin's sake, how are we supposed to get in? We're going to buy 6 books this year. And 5 of them are Lockhart's books. Hibiscus rolled her eyes, then said to Raven, "It's a good thing the Order of Merlin isn't very efficient. Otherwise, Lockhart would definitely have grabbed you for a photo. And the next day's headlines would have been 2 Merlin medal holders gather at Flourish and Blott's." Raven curled his lip. "I reckon it's about the same now, even without the Order of Merlin. We'll probably have to be discreet when we go in, lest he catch us and force us to take pictures with him." Acker, a Lockhart fan, said somewhat angrily to his friends, "Mr. Lockhart would never do that. Besides, it's an honor to have a photo taken with him." Everyone rolled their eyes in unison. This child is beyond saving. Ack, do you know what you look like right now? Ryan curled his lip. "Like the way my mom looked when she saw Lockhart, she absolutely adored him. For some reason, most of the witches in the wizarding world really like Lockhart. But actually, even Ryan could tell from those newspaper interviews that this guy was just a pretentious show-off. Mr. Lockhart is a great man." Great. Raven and the others kept their lips pursed, but only Hibiscus spoke up forcefully. "Great, he might be a good writer, but certainly not great. I don't believe the events in those stories were based on his own experiences. I bet he'd be completely lost if he encountered a Cornish elf." "He wouldn't. No, he will, I'm sorry, Ake." Raven, reminded of some plot details by Hibiscus's unintentional remark, suddenly remembered them. It seems that not long after the start of the school year, Lockhart brought a cage of Cornish elves into Hogwarts and released them. Then, at a loss, he endured until the end of get out of class, leaving the mess for the 3 kids to clean up, while he himself fled the classroom in a panic. How are you going to explain the plausibility of those stories? Even the Merlin Order has affirmed the accuracy of the knowledge in Mr. Lockhart's books. Who knows, maybe it's an oblivion spell. They copied someone else's story and then used an oblivion spell to make them forget what they did. This time it was Raven's turn to be surprised. He had forgotten a lot of the plot, but he still remembered these key plot points. He was surprised that Hibiscus answered correctly right away. Could it be that she has prophetic blood? He would never do that. "Yes, Ack, we believe he won't. Now let's think about how to get in. There are too many people here." Raven interrupted the argument. "If this continues, Furong might make Ack cry, although what Furong said was true." Raven. "It's Raven here." Following the sound, they spotted several striking red-haired figures in the distance. "Sorry, there was a small accident on the way. And who is this?" "Herrero Delacour, Mrs. Weasley. She's a student at Beauxbatons and my girlfriend. She'd like to come with us to Diagon Alley today." "Oh my goodness, it's so nice to meet your child. It must have been difficult coming all the way from France, right?" "Yes, but the Ministry of Magic has been very lenient with us lately." Hibiscus shook hands with Molly, her manners impeccably elegant. "They wouldn't dare bother our little hero wizard again, or they'd be drowned in the spittle of the wizards. Arthur Weasley, it's a pleasure to meet you, boy." He was surprised because he couldn't sense that unique Vila allure in Fleur. The newspaper said that Fleur was a mixed-race Vila, although only 1/4 of her bloodline. But not only was he not bewitched, but even the children did not behave inappropriately. They looked at Fleur as if she were just a pretty, ordinary witch. Harry accidentally used the wrong flu powder and ended up in Nocturne Alley, which caused them to be a little later than they were supposed to meet. That place is teeming with dark wizards. I even heard that one shop's products have already claimed the lives of 19 muggles. Good heavens, I don't know why the Ministry of Magic doesn't arrest them all. Raven then said, "There may be very complex and intertwined interests involved." "Yes, there are, but the little wizard shouldn't be thinking about that. We should be thinking about how to get into the bookstore and buy books. Goodness, there are so many people here. Looks like everyone wants to buy textbooks today." Arthur touched the top of his thinning hair. Just looking at those people gave him a headache. "Oh my God, look, it's him. Lockhart is having a book signing here today. He's in the bookstore right now." Hermione and Mrs. Weasley became excited. Mom loves Lockhart so much. Once, she even cooked for us according to a recipe from Lockhart's book. And that was the first time I couldn't eat my mother's cooking. Fred and George spoke in unison, taking turns. "Oh yes, don't be in such a hurry, everyone. I promise you'll all get what you want today." On the second floor of the bookstore, Hibiscus and Raven coldly watched the man below, who resembled a peacock. "Ha, look at him. I guarantee everyone will get what they want today. I want the hat Mrs. Brandel made herself. Do you think he can give it to me? He's a fame-seeking, profit-driven guy, not a wish-granting sprite, although I think he probably wished he were." Raven and Fleur, who had finally managed to squeeze in, went to the second floor first. They didn't want to be used as a publicity stunt by that fame-seeking fool. Moreover, it's not appropriate for Furong to appear on the front page of a British newspaper right now. She didn't come to England through the proper channels. He's dressed so extravagantly, his fashion sense needs improvement. He looks like a peacock. Maybe he's dressed up as a peacock. On the first floor, Mrs. Weasley was looking at Lockhart with great interest. I wonder if Lockhart will be disappointed when his deeds are exposed. Lockhart quickly spotted Harry, because Harry had been covered in dust and while brushing off the dust, had inadvertently revealed the scar on his forehead. Look, the boy who survived a near-death experience walked into the bookstore today, just to buy my humble work. The magic helpful me. Come here, kid, don't be shy, let's take a picture together. I have to say his tone is hilarious. How does he manage to make every sentence sound like he's singing opera? My God, you've discovered his talent, Raven. He might really be suited to sing opera. Raven and Fleur exchanged a glance, then both laughed silently. Believe it or not, Lockhart might actually succeed if he went into opera. And today, I have some exciting news to share with you all. Soon Hogwarts will have a real magical me. I have accepted Dumbledore's invitation to teach defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts next term. In an instant, the reporters below erupted in a frenzy, their cameras flashing incessantly. Oh my God, you're doomed, little cowboy. For once, Furong genuinely sympathized with Raven. I can already foresee the painful time you'll have after school starts. At worst, I'll just stay far away from him and go straight to Professor Dumbledore after class. You can't skip class, can you? I can give it a try, but I don't have high hopes for his skill level. Harry was given a whole set of Lockhart's books by Lockhart, 5 books in total, unopened and signed. He gave all the books to Ginny at once, saying he would buy more later. Where are Raven and the other guy now? The bookstore isn't that big, how come we can't find them for ages? Look, it's on the second floor. Raven and Fleur waved to Harry and the others. Gray hardened his fist. This guy, why didn't he take us with him when he ran away? Harry and his friends were about to go upstairs to find Raven when they turned around and saw someone they absolutely didn't want to see. You must be so smug, Pot, making headlines just by visiting a bookstore like your silly white-haired friend. Harry and Raven didn't say that, you're talking nonsense. Malfoy looked at the person who had spoken. Red hair, freckles on his face, very good, another Weasley. Oh, so you found yourself a little girlfriend. Ron and Hermione found Harry carrying a pile of Lockhart's books. It's you. The moment Ron saw Malfoy, his face contorted with disgust, as if he were looking at a pile of vomit. What? You've gotten bolder since Raven isn't here. What hymns you mean I'm afraid of him? So you're not afraid of me? A magnetic voice sounded behind Malfoy. Turning around, he saw a white-haired man standing right behind Malfoy. He was still a head taller than Malfoy, and his crimson eyes were much calmer now. Grindelwald. Oh yes. A hand rested on Malfoy's body. It was his father, Lucius. This hand greatly encouraged Malfoy. You can't scare me anymore, you bloodline of the Dark Lord. My father told me everything. Surprisingly, Raven neither refuted nor got angry. He smiled, but the smile was chilling to Malfoy and his father, Lucius. Oh, did your father ever tell you he was a former Death Eater? Lucius Malfoy. Raven arrived in front of Lucius almost instantly, floating slightly so that he could look Lucius in the eye. Have you told your children about this glorious history? Raven twitched his fingers slightly, and Lucius's sleeve was rolled up in midair. A pattern consisting of a skull and a snake was revealed. Although Lucius quickly blocked the image, the other young wizards present still saw it. You rude and stupid child. Really, Raven might seem rude to you, but I think the truly foolish one is you. You knew exactly what Raven did during the summer, yet you still showed up in front of him. Foolish courage. Furong said sarcastically. Her words brought Lucius back to his senses. Yeah. Raven went on a rampage during the summer, battling dozens of Death Eaters. The Death Eaters were rendered powerless to resist simply by using apparition. We are under the Imperious Curse. You cannot. Yes, of course I can't do that without a reason. Yes, after all, I'm a law-abiding wizard. But be careful, Mr. Lucius, be very careful, keep an eye on yourself and your men. Zane has also become a school board member, and Raven's warning this time is to keep Lucius away from him and his father. Lucius couldn't say anything. He could only turn around and prepare to leave with Malfoy. But as he reached the door, he ran into Mr. Weasley once again. He was already seething with anger, and seeing his adversary who had recently caused him so much trouble only made him angrier. He got into a fight with Mr. Weasley over a few words. He thought that as long as he didn't provoke Raven or those close to him, everything would be fine. But unfortunately, Raven was never lacking in enthusiasm for his friends. Beat his dad, beat him to a pulp. The Geminis are making a ruckus. Malfoy was also fighting with Ron. Raven subtly raised his hand, creating a significant opening in Malfoy and Lucius's movements. Without a second thought, Mr. Weasley raised his hand and punched Lucius hard in the eye socket, while Ron also punched Malfoy hard in the head. Aren't you going to stop them? If this keeps going, they might attract the Aurors. No, they're just fighting hand-to-hand. No Aurors will come. Let Mr. Weasley vent his anger. In the end, it was Mrs. Weasley who pulled them apart. Mr. Weasley was like a rooster who had won a fight. Though he looked disheveled, he held his head high. "Ha, get out of here with your ex-deadbeat daddy, you piece of shit." "Pause. Ron, it's over." Ron got carried away with the fight and impulsively started swearing. He received a severe scolding from Mrs. Weasley. But in reality, Mrs. Weasley didn't really scold or blame her son or husband. She also disliked the Malfoys very much. They were truly irritating. When they were Death Eaters, this family did a lot of bad things, but after Mysterio fell from power, they actually used money to clear their names. Couldn't they tell if they were under the influence of the soul-stealing curse? When the Malfoys were exonerated, the Burrow always welcomed many guests. They recounted at the Weasleys' house how awful Lucius and his gang had been back then. "Did you see that? I elbowed that awful guy in the face with one elbow. I bet I knocked out a tooth." Harry and Hermione were both speechless. "We saw Ron and we couldn't even hold you back." Actually, Hermione wanted to remind Ron that Raven had helped them during the fight. She saw Raven quietly reach out to Malfoy and the others. Although he didn't use a wand, it's not hard to understand why a genius like Raven could learn wandless spellcasting in his second year. However, Raven shook his head slightly at her. Ron is prone to low self-esteem. If this incident could boost his confidence, why expose him? Moreover, Raven didn't help much. He only cast a minor binding spell that lasted for a few seconds. "All right, Ron, that's a very impressive record. I think Malfoy will quiet down for a while when school starts." Ron's face once again wore that awkward expression of wanting to laugh, but being afraid of appearing too childish. "He'd better be, otherwise I'll definitely send him straight to the school infirmary, and Mrs. Pomfrey will have to go to great lengths to cure him." Raven and Fleur exchanged a glance, then both burst out laughing. "All right, Macho Man, let's see what else we need to buy. We don't need to buy Ginny's robe. Madame Malkin gave me a new robe and I already have one, so I'll get this new one a size smaller in the women's style as Ginny's back-to-school gift." Upon hearing this, Mrs. Weasley immediately said, "We can't accept this, Raven, No, there's nothing to be embarrassed about, Mrs. Weasley. Ron and the twins are my friends and Ginny is practically my sister. It's just a robe, it's no big deal." Raven wasn't lying. Madame Malkin did intend to give Raven a robe. Raven initially wanted to refuse, but then he thought that Ginny was starting school this year, so he asked Madame Malkin for a women's robe. Ginny loved her new robe. She hugged it and couldn't stop smiling. Ron was also very happy because the budget that was originally intended to buy Ginny a robe was now sufficient, and his mother thought about it and decided to get him a new wand. Fleur was shocked. She had never imagined that there were wizards in the world who would use second-hand wands. An incompatible wand is very awkward to use, and in severe cases, it may even prevent you from casting spells at all. Ryan suggested that this might be the reason why Ron always found it difficult to cast spells. Hermione, however, believed it was simply because Ron was not skilled enough. Ron and Hermione almost got into another argument over this. "You heard what Ryan said, it will have an impact. But as I said, as long as your spell and gestures are correct, you should be able to cast the spell successfully no matter whose wand you use. The only difference is the power." Harry listened to her. It's clearly the effect of a used wand. What could Harry say? He's caught in the middle. He can't help either side. Killen and his men followed behind, laughing heartily. Raven and Fleur were at the back of the group. "So, aren't you all interesting people?" Raven whispered to Hibiscus. Furong nodded gently. "Childish, but definitely funny." "Does Furong have any friends?" "Yes, of course. But they are all equally excellent and elegant. Such a free and easy friend, Furong has none. So sometimes, making friends shouldn't be based on whether you have similar talents, right?" Raven looked at Harry and the others and said with a smile. He never cared whether Harry and his friends were talented or not. He befriended Harry and the others simply because he admired their character. He appreciated the Weasley twins' humor and their kindness, so regardless of their talents, Raven was willing to befriend them. If you have to consider whether your talents are equal when making friends, then you're destined to be alone for the rest of your life. Furong said with a smile. "Someone whose talent rivals Raven's, another Merlin reincarnation." Raven shrugged. How about we go for a walk by ourselves later, just the two of us? Okay, I just saw a bakery. After everyone had bought their things, the Weasleys also bought ice cream for everyone. Mr. Weasley wanted to go have a drink with Hermione's parents and incidentally learn something about the Muggle world. Now that everything has been bought, Raven can split up with them. Before leaving, he secretly taught Mr. Weasley the stabilizing spell for the unseen extension charm. The last time I went to his house, Mr. Weasley drove there, and Raven could tell at a glance that a tethering spell had been cast inside the car. Although Mr. Weasley's extended space is not much, it is more stable than a large space, but having a stabilizing spell is certainly safer. After that, they split up. Raven accompanied Fleur as they strolled through Diagon Alley, while the Weasleys and Grangers chatted at the Leaky Cauldron. Mr. Weasley and Mr. Granger were having a great time chatting, drinking and talking, and gradually getting carried away. While chatting with Mrs. Granger, Mrs. Weasley inadvertently revealed her previous concerns about Raven. Because Fleur was a half-vessel, Mrs. Weasley was always worried that Raven was bewitched. But she had no right to talk to Raven about it, but seeing it today she felt much more at ease. Furong is a good child too. Although it's unclear how she suppressed her alluring abilities, the fact that she could suppress them suggests that her relationship with Raven wasn't based on her charm. Don't you think this is a bit too early? I mean, Raven is only 12. Mrs. Granger was more concerned about Raven's age, but Mrs. Weasley thought age was not a problem. When you meet the right person, you should seize the opportunity, right? Otherwise, if the opportunity slips away, you'll only have regrets in the future. Author's note: very important. 1. The main storyline of the Philosopher's Stone changes very little. Starting from the Secret Chamber storyline, the changes in the main storyline will gradually increase. 2. Dumbledore's fighting abilities and habits will remain unchanged for the time being. Otherwise, someone who can freely enter other people's minds and control the course of events is simply too powerful. 3. Starting with the locked room storyline, the length gradually increases. 4. Salazar Slytherin will still be portrayed as a better person in this book. 5. In the setting of this book, all 4 giants have left behind legacies, not just the sword, the golden cup, and the crown. Finding all their legacies is considered a side quest in this book. 6. In the later stages of the Azkaban storyline, Raven receives an epic buff. 7. The locked room mystery storyline begins, and Voldemort's role gradually increases. I like this croissant. I actually think this croissant is just so-so. Look at its cross-section, many of the air pockets have been compressed. I'll take you to a dessert shop in the Muggle community later. I know of really good ones. I'm really looking forward to it. Raven and Fleur are shopping in Diagon Alley. This was actually Raven's first time seriously exploring Diagon Alley. There were far more shops there than he had imagined. I had no idea there was a pet hospital here. That's strange. Where I'm from, we take our pets to pet stores for veterinary care. Surprisingly, there were even fabric shops here, which Raven had assumed had gradually disappeared since 1980. I had no idea you could make clothes. No, I don't know how, I'm just a little interested. You have many interests. Have you thought about what you'll do after graduation? Dumbledore wanted me to take over his job, but to be honest, I wasn't very interested in that troublesome work. Furong wrinkled her nose. Only you would express disdain for the job of being Dumbledore's successor. Raven shook his head in response. Many students in our college find it troublesome. Hufflepuff's little badger just wants to live his life well and make it colorful. What, the successor of the greatest white wizard? I don't understand. Too much trouble. Dusk fell quickly. Furong should go now, otherwise her family will worry about her. Before leaving, she wanted to visit the magical animals shop in Diagon Alley. Raven's statement piqued her curiosity. Extremely crowded? How crowded could it be? Once inside, Furong understood. It was indeed crowded. This place is filled with all sorts of cages, which contain all sorts of amazing animals. There are so many animals here that the smell is really unpleasant. The female shop assistant recognized Raven the moment she saw him. He was one of their big customers. She walked forward with a smile. Mr. Grindelwald, welcome. What would you like? Perhaps a supplement to make your owl's feathers glossy and shiny. Furong gently covered her nose. For Merlin's sake, couldn't you at least cast a few simple cleaning spells? The smell here is almost like the sewers. The female shop assistant couldn't help but smile awkwardly. The presence of many magical creatures can have this effect, making it difficult for cleansing charms to produce excellent results. Raven smiled. Let's take a look ourselves first. Okay, please feel free to let me know if you need anything. Fleur took out her wand and cast a spell on her nose so she couldn't smell the odors anymore. Only after doing all that did she begin to observe the store. Simply put, the selection is more comprehensive than their magical creatures shop. Furthermore, there's a sign on the wall indicating that they also accept orders. Nothing special, just more variety and more crowded.
What are you looking at? This cat.
Raven looked at the leopard cat in the cage in front of him. This is a very beautiful snow-white Bengal cat with lovely markings and well-defined muscles. It's worth mentioning that it has a pair of beautiful, ruby-like eyes. At this moment, it stared at Raven with its beautiful eyes full of curiosity. Do you want it, little cowboy?
But don't you already have an owl's?
Raven stuck his finger through the gap in the cage, and the little guy actually rubbed his head against Raven's finger. Oh yes, but I think I still need a cat.
We click, don't we?
Furong gave a soft hum, actually finding the cat quite to her taste. She is indeed beautiful. It's really surprising, she's so docile towards you. Oh sorry, she actually has Niffler blood, and she's always very fierce and mischievous since she came to the shop. I've never seen her so docile towards anyone before.
The female shop assistant was surprised.
This leopard cat is incredibly beautiful. If you were to rate her, she would score high marks or even full marks in every aspect. Theoretically, a pet like this should have been taken away the day after it came to their store, not to mention it has Niffler blood. But in reality, no one could carry her away. Like Raven's owl Starshine, she was always fierce and disdainful towards others. This meant that no matter how beautiful she was or how precious her bloodline was, many wizards were unwilling to take her. At first, they even tried to reason with her through whispered conversations, but she just wouldn't listen. Killing it is out of the question. Such a beautiful leopard cat with the blood of the sniffer is not cheap to buy.
They would never bear to kill it. She seems to like me quite a bit. This can't be described simply as liking.
The leopard cat rubbed against Raven's arms as if it were being affectionate. I won't overcharge you. We really need to clear out this Bengal cat at a discount recently, and since you're a VIP customer of our store, I can give you the cost price, just 5 galleons.
But you have to buy cat supplies from us. Of course, please help me choose.
After leaving the magical animals shop, the ocelot draped itself around Raven's neck like a scarf, looking rather lazy. What name are you going to give this little thing? Furong scratched the cat's head, and surprisingly the little guy didn't seem to mind her much. I think, let's call her Toast.
An ordinary name, but it sounds nice.
Meow. Without needing to whisper among themselves, Raven and Fleur knew that the little guy really liked the name. All right, I'm leaving now. Contact me via two-way mirror later.
Okay, happy first day of school, the same as you.
Furong activated the swan earrings and instantly vanished from her spot. This startled the Toast. Where are the two-legged creatures? Where did the two-legged creatures that were just standing here suddenly disappear? She immediately straightened her upper body, seemingly entering a state of alert. Raven burst into laughter upon seeing this. You'll get used to it, little one. Welcome to the wizarding world. The little guy looked very young, probably not even a year old, and hadn't seen much of this kind of thing, so Raven could understand his reaction.
We should go home too.
Back home, the family welcomed the new member. Although Zinkai remained arrogant, she did not show any hostility towards Toast. At first, Orange was a little afraid of Toast, but Toast told her, I'll protect you from now on, and Orange became Toast's little shadow. The longest holiday of the year is finally over. He originally planned to heal Neville's mother, Alice, before the start of the school year, but Neville hadn't produced enough soul clay yet, so they had to postpone it until after the start of the school year. Raven is finally going back to school. Unlike last time, this time standing at the station, Cesar and Zane kept reminding Raven to be careful. From what you've said, your school isn't exactly safe. As long as that madman called Voldemort doesn't die, your school will always be in danger. So please be careful when you get there, okay? Cesar is very worried that Raven may also be in danger at school.
Okay, moms.
Also, be careful when you're with your principal. He might subtly manipulate you again. We verified this over the summer. He just missed giving you a little information, and you almost got yourself into serious trouble. You're still too naive, Reese. You need to be even more careful when dealing with those old foxes.
Okay, Dad.
Ever since that outburst during the summer vacation, Zane has harbored some resentment towards Dumbledore. Remember to contact us every week and let us know if anything happens, okay? Don't keep it to yourself.
I will, moms.
Je patted the cat's head, which was standing at Raven's feet. Goodbye, Reese, goodbye, Toast. I'll be going to Hogwarts this time next year. To Zia, let's go to Hogwarts together next year. I finally managed to say goodbye to my family. Raven walked into platform 9¾ with a crossbody bag slung over his shoulder. The first grader pushed the stroller to avoid attracting attention, but now that he's so conspicuous, there's no need to pretend to hide it anymore. People at the station, seeing Raven's white hair, all made way for him. Raven is now a big shot in the wizarding world. Raven didn't care about any of that. He found an empty carriage, then sat down with his toast. After closing the door, Raven released Zinkai from his handbag. Zinkai shook her feathers on the seat, then jumped onto Raven's lap. Toast was occupying Raven's other leg. Raven then took out his newly bought notebook and began to brainstorm the wizard toys he wanted to make. He originally wanted to create a Holy Grail war, but if it's just about being a pawn and having wizards play the cards, wouldn't that be rather pointless? It's not very fun to play. So this idea will be put on hold until a good one comes to mind. After much deliberation, Raven decided to start with Palu. Palu has more playability, and Raven is still considering how to make him a wizard. Raven's idea was to create an alchemical sandbox where wizards could control characters to capture Palu or have Palu work for them. This was undoubtedly the simplest approach, but Raven felt it lacked creativity. It felt like simply repackaging a computer game in a different format and bringing it to the wizarding world. How to make Palu more interesting and magical based on the original is the question Raven is currently pondering. Harry and Ron soon arrived at the carriage as well. This time, there was no more trouble, and the two of them didn't have to go through the trouble of driving their flying car to school. Gray and the others originally wanted to squeeze into Raven's carriage, but Ryan said that some upperclassmen were looking for them, so they happily ran to the upperclassmen's carriage instead. Raven is in a relationship, and they wanted to. Raven's lips twitched at this. I'm no longer single because I'm mentally mature enough. I'm 30 years old across 2 lifetimes, so there's absolutely nothing wrong with me finding a partner, okay? What's the rush? Your mental age might not even keep up with your physical age, so why are you in such a hurry to find a partner? I really wish I could be like them. Raven looked at Ron. What, you too? Shouldn't you be like the clever Zyogen now? Ron noticed Raven's expression and was immediately puzzled. What's wrong? Don't look at me like that. I also want to find a partner, okay? By Merlin, you're only 12 years old, Ron. So what? You're only 12 years old, aren't you? Raven's expression was complicated. This is a special case. Never mind, you're right. I have no right to criticize you. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's help me think of some new ideas. What could he say? That he's mentally mature enough to be in a relationship. He could only pray that the affected young wizards would have the same self-control as him and Fleur. They made a pact. Neither of them would kiss the other until either of them turned 16. Hopefully, other affected young wizards can also have this kind of self-control. Hermione and Ark also entered the carriage before the train departed. Ak was the only junior wizard in Raven's dorm who wasn't affected. He also felt it was too early. He believed that Raven always acted very maturely, so there were things that Raven could do, but that didn't mean they could do them too. This clear-headedness was highly praised by Raven and Hermione. Ron wanted to argue about the topic further, but Raven interrupted him in time, drawing attention back to the Palu game. Wow, that's a great idea. We can capture magical creatures, make them work for me, and fight alongside them. My only concern is that your game might be boycotted by the Magical Creature Protection Group. You know, they're a bunch of slightly crazy people. Ron seemed very excited. Raven's description of the game was very appealing, much more fun than the boring wizard's chess. However, he also worried that magical creature protection groups within the wizarding world would boycott Raven. Because those lunatics don't care whether it's just a game or not. They'll definitely boycott Raven's game on the grounds that it has a negative influence on young wizards. Raven didn't seem to care much about it. The number of wizards wasn't particularly large to begin with, and how many extreme magical creature protection groups even make up. As long as masters like Newt Scamander, the master of fantastic beasts, don't boycott it, it won't have much of an impact. To be honest, I'm also pessimistic about whether Newt Scamander will boycott your game. Harry frowned as he spoke. He also really wants to play the game, but he feels there's a real need to be concerned about the attitude of magical creature protection groups. Or, could you make the game a little gentler? For example, change the setting where you get materials by killing Palu. Raven gently shook his head, denying it. Actually, the game's cruelty is also its charm. If changes are to be made, the setting where Paru works for the player should also be changed. Ak, however, didn't think these settings were anything special. While killing Palu will yield materials, can't you also get materials by capturing Palu? Ultimately, the choice is still in the player's hands, isn't it? The group nodded. That's true. Raven rubbed his temples. First, help me think of ways to make him feel more immersed. Wizard chess can chat with players and sometimes even disobey their commands, which I think is part of the fun. The current world of Paru doesn't have that kind of fun. Ron found it somewhat strange. Raven, when you made the summoning charm before, didn't you also make a sympathy spell? Why don't you just modify that and add it in? Everyone turned to look at Ron, who shrank back. What's wrong? Is it not allowed? No, actually, I almost forgot I still have that magic. That's a good idea, Ron. Muggles can only play Paru from a third-person perspective, while wizards can directly enter the world of Paru. Why get so hung up on bringing the game world into the wizarding world? He could easily let the wizard enter the game world. In that case, once you understand one thing, you understand everything, ha ha ha. I get it. Once you open your mind, things become much simpler. Raven still planned to create a sandbox, but this time, he wanted to re-empathize the little wizard's consciousness into the game world. Then, distraction control magic is added to ensure that the young wizard can receive information from the real world while playing in the game world. A real-world sand table can display the actions of the young wizards, providing enjoyment for viewers. Give Palu more intelligence, more emotions and personality, and make the game world more realistic. Create an almost entirely new world with magic. The young wizards were having a lively discussion, and even the Weasley twins who joined later were quickly drawn in. Raven was the most excited because he saw the potential in this idea. Endless, he could even construct an entirely new wizard metaverse. Merlin above, he will change the wizarding world. The Weasley twins called over their good friend Lee Jordan, and Cedric was also drawn over out of curiosity. Ryan and his friends, who were chatting with their upperclassmen, were also drawn back to Raven's carriage. Even Neville, who was trying to take a nap, was woken up and attracted over. When the train came to a stop, Raven's carriage was already filled with a large number of young wizards. Everyone was discussing it very enthusiastically. Most importantly, because it was Raven who brought this up, no one was worried that it was just wishful thinking. If Raven comes up with an idea, he will definitely make it happen. Everyone was still very excited after getting off the train. The enthusiasm of the crowd gradually subsided when they arrived at the Thistral carriage. What's going on with this carriage? Aren't there any horses? Raven patted the heads of the two Thistrals in front of the carriage. Thistrals, beautiful creatures that only those who have witnessed death can see. The two Thistrals were delighted to see Raven. They nuzzled Raven with their heads, expressing their joy. All right, please let's go to Hogwarts, the dinner is about to begin. Raven and Gray were riding in the same carriage. A carriage can seat 6 little wizards, but it doesn't matter if it's not full. The children still sitting in the carriage were captivated by Raven's wildly imaginative ideas. Oh my God, Raven, can you really make that thing? I mean, it must be incredibly difficult. Don't rush, guys, give me some time. The only major problem left is that I need a spell to construct a virtual world, and luckily, I have a solution for that. So don't worry, I think the first batch of prototypes will be ready by Christmas at the latest. Constructing a virtual world with magic spells sounds difficult, but Raven had previously created the Soul Charm. Although the Soul Curse created a hell using his own dreams, wasn't that also creating another world? With more research, he should be able to solve this problem. We arrived at the castle in a Thistral carriage, but the banquet had not yet begun. Raven and Gray arrived at the long table in Hufflepuff, waiting for the sorting ceremony to begin. As is customary, Hagrid led this year's young wizards to the outside of the Great Hall. Raven wasn't very interested in the sorting ceremony. He quietly took out his notebook and began to deduce the spell. The second stage of the healing spell for Neville's parents is complete. Now Raven's task is to complete the virtual world building spell. Let's base it on dreams. Human dreams are too wondrous. They can connect both sides of a veil and even occasionally spontaneously foresee the future. Standing in the shadows of the Great Hall, Grindelwald watched this scene and couldn't help but think. Perhaps his unique magic is related to dreams. Then there shouldn't be too much risk of him getting lost. Every powerful wizard, once they reach a certain level of power, will either create or find their own innate magical abilities. Others may be able to use this magic, but only those with innate magical talent can unleash its full potential. Raven is close to reaching that level. It's scary, but that's the truth. By the time he reaches 3rd grade at the latest, Raven will definitely create or find his own innate magic. Unlike him or Dumbledore, Raven's innate magic will be highly original, and it is very likely that no one else will be able to use it. For the first time in all these years, Grindelwald was interested in something other than the greater good and Dumbledore. He wanted to see just how far Raven could go and what kind of legends he could create. That's why he stopped teaching Raven dark magic. Wizards with weak willpower are prone to losing control when creating innate magic and ultimately being devoured by their own magic. Grindelwald worried that Raven's resolve wasn't strong enough. However, Dumbledore had complete faith in Raven. After the sorting ceremony, Ginny was unsurprisingly sorted into Gryffindor, much to the delight of the Weasleys. After dinner, Professor Dumbledore announced the defense against the dark arts teacher for the year, that peacock Gilderoy Lockhart. When he was mentioned, he stood up ostentatiously, one hand holding his cloak and the other on his chest, and elegantly bowed to the young wizards. This move immediately won him applause from his fans. Raven squinted at Dumbledore. He didn't believe Dumbledore hadn't seen that the peacock had no real talent or skill. Last year, it made sense for him to have Quirrell teach defense against the dark arts, since Quirrell was indeed very knowledgeable. Although he stuttered during his time teaching, he was able to teach the young wizard some things. But what about Lockhart this year? What can he teach the young wizard? How do you create a persona for yourself? Or how do you appropriate other people's stories for your own use? Another point worth mentioning is that Snape, standing to the side, had a face so dark it was almost dripping with gloom. He was staring intently at Lockhart with his venomous eyes. If looks could kill, Lockhart would surely be torn to pieces by now. I must say I don't like Lockhart, but I dislike Snape even more. He makes Snape unhappy, and that alone makes me think I could try to accept him. Ryan whispered in Raven's ear. Raven nodded. That's absolutely true. Compared to Lockhart, everyone dislikes Snape more. Lockhart made Snape unhappy, and based on that alone, Lockhart currently has a pretty good impression among non-fan wizards. Let's be careful in class for the next few days. Snape's going through menopause. I reckon he'll feel insulted that Lockhart stole his dream job. Gray looked at Kieran. Why do you say that? Raven picked up the conversation. Did you see how dark his face was last year? He's like a powder keg now. Give him the slightest hint and he'll explode. The group of people subconsciously swallowed. Damn it, I remember Cedric said we have a potions class tomorrow in 2nd grade. Upon hearing Gray's words, everyone sighed simultaneously. Oh my god. Kieran was right. Snape was indeed going through late menopause. He was utterly shameless in deducting points when he was teaching Raven and the others. Why don't you get up early to comb your hair? Do you think appearance isn't important? Hufflepuff deducts 1 point. Fool. Why didn't you give the right-angled stone boiling water? Your mistake could lower the quality of this potion by a whole grade. Hufflepuff deducts 5 points. Oh look, our excellent prince has created a batch of perfect vision-enhancing potions. I bet you think this lesson is too childish and stupid, don't you? Here, hand in the complete potion before get out of class ends or Hufflepuff will lose 10 points. Deduct points. Hufflepuff should deduct 100 million points. All he knows is deducting points. Gray looked very angry. His whole face was puffed up with rage. I bet he'll do it if he has the authority. Ryan seemed to have gotten used to it. Damn it. Can you imagine how it feels to turn around and see his stinky face right in front of me? I'm definitely going to have nightmares tonight. Kieran rubbed his hair, looking exasperated. He'd forgotten a point during class and turned to ask Raven, but Snape's sour face was right in front of him. Cheer up. Tomorrow afternoon we can go to Professor Lockhart's defense against the dark arts class. Ake tried to comfort everyone, but it didn't have much effect, because his roommates didn't really have any particular feelings for Lockhart. Raven had no classes in Hufflepuff this afternoon, so he finished his potions paper first. As for the homework Snape had assigned him, he wasn't in a hurry to do it. He found the headmaster's office, which was in disarray inside the castle. Ah, Raven, I knew you'd come today. What a coincidence. Come, have a seat. I have some good news for you. Raven sat down on the sofa and took a bronze-colored leather-bound notebook out of his handbag. I'm here to discuss some new knowledge with you. I have a new idea. Dumbledore chuckled a few times. Oh, Raven, you always have new ideas. You always surprise me, but before you surprise me today, I'd like to give you your own surprise first. Dumbledore took an envelope from the drawer. I apologize for taking the liberty of glancing at the Sir Merlin order's reply beforehand, but the result is good. The envelope slowly flew to Raven, who caught it. Merlin First Class, congratulations Raven, you will become the youngest holder of the Merlin First Class in history. Raven opened the envelope, quickly glanced at it, and roughly understood what the Order of Merlin meant. The gist of it is that if Raven can successfully rescue Neville's mother, Alice, the Order of Merlin will immediately travel to Hogwarts to award Raven a medal. He will then receive a Merlin First Class medal, and the Merlin Order will no longer waste time verifying whether the spell is truly effective and has no side effects. Well, finally, isn't that good news, Professor? Raven didn't seem to react in any particular way. He put the envelope away and then stuffed it into his crossbody bag. This attitude surprised Dumbledore for a moment, then he laughed happily. Yes, Raven, that's great news. Now you can tell me your new ideas and I'll see how I can help. Raven didn't care much about the Order of Merlin. Or rather, the Order of Merlin wasn't that important to him. He was more interested in knowing how his ideas could be realized. Innate magic. Grindelwald explained that today was just to give Raven a preview of the concept, since Raven is getting close to mastering it, and it's always good to understand and conceive of it in advance. Raven said he was indeed intrigued by the concept. According to Grindelwald, the creation of innate magic is a matter of freedom. There are only 3 key points to creating innate magic. What kind of magic do you most desire? What is the best magic you can create? Does it only unleash its full power in your hands? If Raven can solve all 3 problems with a spell, then that spell will be Raven's innate spell. The magic I want most, Raven thought to himself as he walked toward the auditorium. What kind of magic does he want most? Raven himself couldn't explain it. He was interested in the effects of many spells, and if he really had to choose, he wouldn't be able to pick one. Forget it, let's put this issue aside for now. Grindelwald also said there's no rush. Raven should focus on finishing the work at hand first. Upon arriving at the Great Hall, Raven went to the Gryffindor table first, where he found Neville sleeping on it. Nowies wake up. Raven shook Neville a few times before Neville slowly woke up from his sleep. Raven, sorry I've been sleeping increasingly soundly lately. This is a side effect of the first soul restoration spell. You will indeed fall into a deeper sleep due to lack of rest. After healing your mother, you should recover for a period of time before trying to restore your father. Neville shook his head. I want to heal them as soon as possible. Well, Raven knew Neville would react this way. Come on, let me see how much clay there is. Raven gently touched his eye with his wand. The soul eye curse is activated. Raven's eyes swept over Neville's soul. Very good. At this rate, I reckon you'll be able to write to Grandma Augusta this Friday, and we should be able to do our first attempt this weekend. Neville's soul has already been covered with a lot of clay-like stuff, and he'll probably have enough soul clay by Friday. Really, Raven, that's great. Neville was so excited that despite being exhausted, he almost fell off his chair. Raven chatted with Neville for a while, then returned to the long table in Hufflepuff. Navi seems really excited. Are you going to start your first attempt? Cedric sat down next to Raven. Yes, Seed, we can probably start trying it this weekend. Hopefully the spell will work. You definitely can, you are His Highness the Prince of Hufflepuff. Are you really dating that girl? Raven looked at Cedric, only to see the gossip burning brightly in Cedric's eyes. Of course, didn't I tell you? I'm just a little curious, which of you confessed your feelings? How did you meet? Is she really like the newspapers say a quarter? Okay, never mind that I asked. Cedric felt it was rather impolite to ask about someone's bloodline, but Raven said it was fine. She was the one who confessed first. As for bloodlines, there's nothing wrong with saying it. She does indeed have 1/4 Vila blood and she's proud of her lineage. There's nothing wrong with that. Did she confess first? I thought, this is really unexpected. What? Can't I be confessed to? No, that's not what I meant. It's just that it feels a little strange that a girl almost 2 years older than me is confessing her feelings to a boy a year younger than me. Raven took a sip of orange juice. Wake up, handsome. It's 1992, we're about to enter the 21st century, an era of freedom. Cedric nodded. Well, you do have a point. Did you go to discuss your thoughts on the train with Professor Dumbledore this afternoon? Yes, I have some new ideas, but whether they'll work, I'll have to ask Nicholas Flamel. After all, what he's making now is a wizard's toy, and the spells need to be combined with alchemical tools. Therefore, in addition to exchanging ideas with the greatest wizards, we should also communicate with the greatest alchemists. Go Raven, I'm really looking forward to your Christmas present this year. Don't get too excited yet, I'm also looking forward to your return gift. Wow, the famous prince is actually asking a commoner like me for a return gift. Back in the dorm, Raven scratched Toast's chin and then brushed Zinkai's fur. Both little guys are very smart. As long as you put out food in advance, they won't go hungry, and they won't end up eating all the food at once like some pets do. Let me think. The production of the Witcher game is now basically complete, and the second soul healing spell is ready. All that's missing is for Neville to produce enough clay. So what's next? He should start working on the extra homework Snape had given him. There was no way around it. That B***** D had given him another difficult problem. At least with the last near-death treatment, he had provided Raven with his own research notes. But this time he didn't even provide his notes. It's still a week. If they fail, Snape will have to deduct another 10 points from Hufflepuff. Moreover, all the Hufflepuffs knew that, given Snape's character, if Raven failed, he would definitely use it to ridicule the Hufflepuffs. That mouth, constantly spewing venom, was incredibly powerful. Even Cedric, who is generally considered to be a super nice guy, would occasionally join in the Chinese letter, to cow, meaning to roast or criticize of Snape because of his venom spray ability, which shows just how venomous his mouth really is. An inhibitor that can suppress a vampire's blood-drinking urge. I'm not the same person I was last semester, Snape. The one currently solving this problem is Raven, who has learned a great deal about herbs from Professor Sprout and has also mastered everything Professor Kettleburn has ever learned. Watch how I slap you in the face. Raven is certainly motivated, but unfortunately, motivation alone can't put food on the table. To this day, he has never actually received any private instruction from a potions master on potion knowledge. No matter how talented you are, it's useless without the accumulation of knowledge. Raven quickly put down the incomplete potion recipe. Very good, let's give up for now. Snape is really crazy. This problem is even more outrageous than the last one. Raven felt that even if he had that same flash of inspiration as last time, it would be difficult to solve this problem within a week. I, Gilderoy Lockhart, holder of the Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Anti-Dark Magic League, 5-time winner of the Wizarding Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, but I never boast about it because I didn't banish the Wraith of War with a smile. Zillion, sitting next to Raven, twitched at the corner of his mouth. Isn't that what he's been saying all along? Raven was clearly taken aback by the opening remarks. Good heavens, Lockhart's opening white hair is almost as oily as Snape's. Dumbledore was right not to let me do the interview with the Wizarding Weekly. That slick smile actually won the Most Charming Smile award 5 times in that magazine. You can imagine how questionable that magazine's taste is. I see you've all bought my complete works, that's great. Kieran was even more speechless. Lockhart was so oily he didn't want to sleep. Wasn't this the textbook he prescribed? That B*** D charged me so much money for those 5 books. He must have made a fortune from our school opening. Raven and Kieran's quiet understatement went unnoticed by Lockhart. He still wore that greasy smile as he said, "Next, we'll have a short quiz to see how much you understand from the book. Don't be nervous, it's just a quick test and you have 30 minutes. Lockhart distributed the scrolls he had prepared in advance to the young wizards. He patted Raven hard on the shoulder as he passed by. This left Kieran, who was standing nearby, completely baffled, but what happened next was even more inexplicable. Kieran glanced at the test paper. Wow. 1. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? 2. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's secret ambition? Kieran's entire face scrunched up. Seriously. Almost all the questions were about Gilderoy Lockhart. What on earth is going on? Pay attention to the time, you only have 30 minutes, begin now. Kieran was utterly speechless. Of course, he didn't remember the answers to these things. He read Lockhart's books as novels. Who would remember useless details that the protagonist only mentioned briefly in a novel? Fortunately, Raven was sitting next to him. Raven's photographic memory allows him to remember everything in a book after just one glance, so these questions were relatively easy for him. All Kieran had to do was write down Raven's answer. 30 minutes passed quickly. Lockhart collected the papers. Undoubtedly, most of the young wizards in the class answered terribly. Only Raven and Hermione got full marks, and even Lockhart's diehard fan, Ark, only got a high score. Lockhart was delighted that Raven remembered these things so clearly. He gave Raven and Hermione a 10-point bonus each and even winked at Raven. What kind of reaction could Raven have? He could only manage an awkward but polite smile. You can say Lockhart is cheesy, but Lockhart's points are genuinely awarded. This is also why Raven didn't control his score. Snape has started deducting points without any limits. He can deduct 30 points from Hufflepuff in a single class. Raven doesn't plan to release many spells this semester, so Hufflepuff needs a stable source of points. Now, please be careful. My task is to teach you how to deal with those terrifying creatures in the magical world. Raven said Lockhart really has a talent for acting. As he performed, the young wizards who had initially doubted him gradually became more and more anxious. But when he lifted the cloth covering the cage, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and then smiled. Especially Seamus of Gryffindor. He couldn't suppress his voice and chuckled softly. Is there a problem? Simo forced his lips together and said, I don't understand, Professor. I didn't think Cornish elves were dangerous. Lockhart seemed somewhat displeased. Then you're wrong. They can also be dangerous creatures like demons. The other young wizards laughed. Actually, Raven agrees with just that one sentence. Just as Barbayaka can kill 2 people in a short time with a pencil, even a spoon can kill if one is determined. Let alone sprites which can lift someone up high just by grabbing their ear. Very well, it seems you're all very confident. Let's see how you deal with them. With that, Lockhart opened the cage. The little elves immediately flew out of the cage, for Merlin's sake. These little wizards had no idea how to subdue elves. Everyone panicked. The little elves wanted to play another prank on Raven, but when they saw Raven's scarlet eyes, their instincts drove them to frantically run away from him. Soon the young wizards discovered that Raven's side was a safe haven, so they all crowded towards it. Lockhart, seeing that the time was right, stepped forward and waved his wand. I believe you've learned an important lesson. Never underestimate any magical creature. Come, gather them all together, they're just a bunch of little elves. Watch me, peskai pixie pestronomi. However, it did not work. The captivated sprites rushed over, snatched Lockhart's wand and threw it out the window. Amazing, this is our professor for this year, Raven help. Gray was being bullied by the elves and was running away with his head in his hands. Hermione and Ryan were trying to control the elves with spells, but there were too many elves and their spells were having little effect. Hearing the cries for help, Raven felt he had seen enough of this farce, so he drew his wand and pointed it in the air. An immense power erupted from the tip of his wand, instantly enveloping all the sprites within it. The little sprite was immediately immobilized. Neville fell from the air, landing on his bottom. The little elf almost grabbed him by the ear and hung him on the chandelier. Luckily, he wasn't thrown very high, or he would have definitely got hurt when he fell. Raven flicked his wand again, and the sprites were gathered into a ball and then thrown straight back into their cage. Very good sprite binding spell, Mr. Vincent. You must have carefully read my book, Breaking Up with the Banshee, which contains methods for dealing with sprites. I'll give you 10 points for your diligence. Would you mind staying after class? Of course, Professor, your wand. Raven cast a silent summoning charm, causing Lockhart's wand to fly back from the window once again and land steadily in Raven's hand. The bell rang, signaling the end of Get Out of Class. The young wizards jumped up and ran out of the classroom almost instantly. Ron wrinkled his nose and said after leaving the classroom, "For Merlin's sake, the only thing I learned today is to never release the fairies." Hermione and Ark are still defending Lockhart. He's trying to train us, Ron. That's right, you'll know if you've read his books. Professor Lockhart only needs to lift a finger to deal with the sprites. Kieran and the others, along with Harry, also wrinkled their noses. Are you serious? I mean, look at my quills and my notebooks. Those little monsters have only been out for a short while, and they've already broken all my quills and torn one of my notebooks. Gray was clearly being targeted quite aggressively. He needs to buy new notebooks and quills. This was just an accident. Professor Lockhart must not have noticed. Yes, Professor Lockhart certainly didn't notice. After all, there are quite a few people in our two colleges combined. Everyone else rolled their eyes in unison. You two are hopeless. Lockhart left Raven with nothing more than some random, trivial matters concerning fame. He stated that he acknowledges Raven's talent and ability, but Raven is still young and shouldn't be so focused on fame and fortune. Raven could sense that Lockhart didn't actually harbor much ill will towards him. He left me here today to say those things. It's just that he likes to be a know-it-all. What he didn't know was that Dumbledore had clearly never told him that Raven truly didn't care about fame or fortune. At least compared to Lockhart, Raven is already quite humble and low-key. It's just that his strength simply doesn't allow him to be too low-key. That evening, when Raven was exchanging ideas with Nicholas Flamel, he told Flamel about his alchemical sandbox, and Flamel seemed very excited. He praised the idea as absolutely groundbreaking, another idea that Raven had created that could change the wizarding world. He believed the idea had great potential and thoroughly reviewed Raven's previous thought process. In conclusion, Raven's idea was safe and had a good chance of success. After finishing his studies for the day, Raven chatted with Furong and her family for a while before going to bed. He still had no clue about the homework Snape had given him. Let it be. At worst, Snape will lose points. Anyway, he'll make all the points back from Lockhart later. The next day, Raven took some time to visit Dumbledore. While resolving his own problems, he also asked the question he had wanted to ask for a long time. Professor, why did you choose Lockhart to teach us? I mean, you can tell he's at best a very good writer, right? Dumbledore smiled at this question. Well, Raven, you know, old people like us usually enjoy visiting old friends. A while ago, I visited one of my old friends and I found something was wrong with him. You suspect Lockhart did it. I think he's the prime suspect. But why did you admit him to the school in the first place? Aren't there many ways to make him show his true colors? That brings up another issue, Raven. Are you aware of the curse posed by the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor? Raven frowned. You mean the curse Voldemort placed on Defense Against the Dark Arts? I thought it was a joke. Dumbledore closed his eyes slightly, seemingly lost in thought. No, Raven, this curse does exist, and it's extremely cunning. Voldemort was indeed a very powerful dark wizard. So you want to use this curse to expose Lockhart, is that all? Haha, your mind is still so sharp. Dumbledore sat up straight. I'd also like to see if there's any chance of breaking this curse. Oh, that's the idea. Killing two birds with one stone. This solves Lockhart's problem and allows us to use Lockhart to trick the curse into being activated and see if we can break the curse. Didn't you consider cracking it before? I have thought about it, but there are always unexpected events that prevent me from detecting the curse in time, like what happened last year. That's why I say he's cunning. Raven thought for a moment. That's why you ultimately chose Lockhart, because he was weak. Dumbledore winked at Raven. There are many ways to expose Lockhart's hoax. It wouldn't be difficult to recruit a weak and easily controlled defense against the dark arts teacher. It's just that recruiting Lockhart directly as the defense against the dark arts teacher is the most convenient and efficient method. Raven was somewhat speechless. Professor, you've saved yourself trouble, but we're not comfortable with it. Dumbledore blushed a little when the topic came up. This is truly unexpected. He was also an outstanding graduate of Hogwarts. I thought he should know at least some useful knowledge, even if it was just on paper. Who would have thought that Lockhart really knew nothing? You should have used legilimency on him beforehand. Dumbledore stated that he did not like to use legilimency indiscriminately. Entering someone else's mind is not a pleasant experience for either the person being possessed or the person whose mind is being led astray. After chatting with Dumbledore for a while, Raven left the headmaster's office. Back in the auditorium, he checked the amount of clay for Neville and was surprised to find that the quantity was almost up to standard. Raven was somewhat puzzled. Neville said he was probably scared by the elves yesterday, which caused him to have a large group of snarling elves in his nightmares last night, which frightened him quite a bit. This might be the reason why he produced more modeling clay. Raven was surprised that this was even possible. He recorded the discovery and said that if it were truly useful, the production rate of modeling clay might become controllable. Oh, Neville looks so happy. It's the first time I've ever seen him skip around with joy instead of being bullied by that scoundrel Malfoy. He was very happy things were moving in a positive direction. Just now, when he told Neville that he could write a letter to Grandma Augusta tonight, and that they might be able to go to the hospital for their first attempt on Friday night, Neville excitedly gave Raven a big hug. Raven felt that Neville had used almost all of his strength. If Raven hadn't been exercising every day, he might not have been able to withstand such a hug. I hope Neville's parents recover. Hey, have some faith in me, Harry. I've even created the veil charm, so repairing a soul shouldn't be a problem. Harry shrugged. It's just a way of expressing it, okay. Of course I believe you, you've created quite a few miracles so far. Sitting down next to Raven, Harry glanced around warily. What's going on? Who are you looking for? Colin, a freshman in Gryffindor this year, he's always bothering me. Lately, I've noticed that he runs out as soon as I sit down. Raven raised an eyebrow. Wow, Mr. Savior, you have some really enthusiastic fans now. Harry rolled his eyes at Raven. I'd rather not have these fans. He's only a year younger than me, but he idolizes me. How do you deal with your fans? While maintaining communication, could you add a touch of distance to your conversation, and then end the chat as quickly as possible? Harry sighed. I've tried, but Colin's like a little lark, you know. Even if I don't say anything, he just keeps chattering away. I don't want to be too hurtful. Raven got himself a glass of orange juice. There's nothing you can do then. You'd better avoid him every day. Actually, I've already been doing that, but with little success. I feel like he's memorized my entire schedule. Finally, Friday arrived. Raven and Neville prepared to teleport there using Dumbledore's help. Hogwarts forbids apparition, and the range of apparition is quite large. Neville had already informed his grandmother in advance, instructing her to take all the candy wrappers his mother had given him to scent. Mungo's to wait for him. He seemed a little nervous. His hands and feet were ice cold, and his legs were trembling slightly. Navy, don't be so nervous. What you have to do is very simple, isn't it? Neville's words did not make him any more at ease. I really want to cure Raven. I really want to. I know, but you need to relax right now, okay? Take a deep breath. Don't be so tense. This isn't your only chance. In fact, I predict that after a certain number of failures, our success rate will skyrocket. It's like a safety net. Even if the soul repair spell doesn't completely heal a damaged soul in one go, it can still bring about some positive changes. Come on, don't be so tense. Take a deep breath and move your hands and feet. You don't want to wake your mother with these cold hands, do you? Phew, you're right, Ravens. Neville took a deep breath and shook his wrists and ankles. The situation has improved. At least Neville seems much more relaxed than before. Dumbledore looked gently at the two children. All right, children, it's time for us to go. Somehow, news got out that Raven was going to treat Mrs. Longbottom today. Dumbledore had originally only summoned members of the Order of Merlin because they wanted to witness Raven create yet another groundbreaking spell. But now, a huge crowd of journalists and scholars are all gathered at the entrance to San Mungo. The healers of St. Mungo's angrily blocked them from entering the compound. My God, these people are insane. I'm sorry, Raven, Dr. Kinslan leaked this information, and we've already given him a good talking to. We know you need to concentrate, so we only let a small group in to observe. Fortunately, no one apparated over. Apparition cannot directly teleport you inside St. Mungo's gate. In other words, if Raven uses apparition, he will definitely run into the group of people outside the door. Fortunately, Dumbledore was able to use the Phoenix to bring them directly into St. Mungo's territory. Are you sure you only allowed a small number of people in? Raven's lips twitched as he looked at the people surrounding the ward. At least 20 people were surrounding the ward. Well. You know, quite a few therapists are also very interested in your actions. All right, are you keeping outsiders out to make room for your own people? Neville's nerves, which had finally relaxed, tensed up once again. He was only 12 years old, so he didn't have the mental fortitude to handle it. Being surrounded by so many people, it was easy for him to get nervous. Navy, how did I teach you? Chest out, head up. I'm sorry, Grandma. Augusta approached Raven and his companions carrying a large box. Albus, she nodded to Dumbledore. It's a pleasure to meet you, Augusta. Dumbledore also responded to Augusta. Hello, Raven, I'm so sorry to bother you like this. No, Grandma Augusta, Neville is my friend. You don't need to be so polite. The Grindelwald family always values friendship. Augusta shook his head. Raven, perhaps this help is nothing to you, but to the Longbottom family, you are our benefactor, and you will always be a dear friend of the Longbottom family. Several people followed behind Augusta. They appeared to be other Longbottom members, as some of them bore a resemblance to Neville. After hearing Augusta's words, they all nodded in agreement. In their view, this wasn't a significant decision. It seemed like things should have been this way. Raven saved their family members, so their family should always remember Raven's kindness. Okay, I have to say, you've made me a little nervous. There is absolutely no need for children. Grandma Augusta patted Raven on the shoulder, then placed the large box she was carrying into Raven's hands. These are all the candy wrappers Alice gave Neville. Raven extended both hands and solemnly accepted the box. This contains Alice's last remaining, purest, most instinctive love for Neville. Grandma Augusta will succeed. Raven carried the box into the ward. Neville followed closely behind. They didn't interact much with the people at the door, and the people at the door didn't bother Raven at that moment. They were very curious about Raven, but they could suppress that curiosity until Raven finished treating Alice. Compared to their curiosity, a life is clearly more important. The ward was very clean. The therapist had cleaned the room beforehand and installed a large one-way mirror on one side of the wall. At this moment, Alice was the only patient in the ward, sitting quietly. Her eyes were vacant, her hair was disheveled, and she didn't even blink when Raven and Neville entered the room. Phew, okay, I hope everything goes well. Raven flicked his wrist, then nodded to Neville. Neville understood Raven's meaning. He walked over to Alice and put his hands on her shoulders. Do you remember what I told you, Neville? Neville swallowed hard and nodded vigorously. Once the spell begins, keep calling out to your mother as if you're shaking her awake. This will more effectively stimulate her remaining instincts. He had memorized everything Raven had told him. Raven nodded. The most important point is, no matter what happens, physical contact must always be maintained. The second part of the soul healing spell requires the soul of a blood relative as a guide. In other words, during the healing process, Neville must not let go of Alice no matter what happens, otherwise all the previous efforts will be in vain. Okay, Hugh, grit your teeth, it might hurt a little at first. That putty is practically ingrained in your soul, and I haven't figured out a painless way to separate it yet. Raven took out her wand and looked at Neville. Only after Neville nodded to her to indicate that he was ready did she take her stance. He first pointed at Neville, his lips moving like a machine gun as he rapidly recited a long string of obscure incantations. With the incantation, pale blue liquid slowly floated from the tip of the wand. This liquid, as if alive, slowly swam towards Neville, eventually enveloping his wrists, neck, and waist. After the complete envelopment was finished, the wand moved rapidly in Raven's hand, changing through a variety of hand gestures. This made it look like he was playing with a magic wand because his gestures changed too quickly. However, all the wizards present knew what Raven was doing, so the anticipated misunderstanding did not occur. Suddenly, Raven stopped his hand gesture, the tip of his wand pointing directly at Alice. The liquid on Neville's wrist slowly extended into tentacles like tree roots, gradually connecting to Alice's head and heart. So far, everything is going smoothly. Raven opened his eyes. At that moment, his scarlet pupils were flashing with a dark red light. With a wave of his left hand, the already unlocked box beside him was fully opened. Ready to go, treatment begins. Raven suddenly swung his wand horizontally. A sharp pain suddenly swept over Neville's entire body. It was a pain that came from the very soul, not much better than the Cruciatus curse, but Neville actually gritted his teeth and said nothing. In Raven's eyes, the soul clay on Neville's body was being slowly peeled off by the blue liquid. And then little by little, it was being transferred to Alice through the roots they had just formed. Now is not the time to focus too much on Navi's condition. Raven needs to control the roots to transport the clay to the right location and connect it with the few remaining fragments of the original soul. This is a delicate task. Cold sweat quickly beaded on Raven's face. Augusta, standing outside the window, clenched her fists nervously. Her palms were already sweaty. Dumbledore also frowned as he looked at the scene in the ward. In terms of magic power alone, Raven is currently inferior to him, but he cannot do this, because no one knows the spell better than its creator. This spell is far too complex. If Dumbledore were to use it, he could only outlast Raven for a slightly longer period of time. Otherwise, he would be no match for Raven. Therefore, the one standing in the ward at this moment is Raven, not Dumbledore. Fortunately, Raven did not disappoint them. The soul eraser was quickly placed in the correct position and initially connected to the soul fragment. Begin, Naveen. Whatever happens next, don't stop. With that, Raven waved his left hand, and all the candy wrappers inside the box flew out. In no time, the ward was completely covered with colorful candy wrappers. Alice's eyes gradually came to life as she looked at the candy wrappers. These candy wrappers were Neville and Alice's only means of communication. Alice forgot her son and even forgot how to speak, but sometimes love isn't expressed only through language. Sanguinduc nunc ubio animam to amicare. Raven's wand instantly unleashed a crimson power that enveloped the entire ward. Mommies, wake up, mommies. Neville began to shake Alice, but Alice didn't even glance at him. Meanwhile, Raven manipulated the candy wrappers, sending them flying past Alice's eyes one by one. The candy wrappers were like little butterflies, and Alice and Neville were like being surrounded by a swarm of butterflies. Come on, give me a flash. Raven's eyes were fixed intently on Alice's soul. All he needed now was a glimmer of light. If any fragment of Alice's soul emitted even a faint glow, he could instantly capture it and guide it to the surrounding soul clay. But first he needs the faint glow of Alice's original soul fragments. The soul healing spell is quite taxing, and Raven's back was soon soaked with cold sweat. Mom. Wake up, Mom, please. Neville could see that Raven's condition was gradually deteriorating, and his tone became increasingly anxious. Dumbledore gradually frowned. Raven's complexion was rapidly deteriorating. He couldn't bear to watch Raven overdraw his magic power again in front of him, so he got up to stop it all. Augusta sighed but did not stop Dumbledore. They were too hasty. Raven had already told them that it didn't matter if they failed once, and that failure could even help them succeed later. I shouldn't have been in such a hurry. Augusta and the other members of the Longbottom family comforted themselves with this thought. But just then, Raven's eyes suddenly lit up, and the candy wrappers flying around him started to fly faster. Got you. The white-haired boy's voice wasn't loud, but at that moment, everyone outside the ward stood up. It worked. Success on the first try, Raven quickly changed several hand gestures. Navi, don't let go, it's the last step. In Raven's vision, the fragment of soul that had just flashed was now completely frozen in place. The black roots quickly squeezed the surrounding soul clay and the soul fragment tightly together. After quickly confirming that everything was correct, Raven released the shimmering fragment of the soul. The light from the soul fragment did not diminish. Instead, it spread rapidly like ink dropped into clear water, gradually shaping the surrounding soul clay into different forms. Raven's face immediately broke into an excited smile. Ha 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 ha. It worked. Alice's features shone with a bright blue-white light. Raven gritted his teeth and increased his magic output. His face grew even paler, but he shook his head at Dumbledore outside the mirror. This opportunity must be seized. Dumbledore's raised hand froze in midair. 5 minutes. He estimated that Raven had at most 5 minutes left. If he stopped within that time, Raven could recover by drinking some potion without any harm to his body. But after 5 minutes, the situation changes. Therefore, Dumbledore will definitely stop Raven in 5 minutes. The candy wrappers were flying faster and faster in the ward, almost forming a storm. Raven gritted his teeth.
Faster, faster. Perhaps it was luck, or perhaps Raven's judgment was truly correct. Alice's features glowed with a pale blue light. The assimilated soul clay completed Alice's soul, and it also reactivated Alice's memories, making her soul shine more brightly and powerfully. 4 minutes later, Raven suddenly waved his wand a few times, and the candy wrappers around him stopped falling and then slowly drifted to the ground. As Raven moved, the blue liquid on Neville's body slowly retracted into its roots, then left Neville's body and returned to Raven's wand from the tip. The pale blue light emanating from Alice's features slowly faded, and Alice fell backward. Before losing consciousness, she looked at Neville beside her and said something in a voice only the two of them could hear. Neville froze on the spot, while Raven slowly sat down on the floor against the wall. Dumbledore and the healers opened the door and quickly came to Alice and Raven's side. Raven had simply overdrawn his magic power again, but it wasn't too serious. He could drink some potions and get a good night's sleep and he'd be fine. Alice has fallen into a coma. Unable to determine her current condition, the therapists turned their attention to Raven. Raven smiled and gestured with his chin toward Neville. "Why don't you ask Knave?" Everyone immediately turned their attention to Navi. The chubby boy already had 2 lines of tears streaming down his face, but he seemed completely unaware of it. "My mom, she just spoke to me." Immediately, the therapists and Longbottoms became excited. "The language function has been restored. What did she say to you?" A female therapist suppressed her excitement and asked as softly as possible. "She said, 'Neville, my son.'" Mrs. Augusta covered her mouth, tears instantly filling her aged eyes. "Oh my gods." How did Raven get back to his bed that day? He forgot. All he knew was that everyone was incredibly excited after the treatment ended. The Longbottoms held Raven tightly, crying uncontrollably, while Neville clung to his mother Alice, sobbing almost uncontrollably. Just when the Longbottom family had finally given him some private space, the others swarmed around him. There were reporters from the Daily Prophet, not Rita Skeeter, but also reporters from the Daily Wine and the Ghost, and most importantly, people from the Order of Merlin. Although he only spoke a few words to each person with Dumbledore's help, there were simply too many people, and it would have been quite a chore to talk to them one by one. It took Dumbledore a lot of effort to get Raven back to school and give him a potion. He didn't take Raven to the school infirmary because Raven's problem wasn't serious this time. Raven and Neville left in the morning, and it's only afternoon now. Dumbledore gave Raven a whole day off so he can go straight back to his dorm to rest. However, to his surprise, as soon as Raven entered Hufflepuff's common room through the barrel, the young wizards surrounded him. It turns out that most of the Badger Cubs skipped school this afternoon. They completely believed that Raven could pull off another miracle, so they started preparing a celebration feast from noon onwards. This was the first celebration they threw for Raven, and Raven didn't want to disappoint everyone, so he went back to playing with the Badgers for a while longer. Fortunately, Professor Sprout, who came to catch truants, noticed Raven's exhaustion and sent the young wizards to let Raven go back to rest. Raven was then able to return to his dormitory, wash up, take his medicine, and lie down on the bed. He should have informed his family and Furong, but he was just too tired. As soon as he lay down on the bed, his upper eyelids started to droop uncontrollably. "I slept until 7 o'clock the next morning before waking up." Raven slept for at least 12 hours. He felt very comfortable after waking up. It's unclear whether his body evolved due to constantly exhausting his magic power, but this time Raven felt he recovered very quickly. "Yesterday I used up almost all my magic, but today my magic is fully replenished." He had drunk this magic-restoring potion from Madame Pomfrey before, but it hadn't been as effective then. After getting up, Raven put some new food on toast and Starlight, then got up and went to the auditorium. He unexpectedly ran into Harry, who had managed to get up very early. When Harry saw Raven, his expression was a mixture of surprise and not so surprise. He was surprised that Raven had gotten up so early again, because Professor Sprout had happily said yesterday that Raven had performed another miracle, but he was too tired and was resting. Harry had thought Raven would sleep until noon today. But thinking about it, Raven gets up at almost the same time every day and then comes to the auditorium for breakfast. So it's not so hard to accept that Raven only slept for 12 hours. "Good morning, Raven." "Good morning, Harry. I thought you'd sleep in a little longer today." Harry sat down next to Raven. "That's what I think too. Oliver just woke me up. He really wants to win the championship." That's understandable, considering they were just a hair's breadth away from winning the championship last year. If Harry hadn't been knocked unconscious by Voldemort and missed the final, Wood would surely have already lifted the championship trophy. Please be understanding of him. He's already in 6th grade, and next year he'll be in 7th grade, graduating the year after.
Most importantly, your team is definitely strong enough to win the championship. If he doesn't win before graduation, you can imagine how devastated he'll be. Harry shrank back. Last year was such a pity, if only I hadn't been absent. There's no point in dwelling on the past, Harry. It's better to focus on the present, isn't it? Keep training good. Oh, that little boy looks like he's watching you. Little boy. Harry paused for a moment, then looked in the direction Raven was looking. Oh my god, it's Colin. Hi Harry, good morning, you must be Mr. Ravens, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Colin Crevy, your news has practically filled the front pages of all the newspapers. I've always wanted to meet you, in fact my whole family would love to. Okay, Raven knows why Harry compared Colin to a lark, he's incredibly talkative, her little mouth kept chattering away. It's a pleasure to meet you, Colin. Thank you for your kind words. Raven smiled at Colin. The little boy's face turned red and he struggled to utter a complete sentence. Harry's eyes widened in surprise at the sight. Raven, has your charm reached this level? Raven rolled his eyes. Eat your sandwich, don't keep Wood waiting. Oh no. Harry, are you going to train your Quidditch skills? Can I come and watch? I'd love to see too. I can take pictures for you, I've never seen Quidditch training before. Goodness, this little guy is really talkative. You can come with me later, I'd like to go to the Quidditch pitch for some fresh air too. Harry gave Raven a grateful look. He really doesn't know how to deal with Colin. Most importantly, Colin's adoration for him particularly bothered him. Whenever Colin was around, he always seemed to become the center of attention, which made him very uneasy and embarrassed. However, I think it's best not to take photos. Wood might mistakenly think you're secretly filming their tactics, which could cause unnecessary trouble for you and Harry. Oh my god, of course, how stupid of me. Yes, of course I couldn't take pictures of Harry and the others training. If those awful Slytherin guys found out about our tactics, we'd be in big trouble. In realities, when overwhelming strength prevails, tactics are merely icing on the cake. The current Gryffindor Quidditch team is very strong. To be honest, among all the Quidditch players at Hogwarts, only Cedric is on the same level as them. Unfortunately, the Badgers' Quidditch team only had Cedric as their leader. Soon the young wizards were all awake. After Harry finished eating, he went to the Quidditch training ground first, while Raven and Colin went later. Ron and Hermione, having learned that Harry was training, also planned to go and check on him. After all, it's only the first week of school, there isn't much homework and the courses aren't that demanding. They all plan to rest today. Gray and the others are still sleeping. They had a party last night and didn't go back to their dorms until very late, so they definitely won't be able to get up this morning. Can I take your picture, Raven? I want to tell my family I know you, they're so curious about you. My mom and dad rave about what you've done, and they say the Veil Curse is the spell that saddens them the most for not being a wizard. Of course, Colin, and thank you to your parents for their concern. I thought if he met Ginny, they'd just form a Harry Potter fan club, but now I think they'll also form a Ravens fan club. Ron watched as Colin whispered something to Raven. He's so talkative. SHH, don't say that, Ron. He might hear you, those words are hurtful. Ron was surprised that Hermione would say such a thing. She wasn't usually someone with such high emotional intelligence. However, he wisely kept his mouth shut. Upon arriving at the Quidditch pitch, Harry and his friends had already begun training. Watching the Quidditch players soar through the air like little birds, Colin really wanted to take a picture of them. But he also remembered what Raven had just told him. Wow, they fly so well. Of course, the Gryffindor Quidditch team is currently the strongest Quidditch stadium of the 4 schools. Sorry, Raven. Ron always subconsciously forgets that Raven is a Hufflepuff, and many students actually feel the same way. When Raven interacted with them, they would subconsciously assume that Raven was from their college. Of course, aside from Slytherins, very few people in their house talked to Raven, so they naturally wouldn't have this feeling. I'm still studying the Veil spell Reiku. I feel my gestures and pronunciation are pretty standard, but I just can't seem to use it. Try using it and I'll see where the problem is. Raven is helping Hermione learn the Veil charm. This spell is even more difficult than the Patronus charm, which is why Hermione still doesn't quite know how to use it. You have a bit of an old-fashioned British accent, and I think that's the problem. Sometimes you unconsciously add an extra E at the end. Most spells don't have requirements as high as the Veil charm, so you haven't encountered a problem before. Look, for example, here. Hey, wait a minute, who's that? Are they the Slytherin villains? Ron's shout interrupted Raven. Hermione glared at Ron angrily, then turned her gaze downwards. The Slytherin team members are coming onto the field with brooms. Wood and the others have already flown down. They must be here to cause trouble, let's go check it out. The four arrived at the Quidditch pitch, only to find Malfoy and the Slytherin members showing off their new brooms. What's going on, Harry? Are they looking for trouble? Ha, Weasley, don't insult me with your nonsensical words. I'm just showing the Gryffindors our new toys. As they spoke, the Slytherin members showed Ron the brooms. Ron's eyes widened in disbelief. Oh my god, it's Nimbus 2001. Every member of the Slytherin team is carrying a brand new Nimbus. But who knows? Maybe one day you Gryffindors will strike gold and then you'll be able to afford these things. The Slytherin players burst into laughter. The Gryffindor players are still using the 7 stars number 5. This broom is almost as old as the Little Wizards. But Gryffindor players don't need to spend money to get into the team. They all get in based on their ability. Upon hearing this, Malfoy's face immediately darkened. Nobody's asking you, you stinking mudblood. This remark immediately ignited the atmosphere. The Gryffindor players were instantly enraged. They charged at Malfoy, baring their teeth and claws, but were blocked by the tall Slytherin players. Damn it, what did you say? Do you dare say it again? I'm going to teach you a lesson today. You will pay the price for your words. Everyone was furious, and Ron even pulled out his new wand, ready to give Malfoy a taste of his own evil curse. However, the next moment, a loud round of applause made everyone present pause. Everyone turned to look at Raven, only to find that his expression had vanished, leaving only coldness. His dark red eyes gleamed with a dangerous light. What did you just say? The Slytherin players immediately surrounded Malfoy to protect him. Although the buck-toothed captain Flint was afraid of Raven's reputation, he still forced himself to hold his head high. What do you want? To his surprise, Raven only glanced at him before separating his hands. With just this simple movement, all the Slytherin players were sent flying by a tremendous force. That wasn't all. Raven hooked his hands around the ball, and all the Slytherin players were pulled along by the immense force, sliding across the entire field. Raven only stopped after they were covered in wounds from being dragged around. With a flick of the wrist and a downward press, all the Slytherin players were slammed to the ground. Everyone was stunned, including this time they've only seen Raven angry twice. Once last semester when he was angry with Fudge, and the other time was today. Only by understanding principles can one become a mature adult. Do you know what this means? Raven walked step by step towards Malfoy. Malfoy's legs trembled violently and he kept muttering, "My father is Lucius Malfoy, you can't do this to me." Raven stopped in front of him, his dark red eyes staring at Malfoy like an abyss. "I'm giving you 3 seconds to pull out your wand and fight back. Don't say I didn't give you a chance." "A 3. Harry was the first to come to his senses. Raven, no. "A 2. Harry tried to pull Ron and the others to stop Raven, but they were too late. "A 1. Raven's right fist flew out like lightning, landing a punch squarely on Malfoy's face and sending him flying. "Don't try to stop me, Harry. I've put up with him for too long." "I thought they had some limits." Raven grabbed Malfoy's arm, yanked him up, and then delivered a powerful knee strike to Malfoy's stomach. Malfoy suddenly felt short of breath, and the excruciating pain in his abdomen almost made him faint. Having been pampered since childhood, how could he have endured such pain? The Gryffindors rushed forward to try and stop Raven, but to their surprise, they found that even with all their combined strength, they could hardly stop Raven's fist from falling. "Stop Raven, he's not worth it." Ron tried with all his might to grab Raven's arm. Malfoy's nose was already broken, and if the fight continued, something serious might really happen. But none of them could stop Raven. Raven stopped what he was doing only when a voice appeared. "Why did you kill him?" It was a slightly hoarse voice, as if there was phlegm stuck in its throat. Hearing this sound, Raven's fist stopped in midair. Everyone else was startled by the sudden sound. Looking in the direction of the sound, they saw a silver-haired girl standing next to Raven. "I won't kill him." "But you're about to beat him to death." Hibiscus gently pressed her hand on Raven's temple. "What made my little cowboy so angry?" Raven slowly lowered his fist. It just brought back some unpleasant memories. "I'm sorry, Hibiscus, that you witnessed this so soon after you arrived." "Don't expel Professor Dumbledore. It's all Malfoy's fault he started this trouble. That awful guy used that swear word on Hermione. You know nobody can use that word to insult someone." The young wizards all chimed in, defending Raven. Raven has just led the Slytherin students to Dumbledore. The Gryffindor lion cubs were worried that Raven would be expelled because of this, so they all chased after him and started talking all over him to defend him. All right, kids, let's talk alone, okay? Don't be nervous, Mr. Raven won't be fired." "If I were you, I wouldn't be so sure, Dumbledore." A chilling aura emanated from behind the young wizards. "You've come, Severus." "Come, Pomona has arrived." Dumbledore and Snape entered the headmaster's office, while the lion cubs who had not been invited were kept outside. That awful guy. If Raven drops out of school because of him, I'm going to teach him a lesson. Ron and his friends seemed very angry. Although Hermione was worried and angry, she remained relatively calm. Everything will be all right. Didn't Professor Dumbledore say he won't expel Raven? Harry also trusted Dumbledore. He didn't think Raven would get into trouble. The injuries that those bad Slytherin guys sustained might be considered serious by ordinary muggles. But in the wizarding world, they're just injuries that can be healed with a potion and a good night's sleep. He'll definitely be all right. Dumbledore certainly won't expel Raven. More than that, I'm wondering how Fleur suddenly appeared and then suddenly disappeared. This is Hogwarts, shouldn't Fleur be in France? Hermione pouted. This is clearly Raven and her secret. We shouldn't pry too much. How do you know this is their secret? Didn't you see that Raven was clearly not surprised by her appearance? This is obviously their secret. Inside the principal's office, Raven stared coldly at the professor in front of him, who had been looking at him with a mocking expression. Professor Snape, please compose yourself. If you think I'd be afraid to be expelled, you're mistaken. Unless you can find a way to put me in Azkaban because of this, I don't think you'll see any sign of distress on my face. Professor Sprout seemed to have been provoked by something. No one will lock up a young wizard in Azkaban just because they're fighting Raven. A brawl between young wizards. He used magic to drag my student across half the Quidditch pitch, Pomona. Why would you care? You let your students bully students from other houses at will. You even help them bully other junior wizards. What they've done combined is far worse than what I did today. You little. All right, quiet downs. Let me understand what happened, okay? Dumbledore interrupted Raven and his companion's argument. His deep blue eyes looked at Raven. He wanted to know why Raven was so angry. Is it just because of that insulting word? Dumbledore didn't think so. Raven opened his mouth. Professor Dumbledore, do you know how many bottom lines I have? I know you value family and friends. Raven smiled, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Yes, Professor, that's right. No one can lay a hand on my family. No matter what happens, I will always stand unconditionally by my family and friends. That's my bottom line. He picked up the teacup in front of him and took a small sip of tea. A person doesn't always have only one bottom line, but coincidentally, no one can bully others in front of me, and that's one of my bottom lines. Snape scoffed, thinking Raven was just bluffing. Why is today so special? What my students did today is different from their usual. Oh, so you know what kind of people your students usually behave. Raven's dark red eyes were fixed on Snape. Those who bully their classmates are, in my opinion, the most despicable, the most contemptible, and the most disgusting people. They're not much better than the criminals of Azkaban. Before today, I always thought that although Slytherin students showed signs of bullying students from other houses, what they did was just some pranks, so I didn't lay a hand on them. I thought they still had a bottom line, but today's incident made me realize I was wrong. Raven slowly put down his teacup. The moment that word was uttered, and your brilliant students were still arrogantly protecting Malfoy. I understood that your students, Snape, Professor, bullied other students out of pure malice, pure discrimination. They didn't go any further only because they lacked the ability, not because they had any moral compass. Therefore, I hit them, and not just this time. I want to tell you, Professor Snape, if you don't know how to educate your students, then I'll educate them for you. Every time something like this happens again, I'll give them a good beating, and I mean it. Raven, you can't talk to a professor like that. Professor Sprout frowned, seemingly somewhat annoyed, but she didn't hold Raven's hand very tightly. She had long disliked the Slytherin students. In particular, these students always liked to bully students from other houses, and Snape always took their side. Snape's face was sinister, but then, as if he had thought of something, his eyes changed slightly, and he slowly lowered them. What are your thoughts, Albus? You already understand what happened. He spoke in his cold, greasy voice. Dumbledore glanced at Snape, then at Raven, then he slowly began to speak. I think this matter is quite clear now. Mr. Raven was just standing up for his friend. The incident wasn't caused by him. However, he did use magic to attack his classmate, so Hufflepuff loses 50 points. I think you'll learn your lesson, right, Mr. Raven? Raven nodded slightly. The only thing he learned today was not to use magic next time he needed to do something. Sprout took Raven away. Dumbledore turned his gaze to Snape. You didn't continue to cause trouble for that child. What he said does have a minor point of truth. Raven went from being a prince of Hufflepuff to a prince of Hogwarts. Everyone disliked Slytherin students, so after Raven beat up some of the most annoying ones, he became the idol of almost all the other young wizards. Raven just waved his hand, and Flint and the others were thrown out, sliding on the ground for ages. He didn't even use a wand just like that. Ron was incredibly excited. He'd been bragging to the young wizards every day for the past 2 days, as if he, not Raven, had been the one who beat up Malfoy. Although the young Slytherin wizards were furious with Raven, they dared not openly confront him. The fighting power to be able to take down several older students is still terrifying. Lucius Malfoy was furious when he learned that his son had been beaten, and he vowed to teach the little wizard a lesson. Then, when he learned that the person who hit his son was none other than Raven, he immediately wilted. First, Hogwarts recently welcomed a special school board member. Although he is a muggle, he is frighteningly shrewd and no pureblood family dares to touch him casually. He is also Raven's father. Secondly, Raven's reputation is simply too great. Lucius might take sides with other junior wizards, but with Raven, if he dared to take sides, the newspapers would start attacking the Malfoy family the next day. There was nothing the Malfoys could do but swallow this bitter pill. The Malfoy family swallowed their anger and suffered in silence, and the other pureblood families naturally couldn't say much either. In fact, if these pure-blooded nobles could unite, they could cause some trouble for Raven's family. Unfortunately, these pure-blood families all like to guard their own little territory, fearing that other families will take the opportunity to swallow them up. On Malfoy's side, he lay unconscious in the school clinic for several days. Even after recovering, he kept thinking about Raven's words. Sometimes some people are like that. If you try to reason with them and present the facts, they might not listen. But if you use violence and force to intimidate them, they might actually listen. Only by understanding principles can one become a complete person. That statement had a profound and lasting impact on him. Malfoy himself didn't know why he cared so much about that sentence. Perhaps it was because of Raven's violence, or perhaps it's because Raven's demeanor resembles that of the nobleman he once most admired. Even after being beaten, Malfoy didn't realize his mistake. He only discovered that he also admired Raven's demeanor. This sport is so boring, I really don't understand why you're so obsessed with it. Raven and Fleur sat fishing by the Black Lake. Neither of them had classes this afternoon, so Hibiscus came to find Raven. That's because you always manage to catch fish. Damn it, I really don't know what's wrong with these fish. Why won't they bite my hooks? Everyone who fishes with him catches a fish. Even Lee Jordan, who has the worst luck, occasionally manages to catch a fish, but he hasn't caught a single fish since he started fishing. Those fish that are so clueless on other people's side, biting both the bait and the hook, suddenly become incredibly clever on Raven's side, only eating the bait and not biting the hook. That's too much. Technical issue. I'm more inclined to believe it was just luck. Raven was somewhat angry. Furong gently curled the corners of her mouth. Okay, now she's starting to understand what's so fun about this sport. Is the matter with that chubby kid settled? At least until Christmas, the Neville matter cannot proceed any further. Neville has been away from school for the past few days. Dumbledore has given him a break so he can spend time with his family. This approach is not only more humane, but it also helps Neville's mother recover. Didn't he also have a father who was driven insane by the torment? Yes, but his father's situation is much more complex and difficult to treat. The more people who can provide him with stimulation during treatment, the better. So you need to wait until the chubby boy's mother has recovered sufficiently before involving them in the treatment process. Right. Furong nodded and gently tugged at her fishing rod. The newspapers have been flooded with your articles lately. Almost every section is discussing what you've done. You know I don't really care about these things, but I feel they should pay me because I've increased their newspaper sales so much. There's no such thing in the wizarding world. When will the Order of Merlin be issued? I'll sneak over to check it out. The Merlin Order has already sent invitations to all the important people this Friday at 6 p.m. Are you free on Friday? I remember your schedule is very full on Fridays. I do have a lot of classes, but it's just astrology in the evening and many students sneak away. I don't think it'll be a big problem if I slip away too. Actually, if the two schools had the same schedule, 6 p.m. would also be dinner time for Beauxbaton's students, so Serenity wouldn't need to skip class at all. However, France and Britain are 1 hour apart. What is 6 a.m. in Britain is already 7 a.m. in France. At 7 p.m., Beauxbaton's had already started his evening classes. Is this something a good student should say? Good grades are enough. I've always been #1 in the whole school in astrology. Compared to a divination class that nobody likes and almost everyone skips, witnessing her boyfriend receive a Merlin First Class medal is clearly more important. Aren't you going to ask me why I hit someone? I won't ask if you don't want to talk about it, and I don't need to ask if you want to talk about it. Raven smiled. They were always bullying the other young wizards at Hogwarts. I used to think they were annoying, but at most they were just mischievous pranks and there was still a limit. But on Saturday, they changed my mind. Bullying others. Yes, they said the word mudblood to Hermione that day, and instead of scolding the little boy for his rudeness and stupidity, the others still protected him, even showing some pride. Ha, you idiot, it seems you only beat up pureblood family members that day. What? Heh, a bunch of fools. Almost every wizard these days has Muggle ancestors several generations back, yet these idiots still cling to their stupid pureblood glory. What they couldn't let go of was their noble status, not the glory of pure blood. I knew they weren't any outstanding people, but it wasn't until this word appeared and they reacted that I truly understood they were the worst kind of scum. They keep playing those horrific pranks not because they have any moral compass, but simply because they lack the capacity to do anything truly worse. Raven didn't finish Snape's homework, but since last Saturday, Snape's attitude towards Raven has undergone a huge change. With Merlin's **** on top, he hasn't bothered Hufflepuff for almost a whole week. Ryan felt he must be going crazy, otherwise why would he have such a dream? I thought this week was going to be awful, oh my god. Raven was initially puzzled, but he quickly figured out why Snape's attitude towards him had changed a little. This person, after being scolded by him, actually put himself in the shoes of the bullied. Raven was speechless. You really have no idea what kind of person Snape was when he was in school. Are you simply a victim? Why pretend to be an innocent girl? Lily is such a smart and kind woman, yet she chose James in the end. You don't really think it was just because of that mudblood comment, do you? Fortunately, Snape didn't do anything unnecessary. He simply treated Hufflepuff normally, thus demonstrating his goodwill. If he were to actually try to extend more goodwill through other means, Raven would really have a serious talk with him and tell him that his goodwill is worthless in Raven's eyes. Raven coveted the guidance of a potions master, but he didn't want someone who had never genuinely recognized and corrected his own mistakes to become his teacher. Raven's year-long learning experience taught him that Snape had no idea he was wrong. He thought he pushed Lily away because of that mud seed. He believed himself to be a pure victim of school bullying back then. He still didn't care about the lives of anyone else except Harry. And the only two reasons he cared about Harry were because Harry was Lily's bloodline and had the same emerald green eyes as Lily. Ultimately, the only reason Snape was able to suddenly realize his mistakes and eventually join Dumbledore's side was because of Lily. He truly loved Lily, and that was the sole reason he left the Death Eaters. Without Lily, he would have been a pure Death Eater. Otherwise, Voldemort wouldn't have considered him his confidant. Never mind, none of that matters. Raven is the most important protagonist today. Ak appeared very excited and nervous because it was afternoon and almost 6 o'clock. Those Hufflepuffs who don't have classes are already sitting at the long table. The youngest recipient of the Order of Merlin first class and a student of Hufflepuff, the little badgers felt very honored. Although most of them don't care much about honors, that just means they won't be discouraged by not receiving one. Feelings of pride and self-satisfaction will still exist. I'm shocked you weren't dragged away by Professor Lockhart. I thought he was going to give you a long lecture today. Cedric was somewhat surprised to see Raven at the long table so early. He genuinely believed Lockhart would keep passing on his experience to Raven until the Merlin Order arrived. After all, Lockhart is a very know-it-all person. In Cedric's eyes, he wasn't sure if Lockhart had any real talent, but he was certainly sometimes overly enthusiastic. Well, actually, Professor Lockhart hasn't contacted me at all this week. Raven felt that Lockhart probably felt embarrassed too. After all, he had been bragging to the young wizards about his Merlin third-class medal. But now, his student had received a Merlin first-class medal. That's a shame. I thought you'd definitely be able to learn something from him. What can he teach Raven? How to smile during an awards ceremony? Besides Cedric, another older Hufflepuff boy smirked. That way, Raven won't look nervous when he goes on stage, right? Ak is still defending his idol. He and Justin Finley are the only two boys in Hufflepuff's second year who still idolize Lockhart. Upon hearing what Ak said, the boy was about to retort, but Raven gave him a subtle wink and his momentum weakened. Okay, you have a point. Ak was happy, certainly. Poor child, I hope you won't be too heartbroken when Lockhart's scam is exposed. Raven thought to himself. It's impossible not to expose Lockhart's deception. Even Dumbledore is going to expose it, so no one can help him cover up the truth. Raven's demeanor was always impeccable, so he didn't need to tidy himself up. Harry and his friends arrived at the Great Hall after their classes. Today is a very important day for their friends. Ron and Harry even considered skipping class to get front row seats, but Hermione stopped them. She was furious that Harry and the others had such thoughts. That's fantastic. Now we can only watch Raven receive his medal from hundreds of meters away. Ron muttered a complaint under his breath. The front seats at the Gryffindor table were already completely occupied by young wizards. They could only sit in seats further away from the front. All right, stop complaining. Save me a spot. I need to deliver the invisibility cloak to Raven. Raven borrowed the invisibility cloak from Harry yesterday to help Fleur hide. Those who came to award Raven with his medal today are all top-tier figures. Simply using the illusion spell is easily seen through, and it could lead to trouble. But if she doesn't become invisible, there will definitely be other junior wizards who can recognize Fleur. With nearly 1,000 students at Hogwarts, if someone were to casually reveal themselves, news of Fleur's presence at Hogwarts would likely make the newspapers the next day. Not many people saw Fleur appear before her. Because several Slytherin students had already been knocked unconscious by Raven when she appeared, they didn't see Fleur. Only the Gryffindor team members and Ron and Hermione saw Fleur suddenly appear. Fewer people seeing it makes it easier to block the news. Raven, I've brought you the invisibility cloak. Thank you, Harry. Raven accepted the robe, which was as smooth as water. Harry seemed even more excited than Raven. Are you ready, Raven? Ron said a lot of legendary wizards will be coming today. Actually, I saw them a few days ago when I was treating Neville's mother. Don't overthink it. Without magic, they're just some interesting old people. Harry pursed his lips. Only you can see a legendary wizard as just a simple, interesting old man. Lockhart must be ashamed. Apparently, he even skipped class today, and Professor McGonagall covered for him. No wonder I haven't seen him all day. Maybe he really is sick. I think the probability is very low. Have you prepared your speech? I heard from my father that you'll need to give a speech during the medal ceremony. I prepared a very ordinary, unremarkable presentation. Basically, I'd start by thanking my family, friends, and teachers, then express some humility and finally look forward to the future. Hibiscus just secretly sent a message to Raven through the two-way mirror. She's now wearing an invisibility cloak, a speech with absolutely no originality. But it's very safe. Indeed, this speech was nothing new, but its strength lay in its soundness. Okay, little cowboy, I'll be watching you closely from the audience. If you embarrass yourself, I'll remember it immediately and then laugh at you mercilessly for weeks. Then your idea is doomed to fail. This situation isn't serious enough to embarrass me. Look, that's Tilly talk. She saved so many Muggle lives. Fudge's smile resembled a chrysanthemum. SHH, don't be so loud. If Percy hears you, you're definitely not getting any juice. Raven led Fleur back to the long table. Fudge, a mediocre talent who only knows how to chase fame and fortune. He's only a genius when it comes to self-promotion. Look at his face, he's practically beaming with joy. I bet he's secretly pocketed a lot of credit for himself. Hibiscus sat down next to Raven and whispered. Raven shrugged slightly. That's how politicians are. Fudge is just the one with the most obvious characteristics. While Raven and Fleur were chatting, it finally reached 6 o'clock. The awarding of medals is about to begin. Dumbledore stood at the very front. He made a firework-like sound with his wand, drawing the attention of all the young wizards. Ladies and gentlemen, please be quiet. The young wizards' voices gradually faded away, and everyone looked at Dumbledore, excitedly awaiting what would happen next. Although I think everyone knows what day it is today, I still feel it's necessary for me to introduce it. Today is an important day at Hogwarts. An honor that has never been received by a young wizard will be won for the first time by a young wizard at Hogwarts today. Professor Sprout, standing at the back, was very excited. Her face turned red with excitement and pride. However, before we begin, we should first welcome our esteemed Minister of Magic, who is also the holder of the Order of Merlin, First Class Cornelius Fudge. The awarding speech must be delivered by the Minister of Magic. So even though most of the young wizards didn't want to listen to Fudge's long, empty talk, they had no choice but to endure it. However, there are exceptions among the young wizards. Parswell almost slapped his hand so hard it was blurry. He even pulled out a small notebook, seemingly preparing to jot down Fudge's words. He's truly born with the physique to pass civil service exams. It is a great honor to see everyone here on this sunny day, and a great honor to witness this award ceremony. Now I'd like to say a few words. Raven was starting to wonder if all leaders were the same all over the world. Fudge stood on the stage, and his opening remarks alone lasted at least 30 minutes. It's all nonsense. Looking to a bright future, giving the young wizards a pep talk, and occasionally discussing the Ministry of Magic's role in Raven's affairs. The young wizards below went from being incredibly excited at first to becoming drowsy as they listened. He only slowly ended his speech when he seemed to feel his throat becoming dry and uncomfortable. The young wizards were stunned for a moment before they started clapping. Raven glanced over and saw that the Weasley twins already had dung balls in their hands. If Ron and Harry hadn't been holding them back, they probably would have already lost their temper and turned the banquet upside down. I take back what I said earlier about him having no other talents. At least his ability to spout nonsense is absolutely top-notch. Hibiscus, hidden beneath the invisibility cloak, twitched at the corner of her mouth. How can someone talk for 30 minutes straight, with logically coherent sentences but with absolutely no useful content? For Merlin's sake, what on earth is Percy writing so furiously? I really can't understand it. Raven whispered as well. Of all the young wizards at Hogwarts, only Percy was writing furiously while Fudge was speaking. Raven really doesn't understand. Is there any need to record this nonsense? Even Hermione, who was initially quite interested in Fudge's speech, eventually became drowsy. That's Hermione. Hermione Granger is someone who managed to study Professor Bin's magical history with great focus and concentration. Furong rubbed her temples. Perhaps he's recording how to spout nonsense after joining the Ministry of Magic. This skill might actually be very important for a member of the Ministry of Magic. Fortunately, after the speech, Fudge's role ended, and it was time to get down to business. Oh, what a wonderful speech, absolutely brilliant. Dumbledore stood back at the front of the stage with a smile. What makes it so exciting? Harry and Ron covered the Weasley twins' mouths tightly, preventing them from speaking. George and Fred were about to say something when Harry and Ron, who had been blocking their way, saw them. These two can't be allowed to cause trouble in this situation, otherwise Raven might not get angry, but Percy would definitely be furious. Stop saying anything unnecessary, let's just let this go. Do you want Fudge to come up and say a few more words? Fortunately, Ron and Harry didn't need to work for very long. Dumbledore finally called Raven to the stage. Now please welcome today's protagonist, the creator of Whispers of All Beings, the Summoning Charm, the Veil Charm, the Growth Acceleration Charm, and the Soul Healing Charm, the Restorer of the Dying Medicine, Raven's Vincent Grindelwald, to the stage to receive his medal. Raven slowly got up and walked forward. His movements and expressions were almost perfect. No one could find fault with him in that regard. The young wizard's excitement was reignited, and they clapped enthusiastically, this time with a much louder sound than when they had clapped for Fudge earlier. The Weasley twins even whistled excitedly. Hibiscus, hidden beneath the invisibility cloak, was also applauding. Although she told Raven she expected him to embarrass himself, her clapping was louder than the clapping of everyone around her. Raven approached the members of the Order of Merlin. The next step is for Raven to speak with each of the holders of the Merlin First-Class Medal. Perhaps Fudge's long-winded rambling had made them impatient. In any case, all Merlin First-Class Medal holders had very short conversations with Raven. However, they all expressed their satisfaction and appreciation for Raven. Some of them were initially afraid of Raven, because Raven was, after all, a Grindelwald. But they later learned that Raven had almost no connection to Grindelwald and that he didn't resemble him at all. Therefore, they naturally wouldn't hesitate to admire the rising stars in the wizarding world. First, I thank my parents and friends, then I thank my teachers and school, finally, I encourage others, and then I look forward to the future. Raven's speech, just as he said, was unoriginal but very solid. The Geminis were disappointed. They thought Raven would pull something special, but it turned out he didn't do anything at all. They all wanted to boo if Raven weren't their friend. The awarding ceremony finally concluded as Dumbledore pinned the Order of Merlin First Class to Raven's chest. The banquet began. Today is a day worth celebrating, so an extremely lavish meal is laid out on the Hogwarts table, a feast that young wizards only get to see on holidays. On the table even appeared a sizzling, oily roast suckling pig, its skin gleaming enticingly. Because Hibiscus couldn't reveal herself easily, the food in front of her was all brought to her by Raven. Most of the young wizards were so engrossed in their food that they didn't notice the empty plates piling up next to Raven. A very small number of young wizards noticed this, but they only thought they were seeing things. This is the Order of Merlin, first class ... It's beautiful. Hibiscus examined the Merlin medal. If you like it, you can keep it once everyone else's enthusiasm dies down. Anyway, I only need a title, not this medal. Furong shook her head slightly. This honor belongs to you, I won't take it away, and I suggest you don't lend it to others too many times. After all, it symbolizes your achievement. In Furong's view, this has nothing to do with whether Raven cares about fame and fortune. This medal is proof of Raven's achievements, and he should cherish it even more. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Wizards seem to value the Order of Merlin quite a bit. and Raven feels this is probably related to the education he received growing up. After the dinner, Raven saw Fleur off from Hogwarts. The two chatted for a while longer, and seeing that it was almost time for Beauxbaton's break, Fleur activated her swan earrings and returned to France. Raven cleaned Harry's invisibility cloak before folding it and returning it to Harry. Raven is destined to have a hard time getting some rest tonight. Today is Friday, and tomorrow is Saturday, a day off. The little wizards discussed it and decided to continue playing after the dinner party. Because many legendary wizards were present at the banquet, the young wizards were not very relaxed. But things are different in private. After they had finished eating, they quietly returned to the Hufflepuff common room. Because Raven had friends in all 4 houses, Hufflepuff's common room quickly filled with students from each house. For a moment, Hufflepuff's common room seemed to have become Hogwarts' common room. Fred and George contributed a whole bunch of amazing and fun fireworks and toys. Many of Hufflepuff's little badgers contributed the magical snacks they had secretly brought. Cedric and Ravenclaw's most beautiful girl, Cho Chang, sneaked off to the dining hall next to the common room and got even more food from the house elves of Hogwarts. Later, Raven thought that since things were already so lively, why not make it even more exciting and invite the house elves over to join in? His actions won the favor of the elves, who were so moved that they wept tears of joy. Raven's very few Slytherin friends also joined the party later. At first, they couldn't quite fit into the atmosphere of the banquet. The other young wizards didn't like the Slytherin students, and they didn't like being snubbed. However, this state did not last long. Ron secretly added several small bottles of liquor, which he had gotten from somewhere, to their juice, and they soon became intoxicated after drinking it. Then several of Slytherin's little snakes joined the banquet. The celebration, which spanned 4 colleges, didn't end until the early hours of the morning. The professors didn't show up, and Raven guessed that Professor Sprout must know what they were doing in the common room, but she probably didn't think it was necessary to interfere. This banquet gave Raven a new idea. How wonderful it would be to have a real Hogwarts common room. Dumbledore could not forcefully change the habits and personalities of the Slytherin children, because they were influenced by their families at home and by other students and even the head of the house at school. Students from other houses didn't like to interact with them, and they didn't like to interact with people from other houses either, which inadvertently separated Slytherin from the other 3 houses. However, if we could create a real Hogwarts common room, not like the Great Hall with 4 tables separating the houses, but with a fireplace and sofas, a true common room that everyone in Hogwarts could use freely. Wouldn't that make Slytherin students easier to convert? Raven didn't know if the idea was feasible, but he really enjoyed the feeling of students from all 4 houses laughing together tonight. Of course, Professor McGonagall's roar the next day was also very memorable. Professor Sprout felt that the young wizards were already very tired, and it wouldn't hurt for them to take a break occasionally. Professor Flitwick was also very tolerant of the young wizards' behavior. Snape knew nothing about this from the beginning, nor did he care. Only the stern Professor McGonagall flew into a rage upon learning of this. She almost deducted 50 points from every Gryffindor student who attended the party, because they didn't go back to their dormitories all night, but instead slept in the Hufflepuff common room. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were terrified, but Fred and George were relaxed. They said that if they deducted points like that, Gryffindor wouldn't earn back the points they had taken away in 50 years. Among the students who attended the private party last night, the largest group were Hufflepuff wizards, followed by Gryffindor wizards. These words further fueled Professor McGonagall's anger. Professor McGonagall was like an angry lioness, almost ready to teach Fred and George a lesson on the spot. In the end, it was Professors Sprout and Flitwick who stopped them, and Fred and George were able to see the weekend sun. Even so, Professor McGonagall didn't let the playful lion cubs off easily. Points won't be deducted, but every lion cub who participated in the banquet will have to write a 2-foot-long apology. As for Fred and George, Professor McGonagall said she would personally write to Mrs. Weasley to settle both the old and new scores. Ron mocked Fred and George, saying they would definitely receive a shouting letter, and was then given an extra half-foot of criticism by Professor McGonagall, who was still not completely appeased. To build a common room at Hogwarts. Raven nodded, yes, Professor. Dumbledore put down the book he was holding. The cover of the book had Huxia writing on it. I'd like to know your purpose in proposing this idea, Raven. I think establishing a Hogwarts common room would help unite the 4 houses. Professor, Slytherin has almost completely isolated itself from the other 3 houses, and the connections between the other 3 houses aren't exactly close either. I don't think that's a very friendly situation. Dumbledore tapped his fingers lightly on the table. He quickly understood Raven's goal. Since they can't influence the young wizard's family, let's try our best to maximize the benefits in the areas where they can influence them. Do you think that interacting more with students from other houses helps Slytherin students make friends from other houses? I believe that interacting more with students from other colleges helps students from all colleges make more friends. This will not only improve the situation in Slytherin, but will also benefit students in other houses. That's definitely a good idea. But how can you be sure they'll go? After all, young wizards can go back to their own house's common rooms after class. Why would they want to crowd into the Hogwarts common room? Raven shrugged. Because the Hogwarts common room is much more spacious, and the common rooms in each house are very crowded, you usually have to fight for a comfortable spot. Plus, you can provide them with snacks in the Hogwarts common room, and I'm sure Bob and the others would be happy to make some delicious treats for the young wizards. Bob is one of the house elves at Hogwarts. That's indeed an interesting suggestion. Thank you, Raven, I'll seriously consider it. Dumbledore had actually been persuaded by Raven. Establishing a comfortable Hogwarts common room without clearly defined house boundaries is definitely more beneficial than harmful. But he needs to figure out where to build this place. Hogwarts has many empty classrooms, none of which are large enough on their own, but by simply knocking down the walls, the space immediately becomes larger, which is not a difficult thing to do. One point to consider is, where should this common lounge be located within the castle? And how can the young wizards get in? Dumbledore certainly didn't want to build another Great Hall, and I doubt that was Raven's idea either. Since it wasn't going to be another Great Hall, it was necessary to devise an interesting way to enter. Every common room at Hogwarts should have a unique and interesting way of entering. This is a long-standing tradition at Hogwarts. He possesses unparalleled talent, yet he always wastes time on trivial, insignificant matters. Another old man emerged from the shadows behind Dumbledore. The portraits of the headmasters hanging on the wall all hurled insults at Grindelwald upon his arrival, but Grindelwald paid them no heed. Yes, his mindset is invaluable. This is a waste of his talent. You know I won't stop you from trying to persuade him. You want to guide him down your old path and complete your unfinished work. I won't stop you. Good luck. Grindelwald snorted and then left the principal's office. Before leaving, he whispered in a cold yet slightly nostalgic tone, "That's our unfinished business." Dumbledore sighed softly after Grindelwald left. "Our business was wrong from the start, old buddy. Greater interests. Actually, looking at it from all angles, it makes a lot of sense. Wizards are far more powerful, so why should they make muggles live like rats, constantly hiding just to protect them? They possess greater power, therefore they rightfully stand above the weak and rule over the muggles, whether wizards or muggles. This kind of rhetoric can easily persuade impetuous young people. But only after experiencing more and growing in mindset will one realize that rule is always a path destined for destruction." During this time, Dumbledore read through the 5,000-year history of this ancient Eastern power. While marveling at the country's long history, he also became more certain of his own view on the greater good. The peace brought about by rule is ultimately short-lived. Only through cooperation, mutual understanding, and tolerance can peace be made more lasting. To succeed on this path, one must be led by a powerful individual who never instinctively resorts to force to solve problems. Only in this way can this path be successfully traversed. Raven was the one Dumbledore chose as the most suitable candidate. "Albus, aren't you worried that Grindelwald will lead that child astray?" The principals on the wall all looked very worried. But Dumbledore chuckled softly. "Worried about Raven? I think he might actually lead that old stubborn man out of his dead end. After all, even I've recently become quite curious about fishing." After all this time, Dumbledore had already discovered that Raven was a typical Hufflepuff. If it weren't for his penchant for creating new spells, which could help him or his friends solve many problems, Dumbledore had no doubt that Raven would never have bothered with such troublesome matters. Even if he has the ability, he also has the talent. He was a true, quintessential Hufflepuff, acting entirely on impulse and loving life. Grindelwald must have experienced firsthand how difficult it is to sway someone like that many years ago. Instead of worrying about whether Raven will go astray, let's think about how to implement this kid's new idea. Could you please inform Minerva and the others for me? Tell them to come to the principal's office. I need to discuss with them where the new common room should be built. Since it's the Hogwarts common room, the location and access method should be chosen and designed collaboratively by all the Hogwarts teachers. While the professors discussed the location and access method of the Hogwarts common room, Neville finally returned to Hogwarts using Fleur powder. As soon as he returned, he was surrounded by the young wizards, who were extremely curious about what had happened. Raven wanders around aimlessly every day, and when you ask him at the dinner table, you only get very simple and uninteresting answers. Neville rarely gets surrounded by so many people at once, and he spoke with a few stutters just like Quirrell did last year, but it satisfied the curiosity of the other young wizards. Perhaps it was because his mother, Alice, was finally starting to recover, which changed his previously somewhat timid personality considerably. I never imagined those candy wrappers would be so useful.
Yeah, that's really strange. How did Raven come up with that idea? Just an occasional flash of inspiration.
Raven's voice made the young wizards freeze in place. They turned to look at Raven, who was looking at the young wizards with a mocking expression. All right, everyone go back to your own business. Let Neville leave, I still need to check on his health. A week has passed, and Raven needs to check on how Neville's spiritual and physical condition has recovered. However, besides getting rid of the young wizards, he also had to deal with the agitated Neville. Neville pulled him along, laughing heartily. He said this week was the happiest week of his life so far. He can chat with his mother every day, and she responds with a smile. God knows how long he waited for these responses. The other members of the Longbottom family were also very excited. Grandma Augusta had originally intended to come to Hogwarts in person to thank Raven, but the Longbottom family was suddenly in trouble, and she was unable to leave for the time being. I don't know the specifics, but Grandma and Uncle both seemed very angry. I've never seen them so angry before. Raven thought for a moment and then quickly understood what was going on. The Longbottoms were core members of the Order of the Phoenix, and they possessed a great deal of information. If they were to recover with the information stored in their heads, at least several more pureblood families would suffer. Even if they don't die, they'll be badly injured. The reason they didn't stop Raven earlier was because they didn't believe he could cure the Longbottoms. What? The Veil Curse. They didn't believe a first-year wizard could create such a spell. They thought anyone who believed it was a fool. Raven then proved them wrong with his performance. First, he decisively defeated a group of Death Eaters during the summer vacation and invaded the Ministry of Magic of 2 countries. Then, at the beginning of this semester, he rescued Neville's mother, Alice. Those pureblood families finally realized Raven's importance, but it was too late. Raven returned to Hogwarts, and through some unknown means, the pureblood nobles could no longer find his family. But they couldn't just do nothing. So they focused their attention on Neville's mother, who had recovered. As long as Neville's mother can go insane again, or they can prove that Alice hasn't fully regained her memories, or that the memories she has regained are all false, then they will still not be purged by the Ministry of Magic. Grandma Augusta and the others must have thought of this too, which is why they seemed so angry. Your mother is still in San Mungo, right? Yes, the therapist said you created a miracle, but Mom still needs time to recover. We all think the therapists are right. Mom's memory hasn't fully recovered immediately. It's recovering a little bit every day, and her body also needs conditioning. Raven nodded, then there's no need to worry. As long as Neville's mother remains in St. Mungo's, she will never be in any danger. The security at St. Mungo's is no joke. Those purebloods who dare to run wild in St. Mungo's will be immediately sent to Azkaban to have a French kiss with the Dementors, and Dumbledore must have secretly sent people to protect Alice and the others. Your mother is slowly regaining her memory, is that right?
Yes, and I don't think it's slow.
Raven drew a checkmark in his notebook. His conjecture was correct. Once the soul begins to repair itself, memories will return. And as long as key areas such as the head and heart can be repaired, the soul will begin to repair itself. What about body control?
Has she experienced any difficulty controlling her body?
Yes, my mom initially had very difficulty even sitting up in bed, and we were all very worried. But the therapist said it was normal, considering she had been bedridden for almost 12 years.
They said with some medication and practice, she would recover.
Raven drew another checkmark on the notebook. Actually, this isn't a matter of decreased proficiency, Naveen, it's a matter of the soul. Has your mother recovered quickly from her inability to control her body? Yes, she can now walk a short distance while holding onto the wall. Then that's it, this is a sign that your mother's soul hasn't fully recovered. Once her soul is fully recovered, this situation will disappear. The soul and the body are like a computer and its software. Hardware is the carrier of software. Without software, hardware can hardly perform its functions. In this context, the mother's software, physical system hadn't been fully repaired, causing many hardware functions to malfunction. Once the software is fixed, the hardware will also be usable. If problems still arise at that point, then it's a matter of proficiency. All right, let me see how your soul is doing first. Neville's mother has recovered, but an even bigger problem awaits her in the hospital. This matter is not over yet. You need to rest for a while. Your soul is fine, just a bit overworked. Raven, I'm not afraid of getting tired. No, Nave, it's not a question of whether you're afraid or not. It's my concern about uncontrollable variables. Although theoretically, soul overwork shouldn't cause any serious problems, it's better to be safe than sorry. They still know too little about the soul. Voldemort went the furthest down this path, but Raven clearly couldn't let Voldemort teach him. Furthermore, you need to rest for a while and wait for your mother. She will play a crucial role in your father's treatment. Only when she has recovered sufficiently can we begin preparing for your father's recovery. Okay, sorry Raven, I know it's too rushed, I understand, it can be very frustrating, but we need to proceed step by step. Raven saw Neville off and then found an empty classroom on the second floor. Grindelwald just told Raven to come here to see him. You are 2 minutes late. Actually, it was only 1 minute and 46 seconds. Neville was very enthusiastic and I couldn't easily slip away immediately. Grindelwald sat down on a chair to the side. Was it? Raven also pulled out a chair. What will we learn today? Grindelwald slowly opened his mouth and said, We're not learning dark magic today. I want to know your opinion on the wizarding world today. Raven raised an eyebrow. Has the true intention finally been revealed? In fact, Grindelwald had been intentionally guiding Raven's thinking when he was teaching him about dark magic. However, Raven's thoughts were like a cheap baguette that had been sitting for years, so hard it could almost be used as a cannonball. What I think isn't important, is it? Actually, your thoughts are very important. Looking into Grindelwald's eyes, Raven chuckled softly. Personally, I believe that the current magical world has plenty of tradition, but lacks innovation. Wizards rely too much on past knowledge, and there are too few people creating new knowledge, resulting in excessively slow development. In fact, Raven's words were already quite considerate of the wizards. Currently, only a handful of wizards continue to innovate and produce new results. Most wizards simply inherit existing knowledge. Even so, they still couldn't do their best. A glint of light flashed in Grindelwald's eyes upon hearing this answer. If this continues, the wizarding world will soon be overshadowed by the Muggle world. Raven nodded. This is inevitable, no one can stop it. Humanity's most precious quality is courage, and its most valuable asset is wisdom. Unfortunately, the wizarding world today doesn't have as many intelligent people as the Muggle world. One reason is that there are indeed far more Muggles than wizards, resulting in a larger base and thus more geniuses. On the other hand, it's because Muggles, unlike wizards, don't have other talents to rely on. They can only rely on their intelligence to arm themselves. Therefore, they are more adept at using and developing their intelligence. Once Muggles gain the upper hand over wizards, war will be inevitable. I don't quite agree with that. I think there are many factors that could lead to war. Simply having superior overall strength compared to the wizarding world isn't enough for Muggles to directly start a war. Grindelwald narrowed his eyes slightly. You're naive. I'm only 12 years old, aren't I? Besides, if it's as you say, then war is inevitable. Whether we declare war on the Muggle world now or wait for the Muggles to declare war later, war is unavoidable, isn't it? Indeed, war is unavoidable, but we can steer its outcome in our favor. Raven chuckled softly. Sorry, Mr. Grindelwald, but to be honest, I really don't think the wizarding world is capable of fighting against the Muggle world right now. If a war were to break out, I don't think the wizarding world would win. Why? Raven licked his lips. Do you know about World War II, a ridiculous war on the Muggle side? Haha, if you had put in the effort to understand it, you wouldn't have used the word ridiculous. Let me put it this way. Judging from the data alone, that war claimed 70 to 90 million lives. Many of those deaths were not even recorded. Nobody knows the final figures. So many people died, yet the Muggle world is thriving, almost completely recovering in just a few decades after the war. Do you see the difference, Mr. Grindelwald? How many wizards are there globally? If you include the Taoist priests in the far-off eastern country who never claimed to be wizards, the number of them worldwide would be barely 1 million. The difference in numbers is too great. Yes, wizards have greater power, but are Muggles inferior? If that chosen Muggle Jacob had been armed with a pistol and ambushed someone in the crowd, even Grindelwald would have been doomed. Of course, there are many wizarding gadgets that can prevent physical sneak attacks, and if wizards really want to prevent sneak attacks, they will definitely be able to find a way. But can't Muggles find solutions and devise strategies? Grindelwald fell silent. So many people died in the Muggle world's World War II. He was busy with the Wizarding Revolution at the time, so he didn't pay much attention. But isn't that precisely why we should suppress Muggles even more quickly? Why must we suppress Muggles? Aren't there ancient examples from the East? People with supernatural powers can coexist peacefully with muggles. Why must there be a hierarchy between us and them, with one side in a superior position and the other subservient? Their country's case is just an isolated incident. This situation hasn't occurred in other countries at all. The reason this is an isolated case is that wizards from other countries are simply unwilling to learn from Eastern Taoists and integrate with the Muggle community. Raven is right. The only reason other countries haven't experienced that is because they simply haven't tried. They didn't even try, so how could they possibly succeed? But regardless, the wizarding world needs a revolution. Yes, I agree with that. Raven nodded. The wizarding world has remained unchanged for far too long. It's time for them to change. So you should. No, this has nothing to do with me. Raven smiled and looked out the window. I understand what you mean, Mr. Grindelwald, and I understand why you think I'm important, but I'm sorry, I won't become the person you're talking about who will change the wizarding world. I don't want to be just a chapter in history books. I just want to live my life to the fullest. A revolution is only a success if it succeeds. If it fails, it's called a rebellion. But in Raven's view, neither revolution nor rebellion is beneficial. With the revolution succeeding, the burden on our shoulders became heavier and the responsibilities greater. The revolution failed, death was certain, and history books would continue to distort the truth. Why bother? He wasn't the kind of person with an imposing presence, someone who thought he was the only one worthy of respect in the world. In reality, Raven is very selfish. He doesn't really care whether others are doing well or not. As long as he and his family and friends are doing well, frankly speaking, what do other people's lives or deaths have to do with him? A selfish choice. Yes, but you can't deny that selfish people live more comfortably, while those with a noble heart live a more painful life. Raven left the empty classroom. An old man with a white beard slowly emerged from the shadows. He had a big smile on his face and looked to be in a good mood. He is not worthy to inherit my will. Ha ha ha, you ageless buddy, it's your will that's unworthy of him inheriting. Dumbledore laughed. He wasn't wrong about Raven. Raven is a typical Hufflepuff. Compared to those vague and dazzling other shores and futures, they care more about their own lives and the present moment. You heard what he said. Grindelwald's implication was, see, I couldn't even convince him, so you're even less likely to let him inherit your position. Dumbledore, however, remained smiling despite hearing this. It's all right. I just want to find a suitable candidate to succeed the next headmaster. And although it might sound a bit boastful, I'm quite good at dealing with the young wizards of Hufflepuff. If Raven really doesn't want to start a revolution, Dumbledore could at least make him the headmaster of Hogwarts the year after next. Either way, it's not a loss. With Raven's intervention, Harry and Ron were not punished, but Harry still heard strange noises in the hallway. That voice always seemed to linger within the castle, and it was always filled with a cold, violent, murderous intent. He told others about it, but no one could hear the sound. This puzzled Harry, but Ron said the castle had been there for over 1,000 years, so it was normal for some strange things to appear. It was indeed quite strange and eerie that only Harry could hear that voice. Hallucinations are not a good sign for wizards. A death anniversary party. Yes, I promised Nick, and he did me a favor. Raven's expression was somewhat complicated, but Hermione seemed very excited. My God, a death anniversary banquet. I bet hardly any living people attended. Ron seemed a little frustrated. He was dealing with complicated potions homework. I really don't understand why people would want to celebrate their own death anniversary. I mean, it's the anniversary of death. Ghosts are always different from the living, but Harry, are you sure you want to go to the death anniversary party? Cedric also wore a complicated expression. Harry felt something was off. Yes, why not? I think it would be very interesting. Cedric gave a slight smirk. Actually, I attended a ghost's death anniversary celebration once, and I don't want to discourage you, Harry, but it wasn't a pleasant experience. Cedric then recounted his experiences at the anniversary banquet to Harry and the others. His musical taste is unique. A sense of humor is different from that of a living person. The food was rotten and smelly. Even Cedric only participated halfway before finding an excuse to run away. That was truly a profound memory. Oh my God. Harry turned pale with fright at the scene Cedric described. But Hermione remained very interested. She even seemed more interested than before. I'm starting to regret it. No, Harry, you promised Nick. You have to keep your promises. Raven felt that Hermione was just curious whether Cedric's description was really that bad. Top students always think differently from others. The days that followed were much simpler for Raven. His daily tasks consist of fishing and building an alchemy sandbox. Things are moving in a positive direction. He sent a letter to Newt Scamander, the master of fantastic beasts, in which he explained his ideas in detail. Surprisingly, Newt's reply not only showed no opposition, but he also praised Raven's idea highly. He even stated that new fantastic beasts shouldn't be created. Instead, games should be made based on the existing fantastic beasts, and the more realistic the better. This puzzled Raven, who replied to Newt, asking if he wasn't worried about the negative consequences. Newt's opinion did indeed surprise Raven. His reason for wanting to make it realistic was so that people could experience the charm of magical creatures in the game. Furthermore, if anyone wants to exploit magical creatures for personal gain but hasn't yet done so, then just look at the fate of those poor magical creatures in the game. I bet after seeing it, they still won't be able to bring themselves to harm them. Raven thought Newt was too naive. If that were to happen, the game would likely quickly become a training ground for poachers. It's realistic, and you don't have to worry about safety issues. It's practically the perfect training simulation. Raven made another set of two-way mirrors and gave one of them to Newt so they could remotely discuss the settings of the sandbox world. No, you can't design the invisible beasts like that. Their habits don't allow them to act like that. But Mr. Newt, we have to base it on reality plus make some adaptations. If I dare to create the habits of the invisible beasts, you'll probably have to come out of retirement again in less than 2 months to protect the real invisible beasts from extinction. But you've already deleted and modified too much. When creating the world and species, Raven preferred to exaggerate the cute and fun aspects of magical creatures, while downplaying or even removing some of their hidden, dangerous characteristics. This leaves room for the magical creatures in reality, ensuring that poachers with malicious intentions either return empty-handed or meet a gruesome end. Hibiscus stood to the side, stroking the little unicorn while smiling. This was the first time she had ever known that Newt Scamander, the master of fantastic beasts, had such a personality. This elderly man, who usually seems rather shy and even a bit socially awkward, always manages to produce many interesting responses when discussing fantastic beasts with Raven. You're as stubborn as a troll. Thank you, this means I won't be easily swayed. I still stand by my opinion. The habits of the invisible beasts must be drastically altered. Otherwise, the sheer amount of raw materials needed to create the invisibility cloak will be enough to drive those poachers crazy. But there's no need to change everything. They have many interesting habits. If you change them all, they won't be able to show them anymore, right? Raven sat by the Black Lake and argued with Newt for a long time. He believed that these magical creatures, such as the invisible beasts, were special, and their habits had to be drastically modified because the value they could bring to wizards was beyond imagination, and they might more easily arouse the greed of poachers. While Newt agreed with Raven's idea, he did not think that the habits of these magical creatures should be changed so drastically. In Raven's hands, the habits of the invisible beast were almost completely altered. He considered this unacceptable. While this certainly protects the magical creatures, it diminishes the educational value of this alchemical artifact. In the end, both sides compromised. Raven will create traits that Newt finds both fun and harmless when poaching. But in addition to that, Raven would add many other features he made up to prevent poachers from using his alchemy sandbox as a training ground. He's as stubborn as a mule. Professor Kettleburn isn't that stubborn. You're just as good, my little cowboy. They argued for almost 2 hours over just one living being. There are hundreds of magical creatures in the magical world. If you include those interesting little insects, that number will probably rise even further. If you're going to argue like this about the specifications of every species, then I think it will take you at least a year or two to put this idea into practice. Raven shook his head. We only argue like this about some particularly important and mysterious magical creatures. Sometimes Mr. Newt and Professor Kettleburn think I've kept too many details out, and other times they think I've cut too many. But we don't argue like this about some ordinary, more common magical creatures. For example, with common little things like Pooh-Rongrong, there's no need to argue. Just modify the settings and make them. Have you found a factory to cooperate with? Not yet. I plan to finish the first draft first before contacting them. That way, it'll be easier to negotiate the price. With the Merlin first-class medal and a very promising sample, Raven believed he could secure a very good price for the collaboration. The first alchemy simulation game should be ready around November, after which we can put the replicas into the testing phase. I hope it's really as fun and interesting as you say. Gabrielle has been asking for your little products every day lately. Don't worry, at least a child like Gabrielle will love the first version. The first version of the alchemy sandbox may not be perfect, but it has everything you need and children will love it. Furong's younger sister, Gabrielle, is only 9 years old, even younger than Bija, so she'll definitely like this little toy even more. You might need to keep an eye on her then, lest she become too obsessed. Hibiscus proudly raised her chin. That depends on how attractive your little toy is, whether it can captivate even a Delacker to the point of losing control. Halloween is just around the corner. In his spare time, Raven went to see Hagrid and secretly asked him to buy him some butter and such. He wants to make his own hot pot broth. On some chilly days, a hot pot meal with butter can always lift one's spirits. He originally wanted Hagrid to buy him ready-made hot pot base, but there's no proper hot pot base in the wizarding world. It's clearly unrealistic to expect a giant like him to go to the Muggle world to buy hot pot base, so Raven decided to cook it himself. Although he had never fried food before, he was very interested in it. He read several books containing relevant records, hoping to use them when stir-frying. Are you sure you don't want to use water, Raven? Wouldn't it be bad if it's all oil? It needs to be all oil to solidify better. All right, I've read the book, Hagrid, just pour the oil in. Butter, chicken fat, soybean oil, it's all oil. Raven is currently cooking the butter base with Hagrid. Ack and the others sat to the side watching, their eyes twitching. A huge pot of oil. It looks greasy. However, their attitude quickly changed. The aroma quickly filled the air as Raven cooked the food. Let me think. I hope this thing will work. Hagrid couldn't buy any fermented soybean paste, so Raven had to make it himself. Fortunately, this is a magical world. A little magic can shorten the fermentation time. The fermented soybean paste tastes fine, but I'm wondering if it would be suitable for use in hot pot broth. Pour all the fermented soybean paste into the boiling oil and stir-fry. The fragrance in the air quickly intensified. Oh my god, ouch, it's pungent, but it smells so good. Ryan sneezed loudly. The smell in the air was a bit too strong, but the fragrance made the young wizards reluctant to leave. This is so complicated. It feels like Raven is brewing a giant potion. Kieran watched as Raven manipulated a spatula that was almost as tall as them with magic. The pot used to stir-fry the base ingredients was provided by Hagrid. This pot was even a bit too big for Hagrid, let alone a young wizard who could throw everything in to cook. I love this flavor. Oh my god, I'm getting hungry again, even though we just had lunch. Gray swallowed hard. I still don't think it's a good idea for me to do this. We should go to the kitchen and ask Mike and the others for help. Ack watched the bubbling soup in the pot, only daring to crane his neck from a distance. Such a big pot and all this hot. If you fell in, you'd probably turn into fish and chips in an instant. The three kids were rather reckless. They stood very close together, even though Raven repeatedly emphasized not to get too close. As a result, they were severely choked by the fumes. Ron almost sneezed into the pot, but Raven pulled him to the other side with a spell. The results were very good. Raven's first attempt at frying butter was a success. There shouldn't be any problems now. Next is solidification. With a wave of his wand, Raven divided the stir-fried hot pot base into several portions and placed them into small bowls of the same size. Another point is that the base material cooled and solidified quickly, turning into bowl after bowl of solid. Raven, is that all? Raven nodded. Probably, but we'll have to taste it to see how it tastes. Hagrid, have you prepared the food I asked you to prepare before? Hagrid's mouth was already watering from the aroma. The pungent smell of chili peppers was right up his alley, and now his beard was damp. Of course, I'll go get it right now. Raven waved to his friends. Come and try it with us, maybe it'll suit your taste. Not all foreigners like Huxia food, but it's clear that Raven's friends are the type who really enjoy it. Damn it, I'm starting to regret eating so much for lunch. Ryan mocked Gray with schadenfreude. Serves you right, Raven warned us to eat less and you just ate 3 big chicken drumsticks and a whole plate of fries. Hagrid soon emerged from the hut again, carrying a large bag of things. Here's some for Raven, see if these are what you want. Let me see, snail grass leaves, black fungus, and most importantly beef and lamb. Yes, that's all I wanted. Wow, Hagrid, these meats look amazing. Hagrid scratched his head with his large, fan-like hands. Raven took out the seasonings he had prepared earlier and distributed some to everyone, giving Hagrid a large portion. He made everyone's forks a little longer and conjured up 2 pairs of chopsticks for himself and Harry. The beef and mutton were cut into even, aesthetically pleasing thin slices and rolled into meat rolls. Come on, give it a try. I hope it works. Although they were still using Hagrid's big pot, Raven cooked almost half of the food at once, so there was no need to worry about any young wizards going hungry. Because the pot was so big, Raven used 10 pieces of hot pot base this time. Using a fork to skewer food from a hot pot is not a simple task. However, everyone quickly received their food. Hagrid forked himself 10 meat rolls in one go. After dipping them in some sesame sauce, I put them all in my mouth. He froze the next moment. Merlin's beard. The spiciness, the aroma, the saltiness of the sesame paste. A variety of flavors create a beautiful symphony on the tongue. Hagrid was even chewing the meat unconsciously after swallowing it. This is so delicious. He never imagined food could taste so good. As for the other young wizards, Kieran and Ak were all right. They had eaten hot pot before, but Raven's hot pot was more delicious and tastier. Although they were also surprised, they didn't lose their composure. But the other young wizards were different. Ron was almost the first to react. He immediately stood up and started skewering meat in the pot. Forget about etiquette, all he cares about now is first come, first served. On the way back, the little wizards were still chattering away. They all really enjoy hot pot, so they had a great time eating. They wanted to eat this meal every day, but Raven said it wasn't healthy and they shouldn't eat it too often. Once a week is the limit. If there are any more, the little wizard's face will probably start breaking out in pimples. Cedric, upon learning of this, said he also wanted to go, but unfortunately they had classes at the time. Halloween is just a week away. The young wizards began preparing their costumes for the upcoming event. Harry, however, still seemed distracted. He could still hear that voice occasionally. This really made him uneasy. He asked Raven, used the veil charm on his parents, and even asked Dumbledore, but no one really knew what was going on. Lily thought her son might be under too much pressure lately, as second-grade homework is indeed more difficult than first-grade homework, so she decided to give him extra lessons every day at the curtain space. This did indeed improve Harry's grades considerably, and sometimes his classroom performance even surpassed Hermione's. But his anxiety did not decrease. On the contrary, it increased. In recent days, other young wizards have also experienced the same phenomenon of hallucination of the killing sound. The number of auditory hallucinations is increasing, and their only two commonalities are that they all hear almost the same content, and they all experience auditory hallucinations while using the whispers of all beings. This initially led Professor Flitwick and his colleagues to believe that it was some negative effect of the whispers of all beings. But after rigorous examination, they discovered that it was not a negative effect of the whispers of all beings. After further investigation, they concluded that some kind of animal was likely wandering around the castle. Because its wandering times were irregular and it was estimated to be very small, the young wizards had not been able to find it and could only hear it murmuring when using the whisper of all beings. This only made Harry more uneasy, because he didn't use the whispers of sentient beings when he heard those voices. That very evening, he told his parents about Professor Flitwick's and other professors' speculations. Do they have some kind of innate ability to talk to animals? Upon hearing Harry's words, James and Lily quickly recalled how Harry had communicated fluently with snakes at the zoo before starting his first year. Because it happened so long ago, they had almost forgotten about it. In the wizarding world, even a young wizard with a burst of magical power cannot accomplish many things. Talking to snakes is one of them. Their child has a Parsleyan accent, but how is that possible? Although the Potters are pure-blooded, they have absolutely no blood relation to Salazar Slytherin, the most famous Parseltongue. How could Harry be a Parseltongue speaker? Lily seemed to have realized something. She looked somewhat terrified and her hands and feet turned ice cold. She whispered something to James and James gasped slightly. Their refusal to tell Harry what they were thinking really made him uneasy. I don't know what they're hiding, but something that could scare them that much must be something serious. If I'm not mistaken, it's no small matter, Harry. Don't blame them for not telling you. The truth might be too much for you to handle right now. Harry put down his fork in surprise. You found out too? Good heavens, what happened? I was involved in this, wasn't I? I have the right to know. Please tell me what happened, Raven. Raven shook his head slightly. You know I don't easily change my mind once I've made up my mind. Sorry, Harry, I'll tell you everything once I find a solution, but for now, let's not waste any more time on this, okay? Harry certainly wouldn't give up so easily, but despite his persistent pleading, he only managed to get one crucial piece of information from Raven. This matter is related to Voldemort. Well, now he was even more anxious and curious. Raven's words didn't appease Harry, but they did appease the Potters. They were still anxiously trying to figure out how to resolve the matter, and were even close to going to find the despicable Halper on the other side of the curtain, but Raven's words reassured them a lot. Under normal circumstances, they would never believe that a young wizard could come up with a way to separate Voldemort's soul fragments from Harry's body. However, if this young wizard is Raven, a young wizard who created the epic-making veil spell in his first year of school, then the situation is different. He even rescued Neville's mother. In the realm of the soul, he's almost caught up with Voldemort. So neither your family nor Raven will tell you what's going on, then don't dwell on it.
They must have their reasons. Ron said this while stuffing boiled vegetables into his mouth. He's been eating too much meat lately and sometimes craves something lighter. But I really want to know what's going on. I mean, aren't you curious? Why is it that none of my family members speak parsley, but I do? Why is this related to Voldemort? Why are even my parents so scared? Ron, however, didn't seem very curious. The truth will come out eventually. They didn't mean to hide it from you, did they? So why are you in such a hurry? They'll tell you when the time is right. Hermione shares this view. Never mind, you guys are right, I should curb my curiosity. Harry is currently more curious than anxious. However, he also understood that he should perhaps restrain his curiosity in this matter. Don't mention that. Do you know what Ginny's been up to lately? I can never reach her, and she doesn't ask me about you as often anymore, which is really strange. Ron said, somewhat puzzled. Ginny's behavior at school is quite different from her behavior at home. Normally, if nothing unexpected happens, she talks about Harry at least twice a day at home. But after arriving at the school, she rarely even appeared in front of Harry anymore. That's really strange. Hermione, however, didn't think it was a problem. Do you know how good her grades were in first grade? I bet she was busy studying every single day. Ron pursed his lips. He genuinely didn't believe his sister would become a bookworm like Hermione, spending all her time studying, without even a moment to relax. But to be honest, it's not entirely impossible that Ginny would turn out that way. I think I need to have a family talk with her. Ron felt it was time to have a serious talk with his sister. Ron and Raven had a fight. It all started because he spent a long time chatting with Ginny, and Ginny said she wished Raven were her brother, not one of them. Of course, if it were just that, Ron certainly wouldn't have gotten into a fight with Raven. But Ginny then went and confided in Raven for a long time, which made Ron extremely jealous, and his childish temper flared up immediately. However, he later realized that he shouldn't have spoken to Raven like that, and that it wasn't Raven's fault at all. The only one to blame is that the older brothers were indeed not competent enough. He made up with Raven and sincerely apologized, while Raven said he wouldn't take it to heart. In reality, Ron and his friends weren't exactly good older brothers. Or rather, they are all not yet mature enough. As people get older, they realize that getting along with others is not about forcing what you think is good on them, but about quietly listening to what they truly want. Ron, George, Fred, Percy, the Weasleys' young wizards who were not yet adults, clearly hadn't realized this yet. Percy is the only one who occasionally listens to Ginny's complaints, but he's also the one who meddles with her the most. This is why Ginny would rather confide in Raven than seek help from her brothers. Raven suggested that Ron and the others could put more effort into listening, but looking into Ron's clear eyes, he knew that Ron certainly didn't have the ability to change things for the time being. Halloween is finally here. The little wizards were dressed up in flamboyant costumes once again. Lord Lockhart, the oil tycoon, hired a large group of dwarves dressed up in scary costumes and spent the whole day handing out candy to the young wizards. The dwarves were scary enough, but when they dressed up, they became even scarier. Many young wizards were quite frightened, thinking that dangerous magical creatures had once again entered the school this year. This certainly put him in the spotlight once again. If Lockhart truly possesses genuine talent, Raven believes he would be an interesting teacher. At the very least, his ability to create entertaining situations is top-notch, and many students would certainly enjoy such a teacher. I really want to go to the Halloween party. I shouldn't have agreed to Nick's invitation. My mom said the Ghost Eve party would be an unforgettable experience for me. Keeping your word is a virtue, Harry, keep it up. Raven, dressed as the hero Gilgamesh, patted Harry on the shoulder. At least you'll have an experience that most people don't get to have, right? Hermione completely agreed, but Ron just smirked. On the contrary, I hope I never have to have such an experience. Even Cedric only stayed there for half the time. I think I would have wanted to leave in less than 10 minutes if I went there. But what could he do? Harry and Hermione insisted on taking him along. If Raven and his friends hadn't been so adamant, Ron probably would have dragged them into it as well. Go ahead, I'll bring you some food so you won't go hungry. A death anniversary banquet. Raven knew exactly what the food looked like. Cedric had told him this in private. The food at the death anniversary banquet was like a swarm of flies that had drunk sewage and died from the stench, their bodies piled up together. That pungent smell is guaranteed to make you feel nauseous all day long. No one but ghosts would call those things food. Raven asked Cedric why he didn't tell Harry and the others about these things, to which Cedric replied, "He can't be the only one in the whole school who's had bad luck. Even handsome men have their cunning moments." Harry and the others went to the death anniversary banquet while Raven went to the Great Hall. Unsurprisingly, he was once again the most interestingly and exquisitely dressed little wizard this year.
To celebrate tonight's dinner, Dumbledore invited a band that was very famous in the wizarding world. Raven didn't remember their name because the band's skill level was really mediocre. In this respect, the wizarding world is truly inferior to the Muggle world. Their singing wasn't exactly bad, but it certainly wasn't good either. Anyway, when Mako arrived, she just went on a killing spree. The twins mischievously went up on stage to toast the professors, and Lockhart quickly left the professor's seat after drinking their toasts. I only found out after asking around that the twins had secretly put a strong laxative in Lockhart's drink. They really seize every opportunity to play pranks. Raven brought Harry and the others some light dishes and bread. Having just experienced the anniversary banquet, they certainly wouldn't want to eat anything oily. Some bread and bland side dishes would probably be the limit of what they could tolerate. The banquet was nearing its end, and the young wizards began to leave. Raven gave the food to Neville and the others, asking Neville to take it to Harry and the others, and then return to his Hufflepuff dormitory. In the dormitory, Ryan and his friends were eating interesting candies. These candies were different from ordinary candies. Eating them would cause some interesting and temporary changes in the eater. Raven's bed was piled high with gifts, which were return gifts from the young wizards. He disassembled them one by one and kept them safe. It's worth mentioning that Fleur also gave him a gift. She gave me a very nice black cowboy hat. It's pretty, but if you wear it for a long time, it will make a creepy heh laugh. He also gave Hibiscus a gift, of course, a very interesting brooch. His family also gave him many interesting gifts. Je even gave Raven all the candies she had been treasuring, which touched Raven deeply, even though his gifts to Je were even more numerous and interesting. Come here, Toast and Starlight, look at the little gifts I brought you. Raven put the cat-shaped pumpkin head he had carved himself on Toast's head. This makes the Toast look both funny and cute. Zinkai was given 2 fiery red feathers, which were stuck on her head like an interesting headdress. He chuckled and scratched the 2 little ones' chins, then picked them up and joined Ryan and the others. He felt as if he had forgotten something. But it wasn't until midnight, when a little elf with big eyes and bat-like ears appeared on his bed, that he remembered what he had forgotten that day. It seems that today was the first attack by the basilisk. Harry Potter's great friend, please protect the great Harry Potter, Hogwarts is in danger. I understand, don't worry Dobby. By the way, how did you get into Hogwarts? Isn't apparition not allowed at Hogwarts? Dobby scratched his head. Hogwarts restrictions cannot limit the magic of house elves, sir. Raven nodded. All right, don't worry, Harry will be fine. I already know what dangers await at Hogwarts this year. Trust me, he'll be all right. Dobby felt much relieved upon hearing this. It's clear that Dobby is genuinely worried about Harry's safety. Please be careful, sir. You are a very good gentleman, please be careful as well. The news that Harry and his friends encountered the petrified Mrs. Loris in the corridor the next day quickly spread among the young wizards. At first, students from other colleges didn't quite understand what the decryption chamber was or what the so-called air represented. However, the news soon spread from Slytherin. Salazar's The Secret Chamber Slytherin left for his successor is said to contain a terrifying monster. When Salazar's true successor returns to Hogwarts, he or she will unleash the monster from the Chamber of Secrets and purge the students he deems unworthy to remain at Hogwarts. Good heavens, even Professor Dumbledore doesn't know where that monster is. Harry shook his head at Lane. He said there were many things he didn't know about this ancient castle. But at least we've identified what kind of monster it was, which is a silver lining in a bad situation. Really, what kind of monster is it? If nothing unexpected happens, it must be a basilisk monster. Harry secretly told Dumbledore yesterday that he was a Parseltongue, and according to him, even Dumbledore looked surprised when he heard it. Based on Harry's abilities and Mrs. Loris's current condition, he deduced that the creature roaming the castle was a basilisk. Harry said that when he left, he felt that Dumbledore had something he hadn't said, but he didn't dare to ask because Dumbledore's expression was very serious at the time. It's a basilisk, how do you think it survived? According to the rumors, it's a creature left behind by Salazar Slytherin, right? So many years have passed, how has it managed to survive? Upon hearing Ack's words, Ron pursed his lips. He disliked things like snakes or spiders. Who knows? It's definitely an old snake by now, and I guess bullying Filch's equally aged old cat is the limit of what it can do. Hermione clearly spent a lot of time researching this morning. Actually, according to the book, The Life of a Legendary Wizard Asterisk, after the despicable Helbo created the first basilisk, that basilisk lived for nearly 900 years. It didn't die of old age but was killed. Therefore, I don't believe this basilisk had entered its twilight years. Nobody really knows how old it was. Oh, this is terrible. Last year we were almost killed by our defense against the dark arts teacher, and this year a basilisk monster suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Anyone it glares at dies, and the teachers can't catch it. I can't even imagine what else we'll encounter in the future. It's terrifying. Ron was slumped over the table. Nothing major happened in the previous years, so why does campus life suddenly become so adventurous once they enter school? Filch is probably going to cause you trouble lately, you'd better avoid him. Okay, you guys eat first, Dumbledore wants to see me, I need to go to the headmaster's office. Filch is like a rock in the latrine, stinky and hard. Even Raven can't get along with him. Harry and his friends are now considered Filch's prime suspect in the petrification of Mrs. Loris, and he'll likely be giving them a lot of trouble from now on. Leaving the auditorium, Raven found the chaotic principal's office and then skillfully entered by reciting the menu. Professor Dumbledore, Mr. Grindelwald. Good morning, Raven, have a seat. Dumbledore, unusually, did not show his playful expression. His face was now filled with a serious expression. I think you already know why I called you here today. Yes, Professor, it's about Harry, right? Dumbledore nodded. He then took out a small bottle of blood from the drawer. When the bottle cap is opened, blood spurts out, transforming into veins in the air like plant roots. This is Harry's blood. On the vein, there is a completely dark area that seems to be constantly trying to spread outwards, but it is always blocked by something. Thanks to the bloodline protection charm, Harry is currently unaffected by the fragments of Voldemort's soul, but the bloodline protection charm is not a panacea. The bloodline protection charm Lily left for Harry could block the invasion of Voldemort's soul fragments, but it couldn't help Harry expel Voldemort's soul fragments. Aren't there any spells in dark magic that can counter Horcruxes? Grindelwald glanced at Raven indifferently. Didn't I tell you that Horcruxes belong to top-tier dark magic? Raven shrugged. Perhaps even top-tier dark magic can be countered, aren't these all uncertainties? Grindelwald chuckled softly. Avada Kedavra is on par with Horcruxes, a form of dark magic. Since its creation, there has never been a direct countermeasure to Avada Kedavra. Even the boy who miraculously survived only managed to deflect it using a bloodline protection charm. Dumbledore rubbed his temples, feeling a bit of a headache. All right, I didn't call you here today for a lesson. Raven, you understand the situation, right? So what are your thoughts? Harry has become one of the Horcruxes. Dumbledore couldn't think of a way to save Harry for the time being. To kill Voldemort, all 8 Horcruxes must be destroyed, but Harry is one of them, which makes things difficult. Raven, however, didn't think there was any problem. I'll try to find a way to extract Voldemort's soul fragment. It'll probably be quite difficult, but we're not in a huge rush right now, are we? Finding a way to extract and destroy soul fragments from a Horcrux, without destroying it, is certainly not an easy task. But there is still plenty of time. Even if Voldemort were to be resurrected, let alone now, time isn't running out. Raven is confident that he will find a solution to this problem within a few years. Grindelwald frowned. He was about to say that Raven was oversimplifying things, but then he thought of Raven's current achievements. Then he shut up. You are a genius, you are amazing. Dumbledore clearly went through this emotional journey as well. He was taken aback for a moment when he heard this, then smiled helplessly. That makes sense, what is he worried about? Sitting in front of him was Raven, a super genius who would be exposed to innate magic around the 3rd grade. What is an unsolvable problem for them may just be a slightly more difficult task for Raven. I'm sorry, my child, for placing such a heavy burden on your shoulders. Dumbledore felt both relieved and guilty. However, Raven still seemed quite relaxed. This doesn't make me a professor, I enjoy challenging topics. Because of the growth-accelerating spell, mandrakes are not scarce. Mrs. Loris was quickly freed from her petrified state. This led Filch to change some of his attitudes towards Raven. I never imagined that Filch would ever smile at someone like that. Ack looked shocked, clearly still not having recovered from the shock. They ran into Filch, who was still cleaning the walls as they walked down the 3rd-floor corridor. The young wizards didn't know why Filch wasn't using magic to clean the walls, but he was indeed manually removing the marks from them. This made his cleaning very slow. More than a week has passed since Mrs. Loris was petrified, yet a few traces still remain on the wall. When Raven and his friends encountered Filch, Filch's ugly face was filled with rage. For Merlin's sake, when Filch turned to look at Ryan and his group, Ryan and his companions were genuinely startled. However, when Filch saw Raven, his expression did a complete 180-degree turn. He gave a stiff smile, as if it had been pulled out of place by duct tape, and nodded to Raven, looking like a humble servant. I never imagined someone's laugh could be so terrifying. Filch's laugh looked like that of a corpse that had been dead for a long time. Gray patted his muscular chest. He was also quite frightened. Perhaps Filch believes that Raven's incantation saved Mrs. Loris. I thought he would be more persistent than I imagined. Raven had even given Mrs. Loris gifts before, but Filch remained oblivious to their kindness, like a stone stuck in a latrine. Kieran assumed that Filch would continue to be hostile towards Raven, but to his surprise, his attitude changed. None of that matters. His current attitude doesn't matter. Raven spoke calmly. If Filch had shown this attitude earlier, or even just a slightly better one, Raven would have been willing to be friends with him. However, after giving Filch a gift last Christmas, and Filch's attitude not only didn't improve but actually worsened, Raven completely gave up on trying to build a good relationship with Filch. His father Zane once said that no one in their family was more noble than anyone else, nor were they inferior to anyone else. If they took the initiative to befriend someone and that person's attitude did not change, then they should not waste any more time on that person. I thought you'd take this opportunity to befriend Raven. No, our family sometimes has very low expectations of our friends, but other times they can be very high. I gave Filch a chance, but he didn't seize it, and after that there won't be another chance. One can be wary of unexpected kindness, but one must never be ungrateful. After Filch realized that Raven hadn't given him any prank gifts, his attitude not only didn't change but even worsened. This behavior was absolutely ungrateful, at least in Raven's eyes. A person who doesn't know what's good for them doesn't deserve to be friends with them. The young wizards arrived at the Charms classroom. Today, Professor Flitwick taught them a spell that was somewhat dangerous. Curse for Eye Diseases. This spell can damage the eyesight of living beings. They have confirmed that a basilisk is roaming the castle and that any person who looks directly into the eyes of a basilisk will die instantly. Lady Loris was lucky. She saw the basilisk through the water on the ground, so she was only petrified and not killed. But the professors couldn't expect that those attacked would be as lucky as Mrs. Loris every time. Although the professors are now using the whisper of all beings on themselves 24/7, no one can guarantee that they will be able to get to the scene in time if they hear the basilisk's voice in Hogwarts Castle, where apparition is prohibited. It is essential to teach young wizards how to protect themselves. But Professor Flitwick clearly overestimated the learning abilities of the young wizards. Throughout the second year, only Raven was able to cast the Isaac charm directly in class. The other young wizards simply couldn't successfully cast it. Even Hermione, the academic superstar, only had a hint of success. She still needs more practice to succeed. This spell is way too difficult. It's on a completely different level from the spells we learned before. I'm starting to wonder if I'm holding a wand or a tree branch. Ryan and the others were somewhat resentful. At least Hermione had a chance of successfully casting the eye disease curse, while they hadn't even gotten the slightest chance. The wand didn't react at all after the spell was cast. But Professor Flitwick is right, this spell can be life-saving in crucial moments. It's best to practice it more in private and master it as soon as possible. The four young wizards were a little discouraged after hearing Raven's words. They knew that Raven and Professor Flitwick were right, but they really didn't think they could learn the spell in a short time. This is the first time I've hoped Lockhart isn't just bragging, but actually knows exactly where that secret room is. It's Professor Lockhart. Ake corrected Gray's form of address, but said nothing else. After all this time, although he was a loyal fan of Lockhart, Lockhart's performance just didn't make him want to praise him. Ever since he released a large group of Cornish elves at the beginning of the semester and was unable to recall them, his classes have turned into plays. At first, Ake tried to explain to his friends that Lockhart didn't want them to be in danger, but the longer it went on, the more mistakes Lockhart made. Now, even Ake is starting to distrust Lockhart. Let's not talk about this. If Lockhart really knew the location of the Chamber of Secrets, Professor Dumbledore and the others would have captured that basilisk long ago. He's just spouting nonsense without thinking. Ryan was completely disappointed in Lockhart, and his words were full of disdain for him. Just as Ake was about to speak up and defend Lockhart a little more, a timid voice came from behind Raven and the others. Raven, I'm sorry to bother you, but could I take up some of your time? Turning around, the first thing that catches the eye is a head of dazzling red hair. Ginny stood somewhat timidly behind Raven and the others. She was a little out of breath and her face looked rather pale. Of course, Ginny. Raven told Ake and the others, then left with Ginny. May Merlin protect her, Ginny looks really bad. I think she might have been bullied. Ryan clearly disagreed with Gray's words. Ginny has 4 older brothers at Hogwarts now who would dare bully her. Besides, she and Raven have a good relationship. Raven practically treats her like a little sister, who would dare mess with her. Speaking of younger sisters, is Raven's sister also starting school next year? Probably. Hopefully she'll come to Hufflepuff, but according to Raven, his sister is more likely to go to Gryffindor. So you were bewitched and released the basilisk. Ginny nodded timidly. She's been really scared these past few days. By the time she realized what she had done, it was too late. On the night Mrs. Loris was attacked, Ginny threw her diary into the toilet in the girls' restroom in an attempt to flush it away. She was so terrified that she didn't realize the stupidity of her actions until the next day. But when she returned to the bathroom, the diary had disappeared. Where did that damned diary go? Who got it? Ginny was terrified, but she didn't dare tell the professors or even her own brothers. I'm sorry, Raven, I really didn't want to. That diary, it made me do this. I almost couldn't control myself. No, that's not your problem, Ginny. If everything is as you say, then that diary must be an extremely powerful dark magic artifact. The fact that you were able to briefly break free from its control and throw it away already impresses me greatly. Raven had originally planned to talk to Ginny about this before the next attack, but he was too late. Ginny had already thrown away the diary. If I'm not mistaken, this is no longer something a junior wizard can handle. I'm sorry, Ginny, but I will still tell Professor Dumbledore about it. But you can rest assured he will not punish you, I can guarantee that. Ginny swallowed hard. When Raven said he would tell Dumbledore, her heart felt like it was about to leap into her mouth. But when she saw Raven's serious expression, she realized that this matter could not be kept secret. Okay, fine, I'm sorry, Raven. She lowered her head. Raven smiled easily. You don't need to do this at all. Aren't you a victim in this too? I think the only mistake you made was underestimating your brothers. If you had told them, I believe they would have helped you. Even if you didn't want to tell Professor Dumbledore, they would have kept it a secret for you. Ginny pouted. They won't. George and Fred will definitely spread rumors everywhere. Ron will be paralyzed with fear. And Percy will definitely grab me and throw me in front of Professor Dumbledore himself. He might even send me to Azkaban. Haha, I don't think so. I reserve my opinion on this matter. I believe your thinking will change dramatically as you grow. The Weasley children have very different personalities, but they all have one thing in common. Their hearts are full of love. They would give anything for their family. Even the most bureaucratic Percy could abandon everything for his family when necessary. All right, don't worry. I'll take you to the infirmary for a thorough checkup first, and then I'll go inform Professor Dumbledore. Don't be nervous, we just need to gather some relevant information. Raven took Ginny to the infirmary, where Madame Pomfrey carefully examined her and discovered that Ginny's magic was severely depleted and her body was exhausted. She was furious because, in her opinion, it was absolutely wrong for a first grader to be so wasteful of his body. While lecturing Ginny, Mrs. Pomfrey would occasionally glare at Raven, who was standing to the side. After Mrs. Pomfrey settled Ginny into her hospital bed, Raven rushed to the principal's office. Professor Dumbledore, there's something I need your help with. If I ever find out who made that damn diary, I'm going to beat them to a pulp. Ron and his friends quickly learned that Ginny had been admitted to the school infirmary. As Ginny's family, they were entitled to know more. When Ron found out about this, he didn't tremble like a leaf as Ginny expected. Instead, his face turned as red as his hair with anger. Dad's really something. Those damn black magic items are absolutely forbidden to touch. If you even touch them, they'll haunt you at any moment. Ron, enraged and hot-blooded, even began to complain about Mr. Weasley's previous assignment to investigate and seize dark magical items. He believed that Mr. Weasley must have gotten tangled in his diary while working and then brought it home. This view was also shared by George, Fred, and his colleagues. After all, they had never even seen a dark magic item before. The only person who had come into contact with one was Mr. Weasley. You won't punish Ginny, will you? I mean, she's a victim too. She doesn't deserve to be punished, does she? Percy stood in front of his siblings, protecting them like a rooster. Oh no, of course not. I don't think anyone would think it was Ginny's fault. Dumbledore shook his head at Percy and the others. This put Percy and his team's minds at ease. The Weasley twins seemed to have reverted to their usual carefree and irresponsible ways. Hey, we have a sister who became the Slytherin heir. Cool, a Slytherin heir in Gryffindor. Ginny pouted. No, it's not. It's that diary. As she joked around with her family, Ginny's mindset gradually calmed down. She's starting to understand Raven's point now. Meanwhile, Dumbledore and Raven were discussing their next move. When Dumbledore learned that the diary belonged to Tom Riddle, he immediately understood. That diary is probably a Horcrux. It can speak like a real person and also has the ability to absorb the life force of the holder and even briefly control the holder. This could never be an ordinary, normal alchemical product. Based on its original owner, Dumbledore dared to say that the notebook must be a Horcrux. The problem now is, how do we find that diary at Hogwarts? Can't you forcibly take thoughts of everyone? Dumbledore shook his head. Even for me, capturing the minds of all teachers and students is an extremely difficult task. Although Dumbledore could temporarily lower his moral standards in this matter. However, capturing the minds of all teachers and students is almost impossible, and if they slow down, the Horcrux will definitely find a way to escape. Or, as the principal, would you have all the teachers and students hand in their black diaries? That won't work either. That Horcrux can control the wielder's actions. It can completely manipulate the wielder to prevent them from handing it over. This won't work, that won't work. I need to think carefully about how to resolve this. Thank you for your help, Raven. At least we've pinpointed another Horcrux's location. In fact, Raven felt there was no need to use mind control on the entire school. Just give Lockhart and Slytherin's teachers and students a levitation and that's it. It may sound like prejudice, but there's always a reason why stereotypes exist. Ever since Voldemort cursed the position of defense against the dark arts professor, something has happened to the wizard in that position every year. Either the person themselves had a problem, and it was exposed within a year. Or perhaps the wizard, who was originally without any major problems, was unable to take up his post the following year due to various unforeseen circumstances. It's normal to focus on investigating this high-risk position. As for the focus of the investigation, it should be on Slytherin. Does this need further explanation? As the only one of the four houses that still reveres the heirs and believes that the heirs of Slytherin did the right thing. They were thoroughly inspected and found to be completely without fault. In fact, Dumbledore did agree with Raven's idea. Compared to others, Slytherin's teachers and students as well as Lockhart were more likely to not hand over the diary after finding it. Over the next few days, Dumbledore secretly observed the Slytherin students and teachers, as well as Lockhart, but unfortunately he came to no conclusion. They showed no abnormalities. Raven figured that if that was the case, then the diary might have been picked up by another young wizard. After all, checking Slytherin and Lockhart first was only because they had a higher probability of getting their hands on the diary. It didn't mean the diary would definitely end up in their hands. Since even Dumbledore's legilimency couldn't detect the problem, the diary must not be in their hands. Dumbledore, however, said that the doubts could not be dispelled, because he did not use the intensity of legilimency in order not to make people feel that they were being legilimency. If someone intends to conceal something and prepares in advance, they can keep it a secret. They seem to have fallen into a passive state again. We can only wait for the person who found the diary to take new action in order to find a clue. Life gradually returned to normal. Hermione and her friends secretly invited Raven to join their Malfoy interrogation squad. They believed that Malfoy must have picked up the diary, as the boy's face was always as pale as paper. Ron had been scrutinizing the expressions on all the young wizards' faces like a falcon, and he thought the most likely culprit was Malfoy. They need to make a compound decoction, and then find a time to try and get information out of Malfoy. Bringing Raven along would give them more confidence, but Raven refused them. One reason is that he didn't believe Malfoy would be the next owner of the diary. Given that Malfoy is the kind of person who always boasts and brags about how amazing he is it possible that he wouldn't slip up at all after getting his hands on the diary? On the other hand, Raven really didn't want to waste any more time on the escape room issue. He has a lot to do. The alchemy sandbox needs to be completed, and the manufacturer for the first version needs to be found in advance. He also needs to start learning his innate spells early. Every Friday, he will study alchemy with Nicholas Flamel and dark magic with Grindelwald. On Saturdays, he will also study practical skills with Professor Flitwick. He simply couldn't be bothered to add another item to his schedule. Prepare the compound decoction and then try to get information out of Malfoy. Harry and the others understood. Raven always liked to occasionally fill his schedule to the brim, to the point that he barely had any rest time each day. Harry and the others knew about this habit of his. They also looked at Raven's schedule. That's really. Even their sleep time is accurate to the minute. It's unbelievable. Campus life seems to be gradually becoming mundane. The formidable Slytherin heirs ceased their actions, and the young wizards gradually became less tense than before. On this day, the Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Slytherin was finally about to begin. The arrogant Malfoys were always showing off their new brooms in front of Harry and the others. However, Harry felt that he seemed to have toned down a lot lately. It's much more restrained than it was last semester and at the beginning of this semester. I have no idea what kind of crazy idea he's up to. Damn it, the whole team is Nimbus 2001. I really can't figure out how they're going to win by sweeping through the 7-star Gryffindor. Ron grumbled under his breath as he struggled with the sausage on his plate. Hermione gave him a hard elbow. Didn't you see Harry was also upset? And you still say that? Raven, standing to the side, frowned slightly. Harry, what does tool cheating generally refer to in Quidditch? Doesn't the difference in broom styles between the two sides count as cheating? Harry was somewhat discouraged. Unfortunately, this doesn't count as cheating. As long as no magic spell is cast on the broom to make it faster, it's not cheating. Now I can only pray that the speed difference between Nimbus 2001 and Nimbus 2000 isn't too great. All the brooms on their team were 7 stars, except for his broom, which was a Nimbus 2000 given to him by Professor McGonagall. But Slytherin's side is full of Nimbus 2001. The speed difference is quite large, and he really has little confidence that he can make up for it with skill. What if I modified your brooms? Would that be considered cheating? Raven also knows alchemy. His flying broom is an alchemical creation. If modifying brooms using alchemy doesn't constitute cheating, Raven should be able to modify the brooms for Harry and the others faster. I don't think so, I'm not really sure. Of course not. As long as Raven improved the broom using alchemy, it's equivalent to creating a new type of broom. This is allowed in international competitions. Ron seemed very excited. He knows Quidditch very well, so he can give the answer with certainty. But this is too much trouble for you. To be honest, I feel like I already owe you too many favors, and I still have no idea how to repay them. Raven was so powerful that he hardly needed any help from Harry. Harry couldn't imagine any problem that Raven couldn't solve but that he could help with. Raven waved his hand. These are all minor matters. This is no small matter for me. A veil spell was cast, allowing him to see his parents again. He and Ron were rescued from the clutches of 3 giants. What Raven did might not have been a big deal for him, but for those who benefited from it, it was an incredibly significant event. Well, anyway, I definitely can't help you this time. Maybe I'll look into flying brooms after I'm done with this busy period, but who knows, we'll see. Good luck in the competition, Harry. Improve the broom design. You can even do that. Actually, I'm not sure how far I can go, but making changes a little faster shouldn't be a problem. My God, you're almost omnipotent, you know that. Cedric thought Raven was getting more and more outrageous. He learns things incredibly fast. However, if you were to improve Gryffindor's brooms as well, we might still have a hard time winning. The Gryffindor team is no joke, so I'm only going to improve our Hufflepuff. Is that the kind of competition you want? Okay, that makes sense. More than victory, Cedric and his team wanted a fair, just, and exhilarating match. Who do you think will win this match, Seed? Gray was watching the field through binoculars. Normally speaking, the Gryffindor players are far more capable than the players on the teams of other houses. If both sides use the same type of broom, then Gryffindor will undoubtedly win. However, the performance gap between the 7-star sweep and the Nimbus 2001 is too large. It's like the difference between a sports car and a Volkswagen Beetle. I'm not sure either. To be honest, I hope Gryffindor wins, because then we won't have to face an entire team of shameless, ruthless opponents riding Nimbus 2001s. However, the equipment and strength of both sides are indeed quite different. Even Cedric wasn't very optimistic about Gryffindor, despite their excellent technique. Raven, however, is quite optimistic about the Gryffindor team. Slytherin's skills are so bad that they have to resort to dirty tricks to win against anyone. With skills like that, giving them Nimbus 2001, or even equipping the entire squad with firebolts wouldn't make a difference. The fact that Quidditch, this wizarding sport, has been passed down and remains popular to this day proves that skill still plays a more important role in Quidditch matches. Equipment is secondary. Look, that's Malfoy's father. He's actually here to watch the game. Ryan handed the binoculars to Raven and pointed to the audience seats in the distance. Well, we always need to see if our investments are paying off right. Raven glanced at it once and then looked away. He wasn't interested in a Death Eater. Mrs. Hodge has entered the arena. The match is about to begin. Mrs. Foster, dressed smartly, walked onto the stage. Her demeanor remained as capable as ever. I hope this will be a fair and just match. Gray was a little unhappy to hear this, and he muttered under his breath, fair and just. When Slytherin and the others all have Nimbus 2001, while Gryffindor still only has 7 stars of despair, there's no fairness or impartiality in this match. Regardless of what the young wizards watching the match thought, Slytherin's actions were indeed in accordance with the rules. The match started as scheduled. Raven's eyes remained fixed on the quaffle that was darting around the field. Dobby won't cause trouble this time. The quaffle shouldn't be able to go berserk again. But soon, an unexpected event occurred. The quaffle chased Harry around the field like a mad dog. Harry was being chased so much that he had no way to find the golden snitch. Damn Quaffle, this thing is insane. George and Fred were the first to notice something was wrong. They rushed to protect Harry, but the crazed Quake had also become much stronger. Ouch, damn it, my wrist is numb. Should a Quake have that much power? Fred knocked away the Quaffle that was charging at him again, then rubbed his sore wrist. The Quake ball came at him with such force that he felt like his wrist was about to break. Something's wrong, Fred. Why is that guillotine chasing Harry? We need to pause the game. Raven and his team also discovered the problem. What's with that Quake? Shouldn't it only be chasing Harry? Ack watched as the Quake flew like a cannonball, and his face turned pale with fright. If it were to crash into something, it would surely lose an arm or a leg. If Harry hadn't thrown that Quake ball down the toilet, this situation would never have happened. Gray's palms were sweaty with nervousness, although Harry performed many difficult and spectacular moves while dodging the Quaffle. But more than a thrilling match, they hoped their friend would be safe and sound, rather than be hit by a crazy shell and break his neck. Strangeness. Raven frowned. This definitely wasn't Dobby's doing, so who made that Quake go berserk? Raven narrowed his eyes slightly. Ack, could I borrow your binoculars? Raven peered into the audience through his binoculars. He had only one goal, Lockhart. Lockhart's face now showed a look of terror and his throat bobbed up and down from time to time. He doesn't look like a mastermind at all. But Raven noticed that Lockhart's right hand remained pressed against his wand. His wand lay across his lap, his posture suggesting he was ready to intervene at any moment to prevent Harry from being smashed. But Raven was convinced that he was behind it all. It's you, isn't it? Raven was pretty sure it was true. Lockhart seemed to notice Raven's gaze and looked in Raven's direction, but Raven had already put down his binoculars. He returned the binoculars to Ack, then considered whether he should find an opportunity in the next few days to search Lockhart's dormitory and office. But what if Lockhart carried that diary with him? In the instant his attention was diverted, another accident occurred. For some unknown reason, the crazed Quake made a sharp turn in midair and hurtled towards Raven at an extremely high speed. Things happened so fast that no one had time to react. By the time they realized what was happening, the Quaffle was already hurtling towards Raven's face. Ryan instinctively raised his hand to push Raven away. Gray reached out to catch the ball. Ack tried to jump up and use his body to block the Quaffle. Kieran is pulling out his wand. Cedric simply aimed his wand directly at the Quaffle, but they were all a beat too slow. With a muffled thud, a scene unfolded that no one expected. Raven caught the crazed Quake with one hand. The hurricane created by the crazed Quake blew Raven's wide sleeves up, revealing his muscular arms underneath. The Quaffle, which Fred would normally have his hand numb from hitting with a stick, was now firmly held in Raven's hand, unable to move. The surrounding young wizards all fell silent. Raven, on the other hand, took a good look at the Quaffle. Traces of black magic. Sure enough, this time it wasn't Dobby who started it. Raven narrowed his eyes slightly and looked into the distance. On the professor's desk, a man dressed in flashy clothes was getting up to leave. Raven, are you sure you don't want to give it a try? Seriously, just try it. What if you really like Quidditch? Cedric was truly astonished by Raven's incredibly fast reflexes and immense physical strength. That's a crazy Quaffle. Even Cedric himself wasn't confident he could catch that Quake with one hand. No, using Connect is still a bit too gentle. Raven caught the Quake ball directly with his bare hand. With such talent, why doesn't Raven play Quidditch? This is such a waste. Quidditch matches are temporarily suspended. Professor Sprout and his team rushed over to check on Raven's condition, but found that Raven was perfectly fine. Raven was as healthy as a bull in its prime. Now, Professor Sprout also suggested that Raven could try Quidditch. Needless to say, Gray and his group, their eyes looked at him as if they wanted to tie Raven up and hand him over to Cedric. With so many people suggesting he try Quidditch, Raven reluctantly agreed to give it a shot. However, if he really dislikes this kind of competition, he can choose to withdraw at any time. After a thorough examination, Mrs. Hodge discovered that the Quake ball did indeed bear traces of dark magic. This angered Mrs. Foster. She said she was determined to find that B*****D who cast the curse on the Quake and hang him on the castle roof for 3 days and 3 nights. Professor McGonagall was also very angry. She was a die-hard Quidditch fanatic, and in her eyes this despicable act of cheating was nothing short of blasphemy against Quidditch. But amidst her anger, she also felt something was very strange. The dark magic cast on the Quake is a high-level dark magic spell similar to the Confusion Charm. This spell is extremely powerful. If further improvements can be made, it could even be compared to the Soul-Stealing Curse. How did someone capable of using such dark magic get into Hogwarts? And why were they targeting Harry and Raven? Could they be Death Eaters? The only people Professor McGonagall could think of with a motive to target both Harry and Raven were Death Eaters. How could a Death Eater possibly sneak into Hogwarts unnoticed? Professor McGonagall didn't understand. Professor Flitwick removed the dark spell from the Quake. After the professors repeatedly confirmed that the dark curse was no longer present on Quidditch balls, the game resumed. The competition went very smoothly. Without the quaffle interfering, Harry quickly caught the golden snitch. Ironically, the golden snitch hovered around Malfoy's head many times, but Malfoy was too busy showing off and bragging to Harry to notice it. Harry caught the golden snitch firmly. Gryffindor defeated Slytherin once again. This time, Harry didn't have his arm broken by the crazed Quake, so he naturally didn't have to go to the infirmary. He and his fellow Gryffindors celebrated the victory with great fanfare. Before the celebration, he and Ron went to find Raven. They were worried that the crazy Quake ball would hurt Raven. Although the professors all said Raven was fine, George and Fred, who secretly flew over to eavesdrop while the professors were examining Raven, also said that Raven was perfectly healthy. If I find out who tampered with that Quake, I'll hang that person from that man beating Willow. Ron was still angry, he was really nervous just now. His palms were sweaty as the quaffle chased Harry. When it changed its target and charged at Raven, he was so frightened that his mind went blank. He couldn't even imagine what would have happened if Raven hadn't caught that crazy ball. I really don't know who did this. Professor McGonagall said the dark spell on that Quake could be cast remotely. All you had to do was hold your wand, stare at the Quake, and whisper the incantation. And then the trail just went cold. Hermione frowned and sighed. She kept a close eye on Snape to prevent him from doing anything wrong. However, Snape never touched a wand throughout the entire ordeal. He only gave a mocking smile when the Quake was chasing Harry, and he didn't even open his mouth once. Raven, however, seemed to be deep in thought. Well, at least Harry and I are both okay. Whoever the culprit was, he didn't achieve his goal. Harry and his friends went to celebrate their victory. Gray and the others returned to their dorm early to rest. Raven found the headmaster's office, which was in disarray once again inside the castle. Professor Dumbledore, it's Lockhart. Dumbledore put down his quill. Are you sure, child? Raven nodded slightly. It's almost certainly true. He extracted his memories and placed them into the pensive. Dumbledore saw Lockhart's appearance in it. He is indeed highly suspicious. He held the wand tightly, his eyes fixed intently, and even when he feigned surprise, his Adam's apple bobbed up and down from time to time. He acted very convincingly, but after all, this spell cannot be cast silently, and Lockhart cannot use ventriloquism. Furthermore, I don't believe he has the ability to cast that profound dark magic spell, so he's most likely the one who took the diary. A very strong inference. Next came Dumbledore's task. Raven believed that if he could just capture Lockhart and interrogate him properly, the truth would come to light. Leaving the principal's office, Raven walked down the corridor. Once he gets his hands on the diary, he can use it to study how to extract the soul fragments from the Horcrux. Yes, right at this angle. Thank you, Mr. Nick, that's fantastic. A childish voice pulled Raven back to reality. Colin, what are you doing here so late? I thought you were going to celebrate Gryffindor's latest victory with Harry and the others. Oh my God, you startled me. Sorry, Raven, I ate a lot at the celebration party and just came out to digest. Raven nodded, then greeted Nick, who was almost headless. Colin is taking a picture of Nick, who is almost headless. He found Nick's near-headless death amusing, but dared not overreact, as he felt it would be quite impolite. Raven found watching Colin take pictures quite interesting, so he decided to stand aside and wait for a while. But during that wait, he suddenly remembered something. In the original book, Harry was taken to the school infirmary that night where he saw Colin, who had been petrified. In the original story, this poor child secretly took a bunch of grapes, intending to visit Harry that night, but instead encountered the basilisk in the corridor and was instantly petrified. Just as Raven was thinking about this, a hissing sound came from around the corner of the corridor in the distance. Okay, dealing with the basilisk will make the school safer. Raven suddenly yanked Colin, pulling him behind him. Mr. Nick, please don't turn around, just go and call the professors. Raven snapped his eyes shut the moment he saw the snake's head peek out from under the snake's head. As he drew his wand, the surrounding light gradually dimmed. Light and shadow without a trace.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.